This is the.
Good, how are you? Please, Joe.
I push when I need to, right?
Hey, Joe. Joe. All right.
Perfect. Testing.
Hey, sir.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Clerk.
Recording in progress.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to welcome everybody to the November 12th commission. As always, thank you for your participation in advance. It's 9:02. I'd like to, as I always do, tell everyone that they are welcome to provide comment, guidance, input, feedback, many different options. You can either do it online, you could do it via Zoom, or you could do it in person, and some even via phone. We welcome all of them. There'll be an opportunity for everyone during public comment to be able to provide their guidance and their input. So moving along, I'd like to
Closer?
take this opportunity.
They're asking that you get closer to the mic.
I'd like to take this opportunity to just say a few words
They can't.
very quickly before we move forward with the Pledge of Allegiance. As we gather today, following yesterday's Veterans Day, I am filled with profound reverence for those who have served our country with valor. It is my honor to ask Officer Nelson Garcia, who has been with the Coral Gables Police Department services for more than 31 years and is a distinguished member of our Honor Guard. Officer Garcia is the longest serving veteran, and I would like to ask him to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. In Coral Gables, we are privileged to count 64 members of our team who have served in various branches of the military. Each of them adds to the vibrant tapestry of liberty and services that enriches our community and nation. Our city manager recognizes that sacrifices by sending personalized letters of gratitude, a heartfelt gesture that carries the pride and respect of our city beyond words. We ensure that each veteran employed by the city receives an administrative day off, a day to reflect, recharge, or continue servicing our community in their own way. Let us be reminded that our support of veterans should never be confined to a single day. President Ronald Reagan once said, "Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction." We did not pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on to them to do the same. Our veterans embody this truth, reminding us that the liberty we cherish is the result of unwavering dedication and sacrifice. So I ask our esteemed member of the police department to please join us to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Officer Garcia and all the other individuals who are here with today, whether they're employees of the city, I see Mayor Don Slezak in the back, who also served this great country. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your commitment to liberty. Thank you for allowing individuals like myself, who are first-generation Americans, who my parents came to this country with nothing, and were able to raise us, were able to study and become contributing members of this community. Thank you for making that a possibility. God bless. Moving on now to my dear friend from St. Augustine. He's here. Please join us.
Good morning, everyone. Heavenly Father, we gather today for this meeting. We ask you to let us take a moment to reflect on the values that bring us together: compassion, justice, and equality. May the discussions held here be guided by wisdom, respect, and a commitment to the well-being of our community. Let us pause for a moment of silence to collect our thoughts and begin our work together with open hearts and with open minds for the benefit of all. We ask this through our Lord, creator of heaven and earth. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. Please send my parish our best wishes, and it's always a pleasure to have you here. Thank you, sir. Moving on to presentation and protocol documents, item A1. I ask for the family of Jack Lowell to please join us. Please come to the podium. First, good morning and thank you for being with us today. It's an honor to have you here with us. I'm going to read a quick resolution that we have here of condolences on behalf of the city of Coral Gables, extending its heartfelt sympathy and bereaved family of the late Jack Lowell. Whereas Jack Lowell was born on September 2nd, 1934 in Westwood, Massachusetts, and whereas Jack attributed much of his success in life to the remarkable educational legacy of his Lowell and Trumbull families, he attended Nobles and Granborough School and graduated from Harvard University, where he formed lifelong relationships. While attending Harvard, he was dedicated to the AD Club, the crew team, rowing in the Henley Royal Regatta, and ROTC. And whereas Jack served in the U.S. Navy from 1966 to 1968 aboard the U.S. Molphin stationed in Norfolk, with tours of duty throughout Europe and the Caribbean. After living in New York City, Boston, and St. Louis, Jack found his true home in Miami, where he dedicated over 50 years of his life, personally and professionally. And whereas Jack was a pioneering force in South Florida's commercial real estate landscape, with vision and leadership that shaped the local economy and commercial real estate industry, holding key positions at numerous esteemed firms. And whereas Jack was also deeply committed to civic engagement and charitable endeavors, he was the former chair of the Beacon Council, the Greater Miami Chamber of Commerce, and the Coral Gables Community Foundation. And notably, his leadership to the Beacon Council during the Great Recession was pivotal, as he spearheaded initiatives that laid the groundwork for Miami-Dade's recovery and growth. And whereas Jack was a beloved husband, father, grandfather, philanthropist, and trailblazer in the commercial real estate industry, and passed away on September 28, 2024, at the age of 81, surrounded by his loving family, his wife, Natasha, and his children, Carolyn, Kate, Ted, Loring Lowell, Lindsay Lowell, Lena Lowell Johnson, Eddie Johnson, and John Lowell. And whereas Jack also believed in giving back to the community, including serving on advisory boards for the 21st Century Schools Bond Advisory Committee, WPBT Channel 2 Tech for America, the United Way of Miami-Dade, the Salvation Army, Friends of Gables High, and Zoo Miami. He was an ardent supporter of Baptist Health South Florida, Florida International University, the Miami Foundation, and Casa Familia, Inc. Jack was dedicated parishioner, served as the deacon of St. Stephen's Episcopal Church, and now therefore be it resolved by the Commission of City of Coral Gables, Florida, that we extend our heartfelt sympathy to his bereaved family on the occasion of their great loss. Please join us. So before you say a few words, because I know you could speak for hours about Jack, because Jack's accomplishments this is just a tip of the iceberg. I had a lot of great encounters with Jack as a member of the Coral Gables Community Foundation, and also at FIU. But more importantly, I really spoke to him a lot about issues about commercial real estate. I've always had an interest in commercial real estate. I've been involved in commercial real estate most of my professional career. And Jack was a mentor to many of us. Jack was an individual who was always a straight shooter, told you the way it was, straight up. You know, if I talked to him about a certain real estate transaction or a deal or something that I was working on, you know, he gave you a straight answer. That's a bad deal. Oh, that's a good deal. That type of honesty is cherished. Is cherished, and he was an honorable man, and his legacy lives with you now. So I'd like for you to just tell us a few words, talk a little bit about Jack. He will be sorely missed in this community. He was always a bright spot, especially at that foundation, as we raise significant funds for scholarships for young children in this community. Jack was always engaged. Jack was always a person that wanted to, give an additional dollar, provide some guidance. And his involvement was something that, again, led many of these young professionals in this community, helped them lead in a way that he left a fingerprint on them. So welcome to the commission. Welcome to the City of Coral Gables, and please join us.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and the rest of the commission, thank you so much for this recognition and honor on behalf of my father. I'm joined here by my sister, Lena Lowell Johnson, my brother-in-law, Ed Johnson, and my mother, Natasha Lowell. And I'm Jack's son, John Lowell. My dad, he loved his family more than anything. And a close second was the city beautiful, Coral Gables. If I had to make one amendment to the obit, it is he finally found his home in Miami, specifically Coral Gables. And through many of those accomplishments, Mayor, that you read, a lot of them reside in our backyard here in Coral Gables. It's left a hole in our lives and our hearts, but it's the support from you all and recognitions like this that just make it a little easier on us. So we want to thank you for the support now and the support moving forward. His legacy lives on with his family, but with the city beautiful in Coral Gables. So we ask you all to carry on his legacy as we will. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. My son speaks for
You have good representation.
Otherwise, I'd
You have
be
good
in a
representation.
row of tears.
So unless my colleagues have anything else they'd like to add, I had a personal relationship with Jack, and I know that many other individuals in the community here had a great relationship with him. He helped me a lot during my first years in office. And like I mentioned before, not only professionally but also personally. So it's a big loss for the city. He was larger than life individual, and it's a true blessing to, at a minimum, present you with this resolution of condolence. It's a small gesture. We can never repay his commitment to the city beautiful. But at the end of the day, just know that your husband is missed. Your father is missed. He's a person who is truly loved.
Thank you so much.
So
Go ahead,
Thank
Madam
you.
Vice Mayor.
I had the brief privilege to be with him on the community foundation board as the city's liaison, and the love that everybody in the room felt for him, and again his unrestricted truthfulness on how he felt about certain issues was always welcome. But he also did it with a smile and with humor in a way that you really appreciated him being there in the room. He's going to be missed terribly by the foundation, by everybody in this community, because he was such a warm, loving, and giving human being, and I feel for y'all. So thank you.
I want to add, if I may, Jack was beloved. And in the world we live in today, to be beloved is not an easy accomplishment, yet he was beloved across the community. He was the embodiment of service, the embodiment of involvement in his community, and the embodiment of what leadership is. He leaves behind shoes that have to be filled, and in all reality, no one individual can fill those shoes. It'll take a community to fill those shoes. And I just want to give my condolences, but it's a loss for our community, and our heartfelt condolences to your family.
And I just want to say thank you to you for sharing Jack with us in our community. I know he took a lot of time to devote to Coral Gables, and that took time from your family. But I think he was happy doing that and doing both. The one memory that I have of Jack is he was always smiling. He was always happy. I'm sure you had different experiences, but when he was out there in the community and he was out there serving Coral Gables, he was always happy. So thank you for sharing him with us.
Yeah. I'm sorry for his loss, and I'm sure his name will live on forever.
Sure, together. Moving on to the next item, item A2, and we have it's a somber moment. We have a bright spot in that we get to hear from Mayor Don Slesik, who's here with us today. Presentation or proclamation declaring November 12th, 2024 as Marty Rosen Day in Coral Gables. Mayor?
Marty Rosen's family sends their regards. They could not come from out of town for this, and his grandson is working for a federal agency and deployed at the moment. But Marty, led a long and wonderful life, which is a great thing for he and his family. But when you come to the end of your life and you outlive your contemporaries, then of course there's not a lot of people to stand around and concern themselves with your disappearance. So I am delighted to be here on behalf of my good friend Marty. For those of you who don't know, worked for this city, worked in economic development. He worked with the Economic Development Board when my wife Jeanette was on that. He served with me in the Army Reserves for at least over a decade. And he was our medical officer. He was not a doctor, but he was trained in hospital administration. And so he did that. He was very active in the Junior Orange Bowl. He was very active with the Chamber of Commerce. He was very active in so many things. And he was honored by the University of Miami as an outstanding alum. Marty gave a lot of his soul to this city. In his later years, he moved to be near his family. So he hasn't been around to be seen or heard personally from in a little while. He'll be buried in a national cemetery for veterans. And so it comes as a great day to honor him the day after Veterans Day. And I wanted to thank on behalf of the family, the city, for recognizing his passing. He was a person dedicated to Coral Gables, Florida. And I thank you personally on behalf of all of his comrades in arms.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
I'd like to read a proclamation onto the record. Whereas Marty John Rosen, age 92, passed away on October 27th of 2024 in Port St. Lucie, Florida. Born on June 9th, 1932 in the Bronx, New York, Martin, affectionately known as Marty, dedicated much of his life to military service and community involvement. Whereas Marty was a proud alumnus of Riverside High School Military School and the University of Miami, where he earned a Bachelor of Science in Business between 1950 and 1954. Marty is a member of Iron Arrow, UM's highest honor, Miami Hurricane and Touchdown Clubs since 1950. And whereas Marty's commitment to his country and community was evident early on, following his education, he served in the U.S. Army and the U.S. Army Reserve from 1954 until his retirement in 1984 as rank of colonel. During his distinguished military career, Marty was deeply involved with Army recruiting. Following his military career, Marty was on the executive board for the employer support of the Guard and Reserves, serving as both a boss lift and ESGR executive committee member, roles through which he supported countless service members and their families. And whereas Marty eventually transitioned to a civilian role as the director of visitors and conventions for Miami Beach, Florida, an employee of the city of Coral Gables, Florida, and later pursued a successful career as a stockbroker, becoming vice president of Ameriprise, retiring in 2019. His commitment to military communities remained steadfast throughout his life, as he frequently engaged with ROT students at various high schools, sharing his experiences and insights. He was a member of the Korean War Vets, Military Officers Association of America, and World Wars, Jewish War Veterans, Coral Gables, South Miami, and Port St. Lucie Rotary Clubs, Junior Orange Bowl Committee, and Coral Gables Mobile Patrol, earning Lifetime Achievement Awards for decades of service. Marty was also devoted to Actors Playhouse in Coral Gables, football games, golf, movies, and enjoying trips for military events. And whereas Marty was a loving father, grandfather, brother, and friend who will be dearly missed and forever remembered. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, along with the members of the city commission, excuse us, do hereby proclaim November 12th, 2024 as Marty Rosen Day in Coral Gables.
You sir?
£800 of paper in its first 2 years, advancing sustainability and responsible waste disposal efforts in Coral Gables businesses. Whereas the city was first municipality in 2016 in Miami-Dade County to implement a prescription drug disposal program, and in 2021 launch a year-round battery recycling program for its residents, businesses, employees, and visitors, which to date has collected over 3,600 pounds for proper recycling. Whereas the city launched a plastic film and plastic bag recycling program in 3 locations in Miami-Dade County to implement a prescription drug disposal program, and in 2020, slight delay. Whereas the city launched a plastic film and plastic bag recycling program in 3 locations in June 2024, which helps divert plastic contamination in our city, which to date has collected and recycled 143 pounds. And whereas the city continues to maintain below 8% contamination rate in its single-family residential recycling program through continued education and awareness efforts. And whereas the city was awarded a grant by the Keep America Beautiful organization to implement the cigarette litter prevention program throughout the city to reduce cigarette litter. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, along with the members of the city commission, do hereby proclaim November 15th as America Recycles Day in Coral Gables. So when I just add, we had 800 vehicles show up. I know, Mr. Anderson, you're here ready to report.
Absolutely.
And thank you, Mayor, for starting the plastic recycling efforts over at the youth center and the other locations that make it available for the residents, as well as the battery recycling. It's through these types of partnerships that we can help and improve our environment and divert stuff that was otherwise going to go to the trash mount trash mowers to the proper way that the material can be reused. So
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Commissioners, for your support. We had a great turnout, like the Vice Mayor said, this past Saturday for the Community Recycling Drive-Through event. We had 800 vehicles come through in 3 hours. It matched our largest event ever when I looked back. And while I'm the one speaking before you today with Sharon, it's really a team effort to come together and put together events like that. Thank you to our police department, solid waste, the United Methodist Church, who allows us to use their parking lot as we've expanded over the years, and really to my team as well, who are out collecting those plastic bags. We're going to the youth center, I think now twice a week, I feel like, to collect all of the plastic bags. So it's through you all support and through the community support, we're able to implement these programs that really make our community unique in the region to offer our residents these different programs to be able to properly dispose of and recycle our waste. So it's through you all support and our community support that we're able to implement that, and through the amazing work of our solid waste team and, you know, our communications team on educating our residents what's recyclable and keeping that contamination rate really low, which I don't know of any other city in the region or in the state that has a contamination rate as low as ours. So I don't know if Sharon wants to add any words, but
no, I didn't have any words, but thank you to the community for coming out. It was a productive Saturday and we had a lot of materials we collected. So I know you guys are excited for the next one because we were getting questions asked, when is the next recycling drive-through event? Thank you.
and on that note, it'll be in April, but we do have our business recycling drive-through event that'll be on December 7th. So we look forward to also having that event for the business specifics as well. So thank you.
So if I may, just to dovetail off the Vice Mayor's comments, first off, I want to thank staff for all their efforts. They deserve all the credit. They did a wonderful job. I stopped by there and I know I saw the Vice Mayor there this weekend. It was amazing, the amount of cars that were there. I was able to bring a lot of items that I've been saving over the last 6 months to get recycled. The Vice Mayor was kind enough to give me credit for the plastic bags, but I want to be very clear. While that idea did come from my office, it didn't come from me. That idea was brought to me by a resident who had a discussion with me at my open office hours and said, listen, other cities are doing this plastic bag ordinance. I tried years ago to ban plastic bags here in the city. We took it all the way to the state Supreme Court. We lost, but the effort was noted. And we continue to always get inquiries, especially from young children who want to interview or they want to learn a little bit about, how the city led the way years ago in regards to the plastic bags. The younger the children, the more interested they are in recycling. So while people say that recycling is weaning off, it's not, especially when you talk about my young daughters, they are more interested in recycling the environment than ever. So in regards to the plastic bags, I want to give credit to the resident, very sweet lady who is very involved in recycling, and she brought it to my attention. I also want to mention, for example, the battery recycling, which has been incredibly successful. The credit of that goes all to Solange and Matt, really brought that idea to our office years ago and said, why don't we start doing this? And it's been incredibly successful. And the other person I want to give credit to who's always there, for example, is Marlon Ebert. She came to my office, she came to us, and we had a meeting. Remember all the meetings that we had to talk about the recycling project twice a year. That was her idea. She came up with the idea. We ran with it in 2016. That's how long we've been doing it. And you're talking about hundreds of thousands of pounds that have been diverted from the waste stream, which is twofold. Number one, it's environmentally the appropriate thing to do, but it's also saving the city money. Instead of people throwing that in your trash pits and then we have to pay higher tipping fees, we're able to remove that, recycle it, and in most cases, actually potentially make money off it, depending on what material it is. But the credit goes to the residents and the credit goes to the employees, again, who lead the way. And I think last month, I sent you a contact of a person who wanted to implement the same thing that we do. Other elected officials, newly elected officials that want to see how the city does it. So I always they reach out to me, I throw them Matt's way, and you give them the tools to implement what we've done here in the city. So I want to congratulate the residents, the employees for coming up with these great ideas, bringing them to my office and implementing. A lot of them take time to implement, but at the end of the day, we see the fruit, years and years after. So thank you.
Sharon Anderson, thank you so much for your leadership.
Thank
For
Ready?
photo op?
Yep.
Come on, bring up the team. And is Marlon here, Everett here?
But I'd like to just give a quick update before we move on to the next item. And so the nice lady who brought it to my attention in an office hours meeting was, her name was Sherry. Very sweet lady, very involved in the environment, very engaged here in the city. She's responsible for bringing it. And then we had multiple meetings and we got it implemented in multiple different locations, one of them being the Adult Activity Center. So Matt just told me right now that we've almost reached a level where we can now take all that plastic, and the company that recycles all these plastic bags will give us a park bench in return. And they actually make these park benches out of the plastic bags that we recycle. Sherry is amazing. She's a huge advocate for the environment. And what I like with the support of my colleagues on the commission is we have an opportunity to name, to put a plaque on that bench. And I'd like to name that bench after her and her husband and her family for bringing this idea to the city. And how long did it take for us to reach our first bench? It hasn't been.
Well, we're not there yet. We're getting there.
We're almost there.
Yeah, but we're almost there. So I'll keep the commission updated.
By a few months, right? It's been a few months since we've done it.
Yeah.
So if the commission would be willing to support it, I'd like to name that park bench that we'll be getting from Trax, the company that recycles the plastic bags, on behalf of the individual, the resident who brought her name for that.
Be happy to second that.
I'm in favor as well. And we have more benches I know that'll be coming down the line, and there's some other folks that were very supportive and pressing for this issue as well that we can do additional benches for.
I love it. All right. Thank you. Forward. Thank you. Before I move on to item A4, I'd like to call Dariel Fernandez, who is here with us today. Dariel is a good friend, individual who has a long history here in the city of Coral Gables, and he is now your tax collector here in Miami-Dade County. In a very hard-fought, respectful process. In the November election, he was elected your tax collector. And I have a very distinct feeling that he's about to revolutionize the way that we do business here in Miami-Dade County. And why do I say that? Not only because I respect him as a businessman and as a person who's done great things in his community, and his wife is much more intelligent, much harder working. And she also happens to be a city employee. But Dariel has a way of him. Dariel has a way of him where he's unrelenting in everything that he puts his mind to. So not only is Dariel a friend, but he's a person who I have an immense amount of respect for, and a person who will advocate on behalf of the city of Coral Gables and its residents, and will already promise me we'll have open door policy very similar to like what I've been doing for the last 12 years in my office. So without any further ado, I'd like to introduce you all, if you don't know him already, to our tax collector, Dariel Fernandez. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to be here to this morning. I just wanted to introduce myself to the resident of this beautiful city. I am here to serve my community. We have too many things to do together. I think it's important that the people know what we do in our office, and that is why I try to contact different cities around the Miami-Dade County to see how we can work together. I think it's important that the people know that we are here to serve our community. Again, thank you for the opportunity. I will be around here. So in the few weeks, we're going to meet with every single of you to see how we can work together. One of the things that we wanted to do is to create like a mobile office in every single city in Miami-Dade County. That way the people don't need to go to our office in the middle of the downtown. So if you have any question, I always say I'm here to serve my community. God bless you all.
Mr. Tax Collector, if I may, we have already in our offices, one of our commissioners uses City Hall as an opportunity to meet once a month with the residents. I'd like to offer you that opportunity.
Thank you.
To, if you want to meet on a quarterly basis, if you want to meet once a year, twice a year, whatever you like. You can also join. I have a town hall next month. We'd love to have you. We have, depending on the topics at hand, we have a lot of people that show up, and we always welcome you to get involved as you always have, and as many things as possible in the Gables. So I'd love to take a picture with you now, if possible.
Thank you.
We welcome you here to the City of Beautiful.
I wanted to take the opportunity, point of personal privilege. I've seen you grow from somebody who came from Cuba and working at Radio Paz, just working the booth with a passion for service to our community. I remember when we shared our radio show on Radio Paz for many years, worked with you with digital image advertising and Ponemos Group. And I've seen the passion, the drive, and the dedication that you put into everything you do. I echo the mayor's comments. I think you're going to do a phenomenal job. It's an office that many people didn't even know existed until this election cycle. But it's an office that's going to carry a lot of weight moving forward with the taking on the DMV. Your passion for innovation and new technology, I think, is going to help that office a lot. The clerk and I actually had a conversation recently about potentially doing a partnership with your office for the use of the space next door at the passport office and possibly provide some of the services there. So I think that's something, just making that quick intro here. The clerk has and I have already had that conversation. So that's maybe something we can work on so that you can use this space and potentially offer our residents the services that your offices offers. But it's an honor. I'm proud of what you have accomplished. I'm proud that you're here today. And I look forward to working with you as our new tax collector.
Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you to the resident of this beautiful city.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And I love your idea of the mobile office.
Yeah.
This is something that, more electeds are doing right now, like yourself. We see the faces and you get to touch the people that we actually impact their lives. So thank you for taking that extra effort.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations, Dario.
So far, still don't like the little okay button right now. I got it off of that one, but not this one.
Thank you.
Quiero like that. Ya lo vieron. Moving on to item A4.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Raquel Elejabarrieta, HR Director. So as you all know, we do have the best employees, but today we're going to recognize our exceptional employees. So we have our part-time employee of the quarter and 2 employees of the month. So we're going to start with our part-time employee of the third quarter. She comes from Community Recreation, Isabel Naughton. She is a lifeguard at the Venetian Pool and she's at the Country Club. So Fred is going to say a few words and present her with the award.
Thank you. Community recreation is highly dependent on our part-time staff. We have quite a few, and we put them in positions where they have a lot of responsibility, and they're integral to what we do every day and the services we perform. I'd like to call up Jose Villar, who is the Venetian Pool Supervisor, who would say a few words about Isabel, and I think Isabel has something prepared also.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commission. Very happy to be here in front of you. Every once in a while, you get an employee that really sticks out, whether they're part-time, they're young, characteristics stick out. And Isabel not only is a great employee, she's a city resident, and in under a year, she has saved over 20 people from drowning at the Venetian pool, which is unheard of. And two of those very well deserved. And two of those were major emergencies that everything turned out positive. There were no issues with it. So we had to nominate her. She was definitely the choice for us. So,
Have a choice.
you know, I believe you want to say, I believe Isabel does want to say some words. So I'll pass it off to her.
Good morning.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I am so honored to receive this award, and I want to thank you, my incredible supervisors, and my teammates for your support and recognition. As a senior at Riviera Preparatory School, balancing schoolwork, varsity swim team, college apps, and my work here can be challenging, but it has helped me grow in ways I've never expected. This is thanks to the constant training and effort put in by my exceptional supervisors and all of my lifeguard threes. They teach me new things every shift. I learned how to swim at the Venetian pool. I actually grew up right around the corner. I'm excited every day to help new guests stay safe as they discovered the best pool in the world. Thank you again for this honor, and I look forward to continuing to serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Accept this plaque and recognition. And really the important part is a nice check that you get as well as a reward. So don't spend it all in one place. And here's your letter. So great job.
Thank you.
Let's take a photo.
Yeah.
Staff, come, please.
Moving on to item A5.
Mayor, so now we have our employee of the month for the month of August. He works in the finance department, Christopher Garcia, budget analyst 2. I would like to call up Paula Rodriguez, assistant finance director, to present him with the award.
Good morning. Chris, I'm so happy to be here to be able to recognize Chris Garcia. We have an amazing team in the budget finance area, but Chris is certainly shown to be an outstanding employee. Chris joined the city just about 3 years ago. He joined in 2021 as an administrative analyst in public works, and shortly after was promoted to the budget team as a management and budget analyst. In his short time, Chris has really shown interest in our city and caring about how the city works. He's become very knowledgeable about what he does. And the nomination today that he's receiving was actually from a coworker in another department. And to me, that speaks even louder than if I had nominated him as his boss, right? So his nomination included sentences like leading with integrity and loyalty, dedication to assisting and teaching others in his role goes a long way. And he is always accessible and willing to help. And so that to me just shows an employee who not only cares about his job, but also cares about supporting his coworkers and the organization as a whole. So I'm proud to be up here to be able to recognize Chris, who I always knew was a great employee with a lot of potential, but also to know that his peers and his colleagues also see that in him as well. So thank you for this time, and I'll hand it over to Chris. I'm sure he has a few words prepared.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission. It's definitely an honor to accept this award today. Definitely I consider myself lucky to have such a dedicated team over here. But even more greatly rewarded to have such a knowledgeable and experienced director throughout my career path. She has definitely helped me throughout every step of the way. Every day is definitely a learning experience. And I just want to thank everybody who has just helped me conditioned and developed me for this exact moment. And definitely always room for improvement. And once again, thank you for everybody.
Chris, integrity and loyalty are characteristics nowadays that are very, very hard to find in employees. So congratulations, and I'm proud, and the city's very proud to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paula.
Thank you.
So he'll receive his recognition and of course his check, which I'm sure he's going to share with his team.
I'm an adult now, so I need to pay my car payment with that.
Congratulations.
I'll ask the finance team to join us.
Item A6. Raquel?
Yes, Mayor. So now we have our employee of the month for the month of November. If you don't recognize the name, you'll definitely recognize him if you go to any of our parks. Jerry Jones, congratulations. I'll call up Fred Coisero to present the award and say a few words.
Morning.
Morning. So Jerry has been with the city's Parks and Recreation Department for quite a while. He does have the lowest employee number of any active employee in the city at this point. And he's the one gentleman that's worked in this city's Parks and Recreation Department more years than me. So he beats me out. Jerry has, he's made quite an impact on a lot of participants throughout the years, generations, families that have come to Youth Center. I've seen how he interacts with our participants now, whether he's at the front desk or whether he's doing his duties, running our athletic programs, our basketball camp. He's worked with my children, and he has a way about him. The children really respond to his leadership. Parents are really complimentary of him. I see how he interacts with them, and I think he's one of those things when you're dealing with a community center, you're dealing with the youth, that goes beyond procedures and policies. That's really how you interact with those families. And he has forged a special bond with a lot of our participants. So congratulations to him. It's a long time coming. I don't think he's ever been up here before. So we've considered ourselves fortunate that we got him to wear pants today. And he's now wearing his athletic shorts and working out there on the basketball court. So Jerry, come on up. Congratulations.
Well, this is a great honor. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and Commission. Just want to thank my youth center guys, Fred, Catalina, Carlos, Inessa, Kat, for putting up with me all these years. And I had a lengthy speech prepared, but I don't think I can top the girl that saved 20 lives. So I just thank you so much. It's an honor.
Jerry, before you...
Here's the money.
All right.
The money's here.
Let's get to the
There you go. You get the money, you get the plaque.
You don't want to miss
And what Jerry didn't say is he has now coached families of 3 generations, right?
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, he's coached the grandparents. Now he's coaching the grandkids. So it's pretty incredible.
And I look younger than some of the people that I've.
Jerry, Jerry, stay there. No, up there. No. This is your life.
No, take the picture. I'll put it up.
You got it?
No, I haven't got it.
Okay. Little surprise image there. Jerry and we met in 1975. We were at the outdoor basketball courts, and me and my friend, I had just turned 13 years old. It was after school. And every day, every afternoon, there was this really tall, lanky guy who could shoot with his left. We called him Lefty. And we say, hey, can we shoot with you? And a man, a few words back then, said, yeah. And from then, a relationship, a friendship evolved. And I know it was 1975 because you loved this new song that had just come out called Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen. And
still love.
Yeah, I know. That's why I mentioned it. Over the years, and with all honesty, I think you are the unsung hero of the youth center. You've impacted so many lives. I talked to parents today that have their kids in the program. They talk wonders of you. I talk to kids that are now in their 50s. First, they can't believe you're still there. But secondly, they talk about you with such affection and so much love. Nobody has a better dry wit than you. You are the master of the dry wit and the dry comments. Billy, or the image? I have an image that may take you back a little bit.
Oh boy.
I had one of you and me. Well, you cut off his head, I think, right?
It'll get
Well, the slender guy, there he is. That's around 1981, 82. Jerry on the left of the image. Those kids are now in their 50s. And the greatest tribute anybody could have when you coach kids like you do is the following. You are loved. You are loved. And you're my dear friend, and you'll always be my dear friend. And you so deserve that and more. Congratulations.
Thank you, Kirk. Thank you very much.
Barry, it is always refreshing to go to the youth center and see you interacting with the children. And you're always positive. You always have a positive way about you. It doesn't matter the circumstance. It could be 100 degrees outside. You're out there smiling and out there making sure that everything is running smoothly. You talked about saving 20 lives. You've probably touched 20,000 lives in the time that you've been here. And for that, this community is grateful.
Jerry, thank you for your patience with the pickleball players. We've chatted about it. You've always given them a few extra minutes to finish their game and didn't rush them off the court. So thank you from the bottom of their hearts as well.
Mr. Clerk, moving on to item B1, regular city commission meeting of October 22nd, 2024.
I'll move it.
Second.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Moving on to public comment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, first speaker this morning, Ms. Maria Cruz.
Good morning, Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, and that's my real name. I do not use fake names. It's a wonderful day to be here so far. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. And I hope it's a good start. I hope we can have a good end. See you later.
Eddie Ray. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I'm here to see if you guys would take into consideration making some permanent pickleball courts. I live in the city of Coral Gables for 25 years plus, and presently, every time that I got to go play, there's only 2 dedicated courts in the city, and I either got to go to Pinecrest or I got to go to Doral or have to go elsewhere. And I believe that this city, the way that it's trying to present itself, up and coming, and for the level of taxes that we pay here, I think that we should be able to afford permanent pickleball courts where everybody could use them. It is a cost factor. I think that you guys could charge. I think people are willing to pay for that. If you go to any pickleball court, go to the youth center at 4:30, 5 o'clock. You will see there's an overwhelming amount of people waiting for courts. I think it's good for the community, gets people off the street, gets people to interact. It's a game that you play close, so you're able to have a communication. In essence, I think it's a plus all the way around, but it's up to you guys to dedicate some space and allow some money. Like I said, I think you could get the money back, or at least it'll pay itself. Thank you.
So, Mr. Ray, we approved $500,000 this year in order to start funding a permanent pickleball facility. I know that Maite Haley and I walked the Biltmore grounds recently, and there is a plan that will be going before the Parks and Recreation Board in order to get approval and bring it back to the City Commission for final approval to potentially have some pickleball courts at the Kerdike Tennis Center. So we are working on it. We're trying to get it done as quickly as possible, but we want to make sure it's something that is a long-term solution to a big problem that we've been having for a while.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you, guys.
And I also walk the grounds with Mighty Haley, and we can do it. Just take some willingness for people to work together.
So, Eddie, first off, thank you for being here. I met with Maite last week. We had a nice, and the week before that, we met with Mr. Cusero, the Parks Director, to review an opportunity that Maite was the one that found, and I congratulate her and the Vice Mayor for really working on that. It's an opportunity that's there. As a matter of fact, it's very economical, especially when you think about the fact that in the budget we already have $500,000. I don't foresee it costing over. We were looking at just off the back of a napkin, $1.5 million to potentially be able to have courts at the beginning of the year that'll be temporary, then having additional courts that will be obviously permanent. I think the site works perfectly well because there's already existing infrastructure in place. You have a facility where people can buy drinks, people can buy clothing, people can buy memorabilia. There's parking undercover. There's electric parking stations there. So it makes sense that that is a one-stop shop for both tennis and for pickleball. And there's accessible routes for every single person that wants to use it. And I don't think it will cost that much money either. So I foresee it in next year's budget, being able to put an additional $1 million. And this is something that I talked to Mr. Cusero about and my idea about with my colleagues on the commission, put an extra $1 million into the budget so that we can start designing now this year. The money's already there, as long as the commission has consensus on the location and they're fine with it. I don't see a reason why we could not have a beautiful facility that meets our needs, not only currently, but in the future.
You're talking about the one putting it on top by the Publix?
No. I'm talking about the one next to the Biltmore at the Kerdike facility.
Yeah.
I think it makes complete sense. You have all the infrastructure there.
Yeah, I think if it's visible, it's more
Perfectly fine.
possibility of being used than if it's up on the third floor where you can't see it.
Perfectly stated, sir.
Okay,
Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate you taking the time out of your day.
no problem. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Anaphrexis.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Anna Frexis.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for allowing me to be here and to speak. Good morning to everyone. I also am a avid pickleball player and am very good friends with Maite and Eddie Ray. And we all represent a large group of about 43 people on an email string that love to play pickleball. The only thing that we can really do as a group is try to play at UM in general. That's where we predominantly play, but somebody has to be an alumni of the school or a member of the wellness center and so forth to be able to get a court and all this. And then a large group of people can't play because there's just few courts and too many people. So we're all in favor of, and all of us, we all couldn't be here together, but we all join in to the fight to, create pickleball courts in the area that we could be, that will be greatly used for all of us, and that is growing by leaps and bounds in the U.S., but especially in Florida. So we hope that you all consider, and thank you for already, promoting that and dedicating money to it, and we'll look forward to playing at the court where you designate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here.
Thank
Have
you.
a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public comment. If anybody else like to say anything before we move on, now's the time. All right, we'll move on to the consent agenda.
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda? Mr. Mayor, I received a request from a member of the public to pull agenda item D4.
Okay.
With the exception of D4, may I please have a motion on the consent
I'll move
agenda?
it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Going back to item D4.
Mrs. Maria Cruz has requested to pull the item, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, I'll read it into the record. D4 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing a First Amendment to the amended and restated parking management agreement between the City of Coral Gables and Riviera Presbyterian Church for the exclusive use of a portion of the parking lot at 5275 Sunset Drive, Coral Gables, Florida, 33143, that will be used as a staging area during the construction of the city's firehouse number 4.
Do we have a member from staff here that could give us a little background? How are you, Zeta? Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Zeta Sardinas, Asset Manager. Ms. Cruz, this is an item that we originally had a parking agreement with the church after we purchased the lot to do Fire Station 4. That parking agreement was based on the Riviera Day School parking in that area, but Riviera Day School has since moved on and is not parking there anymore. We needed to amend the parking agreement to use the parking spaces that were closest to Firehouse 4 construction site as an extension of the construction site. And that is what we're doing. We're amending the parking agreement just to say that the city will be paying the church the same amount of money that they were getting, which is about $2,142 quarterly, while the construction is going on, and that's being allocated out of the construction budget.
Thank you very much. Will anybody provide with the motion on item D4?
Well, Mr. Mayor, we haven't heard from the speaker yet. Mrs. Maria Cruz?
It is Mrs. Maria Cruz. At my age, I guess is sometimes I do make mistakes, very few times. I thought I had signed up for D8, not D4. I have no issues with D8. D4, I was just going to say I support it, but I was hoping it would be a annual thing, not just one time. Okay, so D4, the one about the light, whatever it is. What
Agenda item D8.
D8 is the one that I send off for really. Did I do it wrong? I'm sorry. I'm old, just to show that I'm not as great as some people think. D8 is the one. D4, I have absolutely no objection to it. D8, I know that you already voted, but my point was that it should be every November 8th, not just once.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
May I please have a motion on agenda item D4?
Move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item E1.
As a point of order, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to call up item F5.
I'll second.
Agenda item F5. Vice Mayor, to call up agenda item F5. Vice Mayor Anderson?
But can I just make a comment?
Yes, sir.
Just so the residents understand what's happening. So as per the charter, I have very limited powers in the city. One of them is running the meeting. What this gentleman is doing here is forcing my hand to take this next item. Let me explain to you why I requested from the clerk, because I can't speak to my colleagues via the law here in the city, the Sunshine Law. I can't have a conversation with my colleagues. The individual who is responsible for item F10 is the issue of the city hall renovations. I'm still waiting for certain people to be here. I think it will be best, and I ask for this item and the item of the Billmore to also be heard after around 4:00.
So,
So
I believe that
this is
the reason that
F5.
I'm making this motion is I believe that residents should know from the beginning of the meeting why we're here today and what has gone on at City Hall. I believe Mr. Wood is here. Is Mr. Wood here? Mr. Wood is here, who's our structural engineer. He's ready to answer our questions. And as far as the Biltmore, I think we have residents in the room who are here to listen to that item. It was a 10 a.m. time certain, which it was published on Tuesday of last week. It was republished on Thursday of last week. And then you magnanimously decided to change it to 4 p.m. so that residents would show up, not be able to hear the item. So I do intend after this, let me finish talking. I let you speak. After this item is discussed, I do intend to make a motion to also call up the Biltmore item as it was originally noticed to be discussed at 10 a.m. And we have residents in the room who are here to give us their opinions and listen to where we are in this situation, which is very concerning to many members of our community. So I stand by my motion to call up F5.
So let me address it. Number one, I'm excited to talk about both those issues. I think they're incredibly important. And I stand with the residents in regards to their concerns. That's number one. Number two, I never approved the item to be at time certain 10 o'clock. Yes or no, Mr. Clerk?
So, Mr. Mayor, we had a 10 a.m. time certain for the Biltmore item, but it's my understanding that certain people couldn't make it until 4 p.m., which is why you wanted to change it and you wanted to get more speakers.
Okay, so
you
let me
are
tell you-
correct about City Hall, that you did not approve. You wanted to assign 3 p.m., but I know that was not the time that Commissioner Fernandez wanted.
So let me explain to you very clearly what Commissioner Fernandez will not tell you. Okay. I would like to speak about the issue with the Billmore, but also have the individual who has the lease for the Billmore here with the party, Mr. Tom Prescott. Mr. Tom Prescott sent notice to my colleagues. I can't speak to my colleagues. I can't have a conversation with them due to the Sunshine Law. I said, let's have a meeting at 4:00 so Mr. Tom Prescott can be here and bring his team members here. I told Mr. Prescott when he called me, Vince, can we do it at 4:00? I said, I don't have a problem with it, but there's certain members of the commission that wanted to do it 10 o'clock. I spoke to the clerk to have this conversation. In any other commission in 10 years before this commission, reasonableness would prevail, not stubbornness. Mr. Prescott told the clerk, I cannot be there till 4:00 because certain members, for example, his interior designer, architect, and other members of the team cannot be there. We're about to have a conversation when we don't have the other side of the story, whether you agree with it or you don't disagree with it. Now let's get onto the issue of City Hall. I'm 100% in favor of having the conversation. We can have the conversation whenever you like, but I was hoping to have an expert here who could have a conversation also I was hoping to have an expert here outside of Mr. Wood, who I have the utmost respect and confidence in, and I've worked on projects where he's been involved in. He's a consummate gentleman and one of the probably the brightest individuals when it comes to structural engineering in South Florida, not the state of Florida. But I also wanted to have somebody else who could give us a little bit further guidance in regards to the way things transpired. That's the only reason why I bring it up right now. If you want to do it right now, not a problem. If you want to have the Biltmore right now, it's perfectly fine, but you're not going to be able to have the other side of the story, and you're not going to be able to talk to Mr. Prescott head on and ask why certain things were done. And I think that's what we want to have a conversation in the light in regards to why things transpired the way they transpired in the Biltmore. My only point.
Mr.
Thank
Mayor,
you.
that was a decision that Mr. Prescott made. Mr. Prescott was informed the minute that this time certain was secured prior to publishing the agenda by myself that we had a 10 a.m. time certain. I spoke to him about it last night, and apparently he needed more time to be prepared for the meeting. This has been going on for 2 weeks. There shouldn't be any more need for preparation. We should not continue to push things off. We have people here who are here to listen to this discussion item. If Mr. Prescott chose not to be here at 10 a.m., that was his decision. But I think we owe it to our residents, who are the ones we represent, and the interest of our residents, to discuss the item while they're here in the room, not when they're at home trying to figure out at what time we'll actually be taking it up. So I stand by my motion for F5.
So I'm going to respond to you because I know the picture you're painting, which will come out tomorrow in all the blogs. The mayor doesn't care about the Biltmore. The mayor doesn't care about, City Hall. When you're a professional, you like to hear both sides of the issue. You like to have the person under oath in front of you and having conversations and negotiations with that person. What I would never have done under any circumstances is sent out an email to 35,000 residents where we hadn't even had a walkthrough yet. We hadn't even know what's going on. What I did was detailed in this email right here, which is very clear. It's just in this email. And the vice mayor was also copied in the email. We cannot have these conversations except for in this moment. Is this email was sent to myself. It was sent to the vice mayor. The Miami Herald was copied on it. Anna Pernis, Juan Riesco, Andres Vellucci, Don Slesnik was copied on it. My colleagues were not copied on it, only the vice mayor. What did I do? I immediately forwarded that email to my deputy city manager. And I said, Mr. Deputy City Manager, please review. This is an issue that I think needs attention immediately. I work through staff. I want staff to review things. I want people to digest things. I want to understand things. I don't go off and send an email to 35,000 residents saying shocking news, like this is like some tabloid, and basically state that, the Biltmore's falling down and they're doing something. Did the Biltmore do something without a permit? Wholeheartedly. Was it incorrect? Extremely incorrect. Especially when you read the lease agreement, which I have read the lease agreements, and I have also reviewed, which my colleagues have not, the local designation report, the state designation report, the National Historic Landmark report, and also the National Register of Historic Places. I have every single document here. I reviewed it, and then myself and Commissioner Fernandez went on the walkthrough 3 days later. You want to reserve judgment. You want to hear both sides of the story, what transpired. This is a sensitive topic. And I'll give you an example. When we had an issue years ago, with the Coral Gables Country Club, you remember that about 3 years ago, we had an issue with that. That was done during a different administration. We sat down, we had a conversation with the leaseholder. We did an exploratory dive into the issue with our very competent staff who's here, and we reviewed the issue. We did not go public in regards to our findings, in regards to the neglect that happened in that property. We did not throw anybody else under the bus. We addressed the issue and resolved the issue. That is the way that you conduct business appropriately. You do not send out an email that says shocking, and it's an email. This is not about getting the information out first. This is about getting the information out correctly. So what I would have done is I would sit down and have a conversation with the leaseholder who has another 60 years in the lease. I would not have put that individual in default. Okay. That's the way you do things. And in regards to the city manager, the same thing. We can go into this issue in very clear detail, because I'm going to ask Mr. Douglas Wood some serious conversations, because while everybody was on vacation yesterday, I was at City Hall reviewing the existing conditions. I was at City Hall with the engineers, with the people who were working on the construction project, addressing the situation. So I've done my due diligence, but I think it's fair to listen to both sides before we render a decision.
Mr. Clerk, there's a motion and a second on the table. I think we need to call for a vote.
So I'm going to add to this so that the record is complete. I also received the email from the resident with videos and photos about the changes that were done in the lobby and other areas of the Biltmore Hotel. I immediately forwarded it to staff and asked them to examine and respond to us. I also asked our city manager and our city attorney to put this item on the agenda to give this commission an update. The response is our city staff is not ready because we don't have the report complete. Until we have a complete report to where we can have a concrete discussion on what the next steps should be taken, who should be appointed to help with the restoration efforts and the various things that we should do. Because there is the potential of litigation, being a practicing attorney, I don't think it's wise or prudent to have an airing of laundry before you take those next steps. You need to have the report from our staff. You need it from our historic department in order to be able to make an intelligent decision. We owe that to the residents. And the report can be shared with a resident because it's a public document. They need to know the facts. Okay. We're all upset about the Biltmore and what happened with the Biltmore, but there's a process and a procedure that should be followed. And if it wasn't ready enough for the city manager to put on this agenda or for the city attorney to put on an agenda, then it's not ready.
The item in question right now is City Hall. Clerk, please call the question. Please
Correct.
call the vote.
This would be to move up in the item F5 for discussion right now. Vice Mayor Anderson.
F5 is regarding City Hall.
City Hall.
It wasn't noticed on a time certain, no.
That is correct. Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
No.
And by the way, there's other items on this agenda that are time certain. We have a very tight schedule today, and it's a disservice to the community, and people have appeared for those items to be shuffling things around and having more items heard before they can have an opportunity to speak.
Madam Vice Mayor, that seems to happen every single meeting when it's one of your items or the mayor's items. In fact, 2 meetings ago, we had a pocket item that wasn't even on the agenda brought up during what we had for a time certain. And the time certain was pushed back for a pocket item. So you can't have it both ways.
Why don't you, Commissioner, why don't you refresh me and the community here what the pocket item was?
It really doesn't matter. You can't say we shouldn't move items up prior to a time certain if a time certain wasn't given, but then be okay with another one being called up.
Commissioner,
So
hold on,
I
wait,
would
wait,
like to call up.
Well, Commissioner, hold on a
It's
second.
my-
Hold on. You're not gonna listen.
Oh, God.
You made a statement. I don't remember what it was. There's so many items that happened here with so many meetings. What was the pocket item, obviously, that I brought up that was so important that you just mentioned it? Well, do you know what it was?
It's not relevant to the question. The vice mayor says we should not.
But if it wasn't
The vice mayor
relevant,
is the
then why
one
did you?
who's saying we should not be calling items up if they're not time certain.
But Commissioner, if it wasn't relevant, then why did you bring it up?
I think we
I'm
need to stop.
answering to
I
the Vice
think we
Mayor.
need to stop playing games and move on.
Exactly.
The motion
So,
passed.
Mr. Wood,
Let's move on.
I appreciate you being here. For those residents here, August 27th, I brought up the item on the structural issues we were having at City Hall. It was something that was brought to my attention a few days before. Apparently, the city had been informed in 2011 about this issue. Actions were not taken back then. City was once again informed by Mr. Wood in 2022 and 2023. And as a member of the commission, I was never informed by the prior administration of these structural issues at City Hall. So I'm grateful to the manager and the deputy city manager that they brought it to my attention. We've been able to take a proactive approach to try to protect our historic asset that is City Hall. Actions have been taken in the past with the roof renovations, and I know the windows have been a work in progress. When I was first elected, for the first 2 months, I was having issues being at City Hall. And we quickly found out it was because we had mold issues in my office in particular. And we had to take the immediate action. Public Works was able to come in and make some changes in order to deal with some of the humidity and moisture issues that we have. and that's due to the material that was used to build City Hall. Now, Mr. Wood and I met when he was doing a walkthrough, and I was trying to help them find a specific column that they couldn't find because it seemed to be in a closet. The picture showed it was in a closet, and we couldn't find that closet. Eventually, they figured out it was in the elevator shaft. But since that day, a lot has changed. That first report said there were 2 beams that were deficient. The one that was located between the city manager and the city clerk and the commission chamber. The second one was outside the chamber. Since then, we found out there's one above the first floor conference room and under the city attorney's office, which has put us in this situation today. Last week, Mr. Wood reached out to our city manager and to staff and informed them that due to the ground penetrating radar that was used in City Hall, they were forced to move us from City Hall to the location where we are today. So, Mr. Wood, I just wanted to hear from you what your findings are and what has brought us to this situation.
Okay. First of all, good morning. Sorry, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. So, we're in the process of the recertification. We did that report approximately 2 years ago, and it's been under consideration since then and how we proceed. I mean, obviously, it was an occupied building, fully finished. So, took some time to develop that. But we are now working on that. And of course, you were working on parts of the building on the 3rd floor and the 1st floor, which gave us the opportunity.
Talk a little closer to the microphone, please.
Sorry. Is that
Thank
better?
you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you're working on parts of the building on the 3rd floor and the 1st floor, and that gave us an opportunity to make some more observations. And while we're doing that, just developing some more information. You mentioned the GPR. We were able to, so for instance, you're talking about the column outside the chamber. It's a stone column. The original drawings for the building show it as a reinforced concrete column. But as we started to look at it, I mean, obviously it's stone. I've run into that before at Vizcaya, where we had like an annular ring of stone and then reinforced concrete in the middle. So we decided to do a little more investigation right there on the spot. Some of the staff members took a drill bit and we drilled all the way through to the center. Couldn't find any different material. So then we decided to move on to the GPR, which confirmed that there is no reinforcing in there. So those columns are just solid stone. There are some dowels that connect the pieces together, but that's it. So with the large piece of stone that was coming loose on that particular column, we decided that we should proceed right away with shoring that column.
So as far as the work that needs to be done immediately at City Hall, what do you foresee the first steps have to be?
Well, we identified 4 places that we think should be shored. I believe 2 of them are already shored or really close. The other one, the stone column, I think is starting today for that. And then we're still working with the shoring engineer on the last column. And, it's necessary so that, when we begin to further investigate these conditions, we have reliable stability so that we can start chipping away at the column and things like that. So.
Right. And I think the assistant city manager is heading up the project. Would you mind coming up, Mr. Gomez? Could you please refresh our memories on the work that has been done over the last couple of months and what is currently undergoing and moving forward?
Yes, Commissioner. Thank you and good morning. Joe Gomez, Assistant City Manager. So currently, the work that's been ongoing is part of the report that identified issues that needed to be repaired for purposes of the recertification. In addition to that, the structural work that Doug alluded to is currently underway as well. So as he mentioned, we're currently in the process of installing between today and tomorrow the shoring for the on the outside, which is right underneath the commission chambers, as well as the shoring inside where the city manager's office is. That wall's already been taken down, as well as the area where the CIP office was located as well. There's an additional shoring that's going to be put in place. One is in the city attorney's office, as well as the large one that's going to be placed where the conference room on the first floor is, and that's going to go all the way up to the fourth to the top, which will include having needle piles that will basically hold that shoring in place.
Time frame wise, what are we looking at?
The two columns that are being shored right now, that shoring should all be complete by the end of tomorrow. The other shoring is still being reviewed by Doug at this time for the calculations and all that. That shoring will be installed. One of them, obviously, the one where the conference room is, which goes all the way up to the commission offices. That one can't be installed because we have to actually penetrate to be able to support the shoring until the commission offices are vacated. We're working right now on trying to we're looking at a plan to relocate the commission offices to the Menorca garage here in an empty space where we have a layout. We're looking at that. There's other things that we're currently investigating, including office space as well. And to do that, but we can't. That shoring we won't be able to do that until we actually relocate all of you out of those offices.
I have a quick question, two questions. In the communication that went out, I think Joe, you sent it out. Why were we instructed to? It appeared to vacate the chambers immediately. Why are we not in the chambers today?
And Doug is the expert, but in a nutshell, we received correspondence from Doug after his review of both the condition of the column as well as the ground penetrating radar studies that were done, that he felt that particular column was what we call has more bending than it really should. So to err on the side of caution, it was better not to be able to load the commission chambers, therefore remove the load by not having the commission meetings there.
And I heard that, I don't know if it's accurate or not, that the floor was perhaps in the chambers was inclined, or over time there was something having to do with the flooring, which added more possible destabilization.
I'm not aware of that, Commissioner.
Okay. All right. Good. I just wanted to make sure, clarify. Thank you.
One of the ideas is, if I may, is again, err in the side of caution. There's two issues: the structural issues that they're dealing with and the experts are dealing with. Then you have the environmental issue. As they're doing their work inside City Hall, you have the dust, you have all those issues, environmental issues that develop. Our idea is to try to locate a facility where we can house all the offices that currently exist in City Hall in one particular place, so the residents can go to one location and they have the mayor's office, vice mayor's office, the city attorney's office, my office, and so on. So we're in the process of doing that. It's not, it takes some time, but we're looking at maybe January, towards the end of January, hopefully by February, to be able to relocate so that the work can be done at City Hall, whatever needs to be done from the engineering perspective.
Regarding your answer to the question on terms of why we're here today, what triggered it? Is there like a new test that was done or something that was already in the report that perhaps triggered us vacating the chambers?
Yeah, so the most critical issue is that stone column. It's outside the commission chamber, but the roof above is supported on those columns. The investigation that we just started looking at more closely at these columns with the GPR, that was just like a week ago.
Yeah.
And that's when we determined that the drawings are not correct, that the columns are just solid stone. It is compromised with a large loose piece of stone on that column. So in erring on the side of caution, we decided, again, to recommend that that get shored up immediately. And I was asked if the building should be occupied, at least in the commission chamber area. And I said to be prudent, I would wait at least until the shoring is in place.
Thank you for making that call on behalf of everybody. Appreciate it greatly.
And Mr. ACM, regarding the windows, has the sample window arrived so we can start that process?
I'm happy to report that it has arrived and it's being assembled at the Board of Architects conference room, the mock-up window. So it'll take a couple of days to be able to put it together, and then it'll be available for viewing and so forth.
Anything else? Anything, Commissioner Castro?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. So I have a few issues, if I may. Mr. Wood, will you please come forward? Mr. Clerk, will you put the pictures up, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just give you a quick background. My background is in finance and engineering, and I also have a master's in construction management. I build high-rise buildings. I restore historical buildings. This is what I do for a living for the last 22 years. I do this every single day. I worked with people like Doug Wood. I worked with Doug Wood many, many times. Plans. I know exactly how this works. Okay. This is my pictures. I took these pictures yesterday. This is a simple walkthrough. This building is over reinforced. Okay. If you look at the beams, as you can see right there, they are crisp. They are clean. They look like they were done yesterday. If you look at the spalling, there barely is any spalling. Barely any spalling. And the reason why you have a little bit of spalling is because of the way when the beams were poured, the rebar fell probably to one side as a result, and it was too close to the edge. Stop right here. What you see here right now was an area that was stated to be hollow by the GPR. It's not hollow. I was there when the structural subcontractor was digging. It's a 6-inch slab, and the rebar is crisp, not a section of rot, not a section of rust. And underneath that, there's compacted matter underneath that. Lime rock, it's there. So there is no hollow area under the slab. That is a slab that they were using a chippy hammer, a drill bit to get through. And I witnessed it as they were breaking through it. And it was stronger than today's construction. Okay. I have a very simple question for you. I'm all in favor of the shoring. I've been involved in shoring in many projects. I was involved in shoring at a major project in University of Miami, in the medical campus at Jackson, where the building was structurally unsound and it had to be basically shored for 6 months while people were inside, while the plans were redone to meet the needs in regards to the structural issues that we encountered, just like we encountered in the new permitting building, which, as many of you are aware, when we started removing the drywall, we noticed there were structural issues with the building that were not included in the budget. That happened. What did we do? We had to take a step back, redesign the building, bring the structural engineers in. That took time, figure out what the loads were going to be, correct the structural integrity of the building, and then restart the construction. This is not the case.
And we were the structural engineers for that.
So am I right or wrong? Am I right or am I wrong?
About what?
About the fact that when we removed the demolition, when we started the demolition process, we encountered structural issues in the building.
Well, there's always some surprises when you do those.
I'm just telling you, but it's not your fault. It's the fact that they were behind the drywall and we had to make those corrections. So my point is this. This is nothing new. Shoring is a technique that goes back to Greek times, Roman times. This is nothing new. This has been happening for years. Once the building is shored, is the building habitable? Yes or no?
In our opinion, when the shoring is installed and approved, the building is stable, and yes, you can rely on the safety.
Now, that's number one. So we got that out of the way. We do not need to leave City Hall. What you're seeing here is the theater of politics. We have an issue with an email that was sent out, another email just at the Billmore, that this has been going on since 2011. I've been here for 12 years. Our employees have done an amazing job in the city. Would you like to know why the city did not remodel City Hall? It's very simple. Because the commission, prior to this commission, which Commissioner Menendez was on, and so was the vice mayor, decided to take money and use it for Phillips Park. That's what we did. The budget is there. We had money in City Hall, and now we have to. There's different options in regards to how to address the issue. This has not been abandoned. This project has not been abandoned. This is a very complex project. This is a historically significant building where they've been working on it for a long time. If we abandon this building right now, we will not come back to this building probably for 4 years. And I'm going to tell you why. This staff over the last 9 months has done no RFQs, requests for qualifications for architects or professionals. They have not hired an architect. That takes another 3 months. Then you got to go out for an RFQ for a contractor. You got to bid the project. You got to get these plans permitted. And then you got to select through procurement your general contractor. That takes at a minimum 2 years to do all that work before you can start construction. So this is simple. The shoring has been done in many different buildings. Let me remind you, the Biltmore Hotel had shoring up for years while plans were being done. The Vizcaya Museum and Gardens, Mr. ACM. I would like for Ms. Douglas Wood to hear this. For the Vizcaya Museum and Gardens, as you're aware, Mr. Engineer, on record, had shoring up for years. And I'm going to give you the one that had the most shoring up, that got the most talk, which is the downtown courthouse. Had shoring up for 9 years before the construction commenced. And people were using the building in and out. It wasn't an issue. Shoring is not an inhibitor to being able to to being inside the building. You can work around the shoring. In an election year, in a moment where people need to use City Hall, there's no reason to get rid of the entire commission floor. There's no reason to move the city attorney. There's no reason to move the city clerk. There's no reason to move the city manager's office. This is something that we've done for years. I've worked around shoring for years. Yeah, it's a little uncomfortable in certain times, but you isolate those areas and you move on. The building is safe. This building is safe. And multiple engineers that I've spoken to have told me, even if the building was not shored, it would be safe. Because it's not a catastrophe. And I've done my homework on that issue. So shoring is in place. It took 2 days to put the shoring in. It'll probably take another 3 or 4 days to do the pending shoring that's there. Clean up the area, and we can start working on the building. But we have a lot of work to do before we can even consider construction. Construction is 2 years away from here. This is what I do every single day for a living. So I understand where we are in the process. No one's going to sell me a story and tell me that, we have to vacate the building right now or we're going to be in a catastrophe. That's neither the case. I will continue to have office hours there on Friday. I will continue to meet residents, employees who use that building. It's a safe building. We don't need to scare people in this community. It's a perfectly fine building. The building is beautiful. We change the roof. Before you do anything else, the next step you do is you change the windows. So, in my opinion, and I'd love to hear from professionals that are here who have a lot more knowledge than I do, I'd like to hear their opinion on that matter. I think it's important to hear from the public. People are here, they like to speak about it. This building doesn't belong to me. It doesn't belong to this commission. It belongs to everyone in this community. But we shouldn't use scare tactics for political favors or for political wins.
If I may, Mayor. May I?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's fine. And like I said before, the engineering studies, whatever that results are, it's what they are. But you also have to look at the environmental factors of working in a building where they're taking off the roof. Some folks are allergic to mold, to, dust and so on. So the question is for staff is, do you want to work in a building? Let's say it's safe, whatever the engineers say. Do you want to work in a building that's going to be under construction, roof materials are going to be moved around while you're working there every day? That's the question.
I'm going to answer you. First off, do you know what a negative air pressure machine is?
Oh, God.
Yes, sir, I do actually.
Okay, well then you should be aware. Negative air pressure machines can be used. They use them in hospital scenarios all the time, and you're well versed on it. So you can use negative air. I listen to you. Let me finish. So you can use negative air pressure machines here to clean and scrub the air. It'll be cleaner. It'll be cleaner than the previous year. That's number one. Number two, there should be minimal work on the roof. Minimal roof because the roof has been replaced. It's been taken care of. If there's any penetrations on the roof that need to be done, it's minimal at best. What needs to happen here is, and I wholeheartedly agree, we need to move out of the building once we're ready to start real demolition and real construction. You don't even have plans yet. You don't even have engineering drawings done. You haven't even selected an architect. You haven't even gone to market to select an architect. So I would love to see the RFQ if you've gone to market to select an architect. When did you do that? When was it?
That RFQ was advertised, I believe, Celeste is here, in July or August of this year.
Selected architects?
The selection committee, I believe, was met last week, and there's coming to it with an award to the December commission meeting.
In your, obviously, I would love to have this information, but since the manager won't meet with me, I don't have that information. Quick question. You're an expert. How long does it take an architect and an engineer and a civil engineer to finish plans of this magnitude that are ready to go to permit and to be bid? How long?
9 months to a year.
Okay. So we're not even talking about breaking ground or doing anything. 9 months to a year. So you have a year, then you got to permit the plans, and then you got to select a contractor, then you got to bid the work, and then you got to start the process. So why would you vacate a building now outside of political theater when you don't need to vacate that building? Clean the building. You're not going to be doing any interior work. Clean the building. And in 2 years, you start the work. That's what you do. So get yourself some negative air pressure machines and allow the people who own the building to use the building. Because all the residents that I've talked to said, this building needs to be beautified, needs to be historically preserved. And I agree. The moment that we start construction, everybody out. And that gives you the time, as you even said right now. I don't even have I haven't even found the location to put the mayor, the commissioners, the vice mayor, where we put in the clerk, where we put in the city attorney's office. So do things right and diligently. Don't just start rushing to close City Hall to make a statement, which I think, again, is not in kind with the city.
I think, Mr. Mayor,
Speak through the chair.
Yeah.
You like to speak, Mr. Manager?
Yes, very simple. I am not going to put city employees back in that building unless the environmental conditions are met where it's safe for them to work, period.
Okay.
Wait, I haven't finished, Mayor. Unless this commission directs me to do so, I will not put them back to work there. If you want to work there, that's fine. My suggestion would be, let's make sure that we have no environmental issues while they're doing all of their shoring and all.
What are the environmental
I haven't
issues?
Finished.
Explain it. What are the environmental?
I haven't finished. The pollen, the dust. You were in my office, I assume, because you took pictures. You walked around. Do you think that's an area that somebody could really work and not have issues breathing? There are some members of this commission that are very sensitive to those issues. The bottom line is this, Mayor. I am not putting a city employee back to work there until I am comfortable that there's no environmental issues for our employees, unless this commission directs me to do so.
Mr. Manager, look, first off, employees already have 2 days off. They don't go to City Hall. They already work. It's unprecedented. We have employees that now are working from home for 2 days out of the week already.
Is that a negative?
I don't agree with that. I think that people should go to work at the office, and I think they should be working. And I've heard from many residents who tell me that employees should be going back. In the private sector, people are going back to work. That is a positive. You may disagree, but at the end of the day, we may disagree. That's perfectly fine. I think people should be working from the office.
Your office is closed most days of the week.
It's not closed.
There's nobody there.
Listen, again, Commissioner, we're not going to go back and forth. My bottom line is simple, and that is the environmental concerns can be easily addressed by negative air pressure machines, can be addressed by circulation. It's all done every single day. We're not reinventing the wheel. These are simple things. Shutting down City Hall is not the appropriate thing to do. I want to continue being at City Hall. I want to continue to offer open office hours because for the next 2 years, there will be no construction at City Hall. Once the shoring is done, you have to move on to the next step in the pre-construction process. And there will be no pollen or dust. Maybe on a Saturday, maybe on a Sunday, they do some exploratory work on a wall. You know what you do? You use plastic, you seal the area off, use a negative air pressure machine like we do in medical facilities, and you contain the dust. You don't just allow the dust to go throughout the entire building. That's what everybody does. We're not reinventing the wheel. So to say that environmental effects is a very broad statement to scare people, and it's not, you're dealing with somebody who does this every day. So this is my expertise. If you want to talk about security and you want to talk about, dealing with policing and those kind of tactics, I leave it up to you. I leave it up to the chief. But when it talks about construction, when you talk about engineering, when you talk about issues of building buildings, restoring buildings, I've done historic buildings. You're not going to tell me that going to City Hall, like I was there this morning at 7:15 in the morning, is a hazard to my health when it's not. If you tell me that there's asbestos, it's a different situation. We control the asbestos. We bring in a company, we remediate it, and we take it out. To my knowledge, there isn't any asbestos in the flooring. There isn't any asbestos in the mastic in regards to the bonding agent or for the HVAC. This is what I do for a living. So again, you're not going to tell me that the City Hall can't be used for 2 years when it can obviously be used.
No, sir. I'm just saying that I'm not putting city employees back in there.
Neither am I.
100% convinced that is safe.
I'm not putting anybody. Again, that's the tactic for the blogs, Political Cortadito, the Gables Insider. The mayor puts employees at risk. That's not what I said. And I'm going to be very clear because that's what you're going to say.
The highest level.
Excuse me. That is exactly what I'm not going to accept because that's the tactic. So what we're going to do is very simple. When the building is shored, if this is the will of the commission, when the building is shored, you take the necessary steps to make sure the air quality is appropriate. And the employees that want to work there. If they don't want to work there, they don't have to work there. At the end of the day, they're already working 2 days a week from home. That's my opinion. And that's what I would do.
Through the chair. I'm going to first address some of the environmental issues. Many buildings have been repaired, construction done. The federal building downtown, which had asbestos in it, had particular floors shut down while work was done. We have had work done in City Hall, and you put up the plastic and guard for the air quality going in. And we could have had more filtration machines. I have one in my house that goes off when there is dust and pollen in the air. Pollen usually is not a concern during construction. You're dealing with dust, not pollen, because there's not trees or flowers emitting dust or pollen in the building itself. So that's not an issue. When I first got in office, my first priority was to seal off the water in the buildings. And that was why the re-roofing I pushed for hard to get done on City Hall was done. We have to seal the exterior first to prevent any more water damage. The next step was the windows. As you can see, it has taken an enormous amount of time to be able to get a mock-up window this past year. We finally are going to have one that we can look at and start the process of reviewing the window itself and determine whether this commission wants to proceed with that design. That money was originally in the Phillips Park, and I drafted a resolution to move the money into City Hall so that we could prioritize getting this building sealed from the outside, prevent further water damage in the future. Now, I've been around shoring before too. For over a decade ago, 73 West Flagler, which is the courthouse, it's about a 13-story building, not a 3-story building, but a 13-story building. You could look down into the garage where the cars parked and see the shoring that was in that courthouse. It was amazing. Okay. Business didn't stop. Cars didn't stop going in there. And, people proceeded moving forward, getting the work done in that very historic courthouse. It's on 73 West Flagler. I told you all too that I had to take my husband down to Bascom Palmer, and the parking garage had cars parked in it. When it was fully operational with shoring in it, the complete period of time that, I was there and people were going through. Hundreds of shoring poles were in that parking garage. And I would estimate that a car weighs a lot more than the people that go into City Hall. The amount of traffic that goes with Bascom Palmer is phenomenal. And it, again, is more than a 3-story building. We're talking about 7, 8 stories of parking with shoring poles in there. The fact that we need to put shoring poles in City Hall is not alarming to me at all. We do it when we jack cars up. You use a jack to put it up, and you put jack stands underneath so that while you're working on it, you don't have the car going down on a person, an individual that's underneath the vehicle. We can put air sensors in there, and when the air is clear after any dust is made, we can reoccupy the building. I don't see a need to vacate the building while we have an architectural and engineering drawings done and after the shoring pole installed. It's a simple process. And I think we're just, costing the city an enormous amount of money to rent space elsewhere for a building that's completely occupiable once the shoring poles are placed in there. It's open today. It's no shock and awe to me that the building needed work. It's been in the budget for a very long period of time. Testing had been going on for the materials in that building for a very long period of time so that we could have a proper plan moving forward. And I think you have to move forward in a prudent manner with testing. We're worried about dust. When the work is done, the dust is cleaned up. You can go in and you can have air quality sensors put in there to make sure that it's clear. We do it every day when we tent homes. We fumigate homes. We open up the windows. That's a poison that's put in the windows. And it's regularly accepted in the community that you can fumigate a home for termites and reoccupy it within 24 hours after the windows are open. We can do this in City Hall.
Another point that I forgot to mention, and I apologize, was this building is already basically unoccupied. The entire third floor doesn't have one individual working on it. Except for you, Gus. You're not forgotten, my friend. You're not forgotten. So we went from having probably 50 people on the third floor to having 1 or 2 people working on the third floor. And correct me if I'm wrong, please. We used to have dozens and dozens and dozens of file cabinets that were a significant load, Mr. Wood, on the third floor. Those no longer exist. Those are gone. So we've removed significant of the live load and of the dead load of the third floor. The second floor, again, is almost similar in regards to the amount of load there. So it's pretty easy to detect that the city hall is in a much better position in regards to the structural integrity today as of the 2 shoring. But I've even spoken to engineers who told me, Vince, even the shoring that's in place, with all due respect to Mr. Wood, is a precautionary measure. The building is not going to fall. The building is perfectly fine. Let's address that issue. Let's address that issue like we did with a slab where we found that it was actually reinforced and that it wasn't hollow yesterday. But this building is not going anywhere. So it was built well, and it is an asset in this community that we will protect, but we want to do it the right way.
Through the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Wood, I'm sorry for putting you through this environment. I respect your intelligence, your professionalism, your expertise and judgment. Now, the biggest concern in question right now is the safety of our residents and our employees. If the chamber is occupied, what would be the worst case scenario of what can happen there?
You want to ask Mr. Wood?
That's what I'm asking him.
I don't think he knew, so I was asking. Just wanted to make sure you were speaking with him.
Okay, so you're asking me to speculate on issues that we really can't. So again, we're being cautious. And to me, the most significant issue is that stone column outside. And again, I think after we get that shored, it will be safe.
Okay, so can you paint me a picture so maybe the people that don't understand the construction phase could maybe understand? For us, safety is number one. So if we need to evacuate or leave premises, we will do it just if there's 1% that the floor can come down and that people can die or whatever the case is. What is the worst case scenario? Paint me a picture.
So the primary issue at the floor level is the perimeter beams, which have been probably exposed to moisture penetration over the years. There's been some deterioration. There were a couple of them that were more deteriorated than the others. Those are the ones that are getting shored now. But again, when it's shored, it will be stable and safe.
Mr. Wood, may I ask you a question? I think it will help Commissioner Castro. Very simple. Yes or no answer. The building is shored in 3 days. In your expert opinion, as a licensed engineer on record, is there any risk once that is shored that you could have a catastrophe there and people's lives are at risk? Yes or no?
In our opinion, it'll be stable and confident that it'll perform properly and be safe to occupy.
Safe to occupy. Okay. Thank you very much.
If I may, through the chair,
Yes, sir.
I too apologize because after you spoke at the podium, I think we spent the next 30 minutes, the word politicize, and for your report and your concern for the safety of others to have the word politicize be in any way connected to what your job is, I apologize for that. I too apologize for the employees of the city of Coral Gables, because as city leaders and the administration, our responsibilities, number one, the safety and well-being of our residents and of our employees. Our residents look to us for leadership, and our employees and residents, they all look to us. And we have to make the difficult decisions. And life safety is the number one issue in our community and anywhere around the country. So, they throw out, some folks like to throw out, well, funding went here, funding went there. We spent the last 3 years talking about $63 million for a mobility hub. Okay. I'm not here to point fingers, here to find solutions and a path forward. I think common sense and the most prudent thing is to make sure that our employees, our residents, and everyone involved is safe. If there's an elected official up here that wants to stay in their office, I'll be more than happy to make a motion, maybe get a second, that they can stay in their office. But for the well-being of everyone involved, I think we need to do the right thing and not politicize it at all.
So I'd like to respond to Commissioner Hernandez. Number one, when I mentioned politicize, I was under no means mentioning you, and you know that very well that I was not. What I was mentioning was my colleagues on the commission, okay, very clearly. And you know that, Mr. Wood, you and I have worked before together. That's number one. Number two, the statement of the mobility hub was mentioned. Just to be clear, we were going to bond the mobility hub. So it was not an issue of money that was coming from the general fund that was going to be worked out on that front. Okay. There was different ways that it was going to be applied to. And that was in consideration. We're talking about it. The money has always been in the budget. We took the money and we spent it on a park, which I'm wholeheartedly think it's a great idea. Because I think it was an opportunity to come to consensus here on the commission when we did not support Commissioner Menendez's $140 million bond referendum, which would have, in my opinion, put the city even in more debt. So what did we do? We came to consensus and we said, let's build a park that I think would be very beneficial. I recommend everyone look that meeting up so you can get an idea of how the park came to fruition. Now, like I mentioned before, the mayor doesn't care about safety. That's going to be tomorrow's headline. It'll be a Javi Baño special and Gables Insider. It'll be a special on Político Cortadito. No, it's not. That again, it's misleading. It's completely and utterly inappropriate. Completely and utterly appropriate. The issue here is very simple. When I say politicizing, there's an election coming. And the effort is to say, look what a disaster the city is. It's all under the watchful eye of the mayor. We can't use City Hall when you can use City Hall. Look at the Biltmore. Look what happened at the Biltmore. It happened under the watchful eye of the mayor. Look what's going on here. All that is the intent. And that is what everybody's talking about. But what I will not allow as a professional, as a person who does this for a living, okay? I go to work every day. And this is what I do every single day. I will not allow somebody to say something that professionally is incorrect. When you sit down in a room and you say, is this building safe? It is safe. You shouldn't scare residents. You shouldn't scare people coming to do business in the city. It's safe. If you don't want to be in City Hall, that's perfectly fine. You don't have to be in City Hall. I'm not forcing you to be in City Hall. But City Hall should be open for an election. The clerk's office should be in City Hall. The city attorney's office should be in City Hall. And as we move forward over the next, like our ACM just said, Mr. Gomez, over the next year when we design this building and we get public input and we get the public involved on every single front, we should then vacate the building when we're ready to commence construction, which I believe that the bidding process, the permitting process alone will be 6 months to 9 months on top of the 9 months to 1 year that the design process will take. So we will not be breaking ground and starting this project for a minimum for 2 years. And we haven't even talked about funding, which we're talking about two different options, either the bond or we're talking about finding money in the coffers through budgeting. So I'd like to hear, Mr. Clerk, from the community, if possible, who's been waiting so quietly and peacefully. Thank you.
I had a few additional comments, Mr. Mayor.
Well, we'll have them after we hear from the residents, of course.
First speaker, Mr. Mayor, is Maria Cruz.
I said I would be back and it wouldn't be good. Maria Cruz, Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I see several problems, several issues here. We have, let's see how I can say it nicely. We have a mayor that is very angry, upset. What other nice thing can I say? Because he has lost control of the city commission. Our charter does not provide for a strong mayor. Our charter provides for 5 elected officials that make decisions. The problem we have is that on the previous administration, one, because the ones before kept him out of the loop, but then we had one that allowed him to make decisions and tell people what to do, even though that was not his job. And this is where politics comes in. We talk about politics, the others are politicizing. No, the mayor is politicizing because guess what? Any issue, any item, any concern that he thinks is important, the residents get an alert. It's important. We need to discuss. Guess what? Some of those things could have been discussed here, but we choose to alert the residents to get them all excited. We also have a mayor that, even though transparency is a word that he used all the time, now does not want the residents to know that there's a problem with the building. We shouldn't be discussing it publicly. You know what? Let's keep it in-house because the residents do not have to know because, you know, the experts, the person who has a construction management degree knows more than the engineer that we pay as a consultant to tell us what the problem is. And we're going to challenge that. Well, we had an engineer that didn't think it was important to take care of City Hall previously when it was brought up. Of course, nobody knew about it. We kept it away from the residents, from some of the elected officials. And guess what? I think, if I remember correctly, remember I'm old and sometimes I forget, the money from City Hall did not go to a park. The money from City Hall was channeled differently when we made City Hall a City Hall complex so we could fix 427. That was the original movement of money. We made City Hall, the City Hall complex, and that included the 427 building so we could use the money that was supposed to be for City Hall to fix that building. Maybe my memory is wrong, but I think usually when I talk, I know what I'm talking about. All right? So, here we go. We object to people working from home. That happened in the previous administration. There are people that were, if you want me to, I have the report, how many people were working from home, not one day, not 2 days. We had an employee that worked the whole time till he retired working from home under the previous administration. It's funny that we don't want the employees to work from home. But when the previous administration, it was okay. Not one day, not 2 days, the whole time, from beginning to end. I know at least one person that only came to City Hall when requested, working from home in another county. Okay? Now, let me tell you what else. We're talking about misleading people. Hello? Who is sending the stuff misleading people? We have chosen to put politics first. Not we. The mayor has chosen to put the politics first, and then he complains about other people doing it. The bottom line here is, number one, I object to having the main door to City Hall blocked. And I discussed it with the previous administration. And guess what? It's still blocked. That building belongs to the resident, belongs to us. That's the people's City Hall. How come the door is still closed? Oh, we didn't care about that item. But now we're very concerned because the residents may not be able to go into City Hall. Hello? Don't have two standards. One standard. If that is the people's building, how come we have to go in the back instead of the front? Because you agreed to it with the previous administration, and I challenged that. Okay, so I'm tired of double standards. When it's convenient for one, it's good. When it's convenient for the other, it's not good. I'm sorry. Our charge, your charge, you were elected. All 5 of you were elected. You should be concerned about the building. You should be concerned about how the state of the building is as it concerns the people of this city, the residents, the taxpayers, and foremost, the people that have to work there. And please don't tell me that it's safe. Please don't tell me that working there is safe, because you know what? Nobody should be working in this way. Okay? Finance has been out of there for I don't know how long. Hasn't been an issue. I don't know. Now it's an issue. It wasn't an issue before. Stop making, and sir, you're not listening. I guess I'll stop. Because if you're going to be texting, I'll stop. Because you know what? I may be a pain in your behind, but I'm a resident, I'm a taxpayer, and I deserve to be heard. And I haven't finished yet, and you need to listen, please.
Mr. Clerk, how long is
it doesn't make any difference. You know how long you talked after each proclamation? More than necessary. So please don't go there. Don't go there.
Please finish.
Please do not go there. And by the way, when Mr. Commissioner Fernandez was talking about your pocket item, yes, there was a pocket item that you forgot to put on the agenda. You forgot to make it a time certain. But when you have Willie Vermelho, one of the press cards, and the community person here, everything stopped, including the time certain, because it was your pocket item. You wanted discussed because you wanted to take away what Commissioner Fernandez was doing about the veterans. I'm sorry, you cannot have it both ways. It's either the same for everybody or nobody should be able to do it. And that includes you, because you're one of 5. You're not better than anybody else.
So before we move on to the next person, I'd like to clarify that, because I appreciate her bringing to my attention the pocket item. I had completely forgotten what it was. So many items I forget. The pocket item, I welcome for you to get involved if you'd like, anyone who's listening today, and thank you for bringing it up. We're going to be having an organization called Leaf, which will benefit police officers. We're going to have a nice event in January. So if you'd like to benefit families of police officers who are injured in the line of duty, or people or police officers who pass away in the line of duty, we're putting together a fund for Coral Gables police officers and firefighters to be able to help those individuals who pay the ultimate price in service of our community. I would love to take credit for coming up with that, but that was Willie Vermelho who brought me the idea, and I hope that my colleagues will get involved and donate to this wonderful cause. Thank you for bringing that up. It was a good opportunity for a PSA.
So Mayor, if I may just add, it was actually on the prior agenda and for some reason didn't reprint. I had put it on the prior agenda and I asked for it to be deferred to the next meeting. And I didn't notice that it hadn't printed. So my apologies for not having made sure it was on that agenda.
It's not a big deal. No, it's a great cause. I'm excited about it. Mr. Clerk?
Next speaker, Peter Iglesias.
So now I have the pleasure of having our previous city manager, Peter Iglesias, who's here with us today. So Peter is not only a 50-year resident of the city of Coral Gables, but Peter Iglesias is, not in my opinion, in the opinion of many, the most respected structural engineer, not only in South Florida, but potentially in the state of Florida. He's an individual who is called to testify in national cases. He's an individual who speaks at universities, is an individual whose resume precedes him, and served our community with immense respect and dignity. Before you start, Mr. Manager, I'd like for you to consider when you speak addressing, because we heard from Commissioner Fernandez via an email that was sent out to all the residents stating that this building has been neglected since 2011. Since 2011. I'd like for you to talk a little bit about how this building was not neglected. What are the efforts that we took? What happened to the funding that was in place for City Hall? What did we use that for? And in your expert opinion, in regards to, even if the building was not shored, would you consider it to be safe for it to be habited? So again, thank you for being here, taking time out of your busy schedule. I know you have a lot of things going on in the private sector, and I wanted you to be here to clear the air and bring truth to a lot of politics that are being played here in the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Yes, I've been a resident for over 50 years in our great city. It was my privilege to be city manager for almost 6 years. We've never neglected City Hall. We had a plan to do City Hall. I believe what you mentioned concerning the Commissioner Menendez $140 million bond issue. That is correct. The commission, I think, didn't wanted to give Commissioner Menendez something, and they decided to fund Phillips Park. However, that did not mean that we were not going to fund the City Hall project, because we were going to use a bond. We were going to bond that project. We felt it would be somewhere between $10 and $20 million bond. So the idea was, and it's something I spoke with the commissioner on, that we'd be doing both projects, one through more traditional funding, and the other through a bond. The City Hall is a complex. You've got the annex building next door, and you've got the building that we purchased across the street. That building was in shambles. It was an embarrassment to have planning there. We were working on the third floor with plans everywhere in the mezzanine. So the plan was to move out the third floor, get development services out of there. We had code enforcement working out of their cars. Really something that really it's not Gables like. So
may I interrupt you 1 second, please?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to take a personal point of privilege here. Just so people are aware, because you don't usually get this privilege of having the facts stated by the individual who actually accomplishes with staff. When we removed the individual's staff from the third floor, this gentleman, along with Surami Cabrera, which was also left the city, who was also an engineer, they built the neighboring building with staff. They built that entire building. They digitized, for the first time ever in the city, how plans review are done here. And they digitized all the files, millions and millions and millions of files that used to be in file cabinets and that we used to pay storage for every month. That was done by this gentleman. We now have a one-stop shop across the street for Board of Architecture, for permitting, for code enforcement. Mr. Douglas Ramirez's office, which I visit often, who does a wonderful job along with his entire team. All those offices are there because of the lead that this gentleman took. It's not the commission, the lead that this gentleman took, and Surami Cabrera. So I apologize. I want to make sure that people understood when I say we removed the pressure of the third floor and we took the load, we took that load and we took all those individuals and we moved them to the building next door so that people would not have to come into City Hall, would have a more pleasant experience, and that we could now take it to the 21st century, not like we had the way we had it before.
It was a monumental task, Mayor. Not only did we have to digitize decades of plans, we also had to close out permits. We had permits on Eden, which was our prior system, because we went to a new to Intergov, a much modern system. Eden was more of a finance system that was ported to the building department and not very efficient. And then we also had to close out permits that were on Eden, and also we had thousands of permits on Wintergrade. So closing out, there was thousands of probably 10,000 permits that had to be closed out individually. So it was a monumental task. We have the only one-stop shop in Dade County where we've got code enforcement, we've got planning, zoning, and building there. And by the way, that building was funded 47% from the enterprise fund, only 53% from the general fund.
What does the enterprise fund mean, Mr. Manager?
The enterprise fund, the state does not allow permit money to go into the general fund. It has to be used for the building department. So the permit money that was used for the building department encompasses about 47% of those operations. So 47% of the funding came from the enterprise fund. 53% came from the general fund, which that has to be where zoning, planning, and code enforcement and the Board of Architects are really not a building department function. So it was critical for us to get the start vacating City Hall. So that first phase went very well. We not only did we do that, but we also got a new enterprise system, Intergov, which is used by many of the large cities in the country. So that took a lot of stress off the building. The building department was really the one that provided the most stress as far as use is concerned. So we got people out of the third floor, got drawings out of the third floor, tremendous amount of weight out of the third floor. We also got people out of the mezzanine and the people out of the annex building, all into that one-stop shop center. So that was phase one. Phase two was the Menorca garage next door. We have office space on the first floor. We currently have HR and parking on that first floor. In addition to that, we have temporarily the passport office, but we do have additional space on the west side, which we had already discussed with the architect for Gasco Schuster to preliminary design offices for us to move there. So the idea was phase one, get the building department out. Phase two, while phase two was at the same time build the Menorca garage, get our offices out of the fifth floor of this building, and that allowed which was where human resources was, that allowed finance to move into that space. Phase three was to build out what's left of the Menorca garage to use as temporary offices, so that we could, as you mentioned, vacate City Hall once construction started. So there was this plan in place. We can't simply move all City Hall into WeWorks. It just doesn't work. So this was an idea where we would have City Hall in this complex, still accessible, still functioning, and accessible by all our residents. We also, as far as City Hall was concerned, Mr. Ernesto Pino, a wonderful architect and ex-director of Public Works, was working with me to solicit the historical architect for City Hall. It's something that we were looking at, whether it's going through procurement or going through a waiver to select really the best architects. Because it's such an important project. City Hall for us is an extremely important project. Mr. Wood, who is an excellent engineer, was working with us on various projects, including City Hall. We've worked together on numerous historical projects, and tried to keep City Hall operational. Certainly not with any life safety implications. If there's a life safety implication, City Hall is closed.
So, Mr. Manager, in your opinion right now, with the findings of the GPR, yesterday's findings from the slab, which I witnessed personally, the current situation in regards to that one column, which is missing some reinforcement, do you believe that with the shoring, or without the shoring, but let's use the shoring because it's already in place, do you believe that there's a life safety issue and that no one can use that building for the next 2 to 4 years?
No, I do not. I think I've been involved in many historical projects. One in particular that was much worse than our City Hall, actually not comparable, was the Miami-Dade Courthouse. You had a 13-story building, 14-story building that had column issues at the ground floor. So I worked on that when I was at the City of Miami as building official, and that building was shored. I think there was even an issue with the judges where they were because people don't understand and people are legitimately afraid. And we met with them, told them that there was no issue, and the building has not been closed. The building has been functional, it's been repaired, and operational. So there was a plan. And we were going to go to an RFQ at the beginning of the year. Mr. P and I were discussing whether to go to an RFQ or to simply look at try to get a waiver because of the importance of the building and making sure that we had just top-notch architects.
And I'd like to put one thing on the record also, because the ACM mentioned before about the current condition of the window sample. Who started that window sample? When did that start?
We did a tremendous amount of work as far as the windows of City Hall, because we knew that was going to be a huge issue, and that was going to be a very long issue. We worked with Hope. We looked at different windows in wood and aluminum, etc., and we could not match the windows at City Hall. So we went to Hope Windows, which is the window manufacturer did the windows for Miami High, because they're steel windows. And those steel windows, steel being much stronger than concrete, over double, and that we could provide windows that, knowing that the historical board did not want to change the windows, and there was a lot of historical issues on the windows, we have a little dilemma. We have windows that are extremely weak and not water resistant, and really do not protect the building. We put shutters up, but those shutters are connected to coral rock, which has no structural value. So really more of a water infiltration issue than actual structural issue. So we worked with Hope Window to work extensively with our architect and with historical to obtain windows that matched as closely as possible the City Hall profiles, but it had to be in steel. It took a long time. We put a lot of work in that, and we had the mock-up ready. Should have been. It was ready in January, and that's something that I was going to planned on personally presenting to the historical board, because I knew there was a lot of issues as far as keeping the existing windows because they were original versus new windows that would be much more water resistant and impact resistant, which is a big issue. So the shutters are ineffective there.
So one of the things that I want to most take out of this conversation back and forth, which I think is important to memorialize, is the concept that this was kicked down the curb, that you didn't speak with the commission or the mayor or anybody on this dais in regards to City Hall, that it was, that it was non-existent, it was something that was not going to be dealt with, and that you were just going to pass it on to the next city manager to address it.
No,
did you have conversations with this commission, and the previous commission?
As a matter of fact, the fact that we're having commission meetings in this bill in the CMR right now, we planned for this. The CMR was planned for commission meetings. We even had one commission meeting here, which I suggested to you as a trial as to having commission meetings here. So the idea was to move here and into the Menorca garage, use this building, this where we are right now as our commission meetings, and it's worked out very well. As you can see, you have a commission meeting now.
But
That's not by accident, that's by design.
But let me also make sure, because the manager's shaking his head, and I want to make sure the manager understands what this manager's saying. This manager's saying to use this facility while the building's under construction.
That is correct.
While the building's under construction, the existing city hall is not a threat for a structural collapse. So the purpose of why we had these meetings and we had these discussions and we had these conversations for such a long time, they preceded me, was in preparation of finally finishing the architecture, the engineering, finishing all the samples, hiring all the consultants, hiring the contractor, budgeting for the money, because our finance director, who is here, will tell you she will not commence a job unless there is money in the bank account. And we even talked about it. Remember, in commission meetings, talked about potentially doing a 2-phase project where we would break it up into different floors. So I'd love to hear your rebuttal after the manager speaks.
But forgive me, the question was not answered.
But I wasn't.
The question was not answered.
Asking him a question.
I just
You
want to
did. You
clarify.
asked him if he spoke to the commission, and he started
I'm
asking about
That's what I'm asking.
whatever the plan was.
And
The
I want to
question
clarify
was not
my
answered.
position.
If you give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Please, I'd like to have Commissioner Fernandez's question answered in regards
What's
to
your
whether.
question?
Yeah, again, but you're asking for it to be answered. Whether you spoke to the commission, this commission and previous commissions about the remodeling efforts of City Hall.
No, about the structural issues that were reported in the 2011 letter, 2022 letter, 2023 letter.
If you look at the budget, we had $10 million, $10 million and $12 million, $15 million, $18 million. It's pretty obvious, Mayor, that you don't spend $18 million just replacing floors. So I believe that everybody knew what was happening here. Everybody understood that there was quite a bit of work to be done, of restoration work, of repair work. It's almost a 100-year-old building that and so one of our marquee buildings, an incredible building.
So for the record, your answer is no.
No.
The answer
Because
is
that's
yes.
no, because
The
you're
answer is
talking
yes.
about what's in the budget, what was in the budget,
Sure.
and everybody
answer is
should
yes.
assume.
The answer is yes, Commissioner.
The answer is yes.
You and I never spoke about any structural issues. You never presented me, and I did a public records request. That letter from 2023, when I was already on this dais, was never shared with me. Now, you talked about Mobility Hub a ton of times. You came to talk to me about that. Burger Bob's, how you weren't going to do the work there. You know, I mean, the gondola building that collapsed. We talked about all these things under your watch. But as far as City Hall, you never discussed with me any structural issues that we had at City Hall.
Sir, that's untrue.
So
It is true.
That is,
And you
no,
know-
sir, that is untrue.
As
That
a
is
former,
untrue, sir.
as a former
No.
city manager, remember
That is
you are
untrue.
under oath when you're
That is-
discussing with
that
this
is
commission,
untrue. That is
whatever
Let me-
you were
let me-
let me
doing
make it-
during your tenure.
Let me
That
make
is
it very.
untrue.
Let me make it very clear. Okay, because I called.
May I say something, Mayor?
Just say one thing. I called almost 10 elected officials before this meeting today, who dealt with the manager. Right, 6, 7, 8 elected officials, and they all told me, "Asked, do we have conversations?" Because I know that I did. And since we can't speak to each other, and in my case, you won't even speak to me. Since I can't speak to my colleagues, that's why, for example, I use the Biltmore as an example. Let's have it in the afternoon so that Mr. Prescott can be here to answer your questions, not have staff answer those questions. Mr. Prescott should answer those questions here on the podium, just like the manager's doing it. I have a lot of respect for that. So now, not yet. I am going to answer you.
Oh, God.
So my point is that the elected officials that I spoke to, who answered my calls and I spoke with, I asked them, did we have conversations about City Hall? Did you talk to the manager? They all said yes. We all had conversations about budgeting, about structural issues that we're facing, but you have to understand, and Douglas Wood will tell you, the only way that you can get to the bottom of something is exactly what happened in the building adjacent to where we've completely renovated, where we have now our permitting department. You have to skin away the walls, see the existing structure, see the MEPs, understand what's behind those walls, behind the drywall, and then you get a better picture of the actual condition of the building. That is standard construction practice. You do all the radar, you do all the ground penetrating radar, and guess what? The ground penetrating radar that was done on the slab was wrong. It said that it was a hollow area, and it was not. I was there. The structural team that was there doing the work yesterday, I took the pictures, I put it up there, said, Vince, this is all built with lime rock. It's perfectly fine. It's not an issue. I guess the GPR made a mistake. And that happens. It's happened to me before on job sites. We think it's a hollow area, and it's not. And I think that Mr. Wood will attest to that. No machine is perfect. So at the end of the day, to say that you didn't get any notification is incorrect. And you can continue to say that. But the bottom line is that you don't see an item on the budget. That's your fault. If you saw an item on the budget for 12, 13, 14 million dollars, and you don't say, hey, what is that on the budget? Why is there $14 million? What is it for? For flooring? For windows? Well, you knew the windows were going to be $2 million. We're advocating for it. You knew what the budgets were. You knew exactly what we were trying to do in City Hall. We talked about the fact that in Tallahassee, we did not receive an appropriations for the windows. We talked about the issues that we were having with City Hall. So at the end of the day, I mean, it's proof. The proof is there. We even talked about in the commission meeting that we didn't get money for the windows in City Hall. So you knew what we were talking about, hardening the building. You knew there were issues with the building. And if you want to say that, hey, blame it on somebody else, that's perfectly fine. But in the real world, in the private sector world, you can't blame people for issues that we're facing. You have to face up to them and move forward with those issues.
I agree. And I think that's what you're trying not to do. So here's the problem. You're making assurances of what conversations I had with the city manager. Are you tapping our offices and listening to conversations? Because I have been told that is potentially happening.
I'm going to give you an answer. Can I give you an answer?
Give me an answer.
You ask your question. No,
because that's the only way you'll be able to give me an assurance of what conversations the former city manager and I had.
Let me give you an answer to that. It's very simple. The issue's beyond simple. I don't think that you lack the competency to understand a budget and look at a budget which says 18, 14, 15 million dollars. And when somebody tells you that the funding is for X, Y, and Z, either like Melissa Castro says, our commissioner says, either you don't remember, you have issues with your eyesight, but to tell me today that you didn't know that 15, 16 million dollars in a budget was being used to repair a building structurally, what did you think it was going to be used for? For frescoes and for rug and for, I mean, to me, it doesn't make any sense. So it doesn't make any sense. Even the manager cannot even tell you, the manager cannot even believe that story. That is so outlandish and so ridiculous when you're just looking to blame somebody else for something. The issue now is, how do we get it done? And the issue is, you want to make this giant story so it gets published tomorrow in the blogs and it says, Vince Lago is anti-safety and he wants to put the employees and the residents in trouble and the building's going to collapse. To one point, you even were so extreme that you said that this is like Champlain Towers. I mean, think about using the example of Champlain Towers in a commission meeting to scare people when you have two exceptional engineers in the room that are telling you that this three with Joe, our ACM, that will tell you this building is nowhere near in danger of having any structural issues. You see an issue, a matter, you address it. We've done it always in construction. But to say that you use Champlain Towers, that's politicizing, scaring people. Look at the email that you sent after you got your hands on this email. What did I do? I sent it to the DCM and I said, Mr. DCM, Mr. Parhus, I sent it to Mr. Parhus, please review this item, talk to code enforcement, find out what work was done without a permit. We need to get to the bottom of it. What did you do? You sent out an email that said, shocking the Biltmore. It's shock and awe. That's not what we do in the city. We've always done things the right way. We open it up to the public and we're having it here. I invited how much more transparency do you want? You have the city manager here, the previous city manager, who's willing to answer any question. This is not about putting things under the rug or not being transparent. The bottom line is that you don't like the answers and you don't have the competency to understand what's happening in regards to the building and you're blaming it on other people. The number was in the budget. It's clear as day. It's online, like Maria Cruz likes to say. Read the budget. What did you think 18, 15, 16 million dollars was for?
So let's go over that.
Yeah, so to put on the record, give me 1 second. To put on the record, you didn't speak to me about anything that had to do with the building. What we did speak about numerous times was about the windows. Plenty of times. Now, about the structure and all of this that's happening with the building, we did not have one conversation.
So a few points.
We had, if I may answer,
yes, sir. Go ahead.
We had multiple budget meetings where we discussed them individually with every commissioner. We have $15 million as far as the budget, as far as City Hall. $50 million is not just to replace the actual floors. I discussed this, I don't know how many times, as far as phase one being getting the building department out of there, as far as doing a structural assessment. Now, what Mr. Wood found is something new. He went into a column and found something new.
Can you stop there, Mr. Manager, one second? Because you brought up, I want to
Let him finish.
No.
Because let him
You brought
finish.
something up. You brought something very good point.
He interrupted and I'm letting him
But
finish.
I want to hear the point. You said that Mr. Wood found something new. When did Mr. Wood find this?
I just found out about it. As far as that particular column, we looked
Can I ask you a
at.
question? Can I ask you a question?
Yes, we looked at the actual drawings of the building,
There you go.
and that wasn't there. We also looked at a lot of a number of photographs that historical has on the construction of the building. This was a professionally done building. This was not. And so I think that Mr. Wood was, as I mentioned, is an excellent engineer. Is correct. He's not. He's showing so he can do a more of an in-depth study as to what's going on there. That we have. I mean, how many buildings have been short? Biscaya. They built more. Certainly a major one was the actual courthouse. Sometimes you find things that are different from the drawings. Unusual on this building because all the work that we've done so far had done so far pretty much was in a line with the actual drawings. So it's something that I think Mr. Wood needs to further clarify, and his providing shoring in the interim, I think is very prudent just in case, and it also helps people feel better also from that
the mayor.
perspective.
Yes.
To the mayor,
Well, I was in the middle of having
Vice Mayor. Madam Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I mean, we do have a chair on this commission for a reason. So,
and I was speaking. The city manager interrupted.
Okay, let me
I had
just-
the floor.
The chair.
Through the chair, just a few questions because my first time on this commission was in May of 2021, and I know I sat down with you and went through precisely the area of City Hall, carving out how much money was needed for particular items. Okay, the windows, the estimates for structural, et cetera. And, while we were sitting in the first floor conference room and you had, a board like this over a section of wall, and we discussed what was behind that section of wall. Can you enlighten the rest of the members of the commission and the public as well, approximately when that was and the details and the reason why there was a hole in the wall?
Vice Mayor, that was years ago, and we were looking at all the restoration aspects of the building. Actually, the first thing we did was stabilize the building by re-roofing because we had a lot of water infiltration, and so the first thing we did was actually stabilize the building. I forgot to mention that, so that we would remove the water infiltration, the damage to the actual building. And as an answer to Commissioner Castro, did I say that this building is about to fall down? Never. But I did mention that the first phase was getting the load off the building by getting the development services team into the new one-stop shop, and then we would do a further check on that. By the way, when we were able to get we did even more work when the third floor was moved, and we were able to demo some of that third floor to do additional testing on the concrete, look to see what the construction techniques were. Pretty much, they were what we saw on those photographs. It was consistent with some of those historical photographs. So Mr. Wood did concrete cores, and we were moving forward to really get the architect, get everybody out, get the drawings completed. That was in January, and move forward with the restoration of the building with everyone in this public safety building and and the Menorca garage. What you saw is us looking extensively at the existing drawings, photographs, looking at we had to be careful. We were very careful with destructive testing because, of course, the inside of the building is also historical. So we have to really be very careful with that. However, that I think everybody knew that phase one was getting development services out. Phase two was getting that out and getting the Menorca garage. I mean, that was common knowledge. I spoke about this to everyone, really.
Ad nauseum. I have a quick question through the chair. The concerns to move the employees out of the third floor was regarding structural issues dealing with the third floor, correct?
No, there were no structural issues dealing with the third floor. We just wanted to get them out as phase one to eventually get everybody out of the building. So when we start construction, we do it as one whole project and not have to do it floor by floor and things like that.
Because you mentioned loading concerns.
No, it was just, it helps the building because you're getting loads out, right? The more loads you get, the better it is. It was only people with files, tremendous amount of paper, which is quite heavy. But was it a structural concern? No, it was just getting people out so we could come in and do that building in one shot. I think it is faster.
So loading wasn't an issue?
No, not at all.
Am I able to ask my question, Tim?
Of course you can, Commissioner.
Because I think there's a false narrative that is being spread here, that if there is $15 million in the budget, it must have been for structural work. However, I remember we approved the work that had to be done at the Alhambra Water Tower. And I don't know if the budget director is here, if she can come in to tell us what the cost of the work that has to be done there, including the mayor said, work on frescoes is cheap. I think that was a large part, and you may remember, of the $1.25 or $1.5 million just for the Alhambra Water Tower. Here we're talking about a 3-story city hall building. Madam Director, do you remember the numbers on the Alhambra Water Tower? Thank you.
About 1.8 million.
Right behind you. Behind you.
So the current budget for the Alhambra Water Tower is about 1.3 million, and about 800,000 of that is coming from insurance due to damage because of Hurricane Irma.
Right, but the Alhambra Water Tower is $1.3 million. So if we're presented with a budget of $15 million for City Hall, nothing in that says there's structural issues. And as you just told Commissioner Menendez, the load bearing, removing people from the third floor was about opening up space in order for the eventual construction. It wasn't about structural issues. So you just confirmed it wasn't presented to us that there was a structural problem at City Hall. And I'd like to call up the ACM regarding the list of issues that Mr. Wood had presented to us. How many of those items had actually been addressed prior to you coming on board? How many items were there and how many were actually addressed prior to you coming on board, ACM Gomez?
I believe the list had 16 or 18 items on that report that we've slowly been addressing through that. And it's important to note that the shoring that is being installed is for the structural repairs that are necessary to recertify the building, for the 40-year recertification.
Right, so, but how many of the items were actually done prior to you taking on this project?
I believe
we discussed this at a committee meeting.
From that list, none of the items had been addressed because we kept asking Doug Wood to reissue the letter to give us an additional time. So since that point, we've been able to start addressing all those issues.
So since at least 2022, the items that were on Doug Wood's letters that said we had 30 days to address them had not been addressed, and they weren't addressed until the new city manager took over and ACM Gomez came on board to address those issues. And, I always go back to this. The vice mayor was championing the cause for the gondola building. She was out there 3 months before it collapsed. She brought it up. and it was allowed to collapse. I mean, structural work in our city has been deficient on more than one facility. The Alhambra water tower was never a priority until we got on board, and Commissioner Menendez, Castro, and I made sure that it was approved in last year's budget. And you know, you talk about continuing to kick the can down the road. That is what has happened time after time after time. And you like to say that in this city we do things right. Let me tell you, there was a mandate from the residents of this city last election which questioned the way that things were getting done. And they wanted to be included in the process. They wanted transparency because you mentioned the country club as this perfect way that things were done in the past. That was bundled. That was a disaster. You had police officers from Miami-Dade County showing up to kick out a family who was running that operation. If that's the crowning jewel of the way things should be done, that's absolutely not. I think we need to ensure that going forward, we have a plan in place to address these issues before they continue to grow. And as I told the city manager, if there's an issue that needs to be addressed, I want to find out about it. And we want to discuss it out in the open, in a commission meeting, so that we can take action. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Mayor, I know you like to say that, oh, it's because there is an election and because, you know, we're blaming Vince Lago. This isn't about Vince Lago. I mean, the whole world doesn't revolve around Vince Lago. It revolves around the city of Coral Gables and forging a path forward to ensure that we're addressing the issues that have not been addressed or have just not been a priority. You're right. Some of these issues just weren't a priority. But I think if prior commissions had understood that there were structural issues, my predecessor, Commissioner Castro's predecessor, you know, all of our predecessors had really understood that action needed to be taken earlier, we wouldn't be here in this position today. And I reference back to the meeting from August 27th. At 4:45:35, 4:46:07, 4:50:27, 4:51:29, you praise the work of Mr. Wood and how he is the perfect person to make decisions on what's going on at City Hall. You then go on to say at 4:51:47 and 4:55:13 that if Doug Wood believes that we should leave City Hall, you are the first one leaving City Hall. But now you're calling into question this gentleman's integrity because it's not politically convenient for you. Leave politics aside. Throw it out the window. Here we are today making a decision on making sure that City Hall is here, not just to this centennial, but for the next centennial, for future generations to enjoy. A building that was designed, and as you said, and as Mr. Wood said, it was designed in a proper way, and it was constructed in a proper way at the time. It's been there 100 years. Unless we maintain it, unless we do what needs to be done to shore it up, you know, that's on us now. Whatever happened in the past, we have to leave it in the past. We need to make decisions going forward. And I know you're against taking out a bond because you want to, you know, put money aside for 3 or 4 years. We need to tackle this now. We cannot continue to allow it to deteriorate. Our offices have blue tape on the windows just to see if there's water intrusion. And I commend the vice mayor mentioned that, you know, she and Commissioner Menendez made that their priority when they came on board and they laid the groundwork. And it has taken a while. And, you know, Mr. Iglesias, while you were manager, we had numerous conversations about the windows. And I supported every single thing you said about those windows, making sure that we tighten the envelope, as you like to say. And you also talked about what we needed to do with the limestone around the building. And you said that was an expensive process. You did talk about those things, but you never talked about the beams. You never talked about the structural issues that we had inside the building. It was always about we need to renovate City Hall, restore it. And that's not cheap because work in historic preservation does cost money. We did talk about that. We talked about the exterior of the building, but you know, I do not appreciate you coming in here and telling me you said something about the structure when you did not, because you absolutely did not talk about the structural issues at City Hall.
I did not talk about the current issue that Mr. Wood came up with because that was not addressed at that time. But I did tell you that the issues about the cladding, the issues about the window, and the issues that we had to remove, that we had to get out of City Hall to do the actual work. And I did tell you that we were taking cores and then analyzing the building to make sure that it was structurally correct. Did I tell you that the building was about to fall down? No, I did not, because that's not true. Because that's simply not true. The building is not about to fall down. So no, I did not say that. I did not say that to Commissioner Castro either, because that is not true, because we did not move the third floor because it was going to fall down. But we had to do an extensive analysis on that building to renovate the building, And that's what Mr. Wood is doing. And I did say, Mr. Wood is an excellent engineer. I've known him for decades. And that he found something that's not per plan, that's not per the number of pictures that we looked at. It's something that needs to be looked at. He's shoring it to give him time to properly analyze it, to see was there a structural change that made that column like that. There could be a structural change that he has not had time to do. So it's a very, very prudent thing to do, to shore the building, get time, analyze the building, analyze the building further. You mentioned the gondola building. It's been there for 90 years. So please don't criticize 90 years of commissions. Let's talk about the water tower. I'm very familiar with the water tower. The problem with the water tower is that it's a frame structure. It's a concrete frame, and it's frame inside. That building will have to be replaced every 10 years. There'll be $1.5 million to $2 million every 10 years. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's the way it was built. That's the way that it was built. Very unusual because Mr. Merrick used to do everything in masonry, yet that was done. All those walls are actually frame construction. Doesn't last a long time with our humidity. We actually found the original drawings that were done by Ferguson Glasgow Schuster and Mr. Wood, and we were working on that to get that done. But that will be a continuous 10-year, $2 million project, and that's just what it is, right? So yes, I think it was very clear that everything that we had to do in City Hall, it was made very clear. It was not. I'm not a doomsday person. You may be commissioner. I am not. This is not a Chaplain Towers issue. It is not. As a matter of fact, I worked on Chaplain Towers for Dade County. I was there when the demolition took place with Mayor Cava, helping him on the implosion plan. So I'm very aware of what happened at Chaplain Towers. I'm very aware of what's going on at City Hall. This is not gloom and doom. We have an excellent engineer working on it, who's very prudent, who will guide the way to get a proper job. Does City Hall need to be evacuated once Mr. Wood shoring is in place? No, it does not. Does not. It's a well-designed building. Does it need restoration? Absolutely. Best the plan that we had, and the plan I think is moving forward, is getting everybody out and getting that beautiful building back to what it used to be.
So let me answer your statements, just to memorialize a few things. Number one, I apologize. Item E3 has been deferred. The sponsor has requested item E3 be deferred. So let's start off with
Mayor, so those that don't have an agenda in hand, that is the Mediterranean design item. I know Mayor Thompson was here to speak on that, and as well as some other folks. So we'll put it for the next commission meeting, and I'm sorry, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, for being here. I apologize. So the first item that the Commissioner Fernandez mentioned about, $15 million that were in the budget. How did I know that work was for structural work or for flooring or for rugs or for that? I remember you clearly told me when I asked you, Commissioner, you have 102% raises that are in the budget. You haven't had a transparent conversation. You haven't brought this to light. You haven't talked to people. You haven't had a town hall meeting. What happened? And your response was, on the record, it was, well, people can read the budget. People can read the budget. The money has been in the budget for years. The money was in the budget for years. It's up to you. It's up to you, like I did with him, our city manager. When I brought to my attention, I said, Mr. Manager, why is there $300,000 of additional money in the item in regards to salaries for the commissioners? And he said, well, Mayor, the issue is X, Y, and Z. This is the way that the commissioners wanted it, and they put it on the agenda. and I have to do what 3 of the commissioners tell me to do. And I said, okay, no problem. I understand it. If you see a $15 million line item, which is the largest line item in our budget, and you don't answer and you don't ask a question, again, that shows a lack of due diligence, a lack of care, and in my opinion, a lack of competency, like I said. So that's number 1. Okay. Number 2, you mentioned the issue of the country club. The country club was an absolute debacle. And what I'm going to do right now, because of our city attorney who's here, and she can wave her head if I'm correct or if I'm wrong. When I went to see her, I said, you know, we need to have a public conversation in regards to what's going on with the country club. I have a lot of residents that are coming to me that are asking me questions. Are their memberships in danger? What's the plan for the country club? The city attorney, which is the same thing that she did for me in regards to the Biltmore issue. Thank you, Madam Mayor. The same thing that she did for me with the Biltmore when I called her, because I received your email with the word shocking on it from the Biltmore, as if we were back in the blogging days. She told me, I said, well, I'd like to put out a statement in regards to the Biltmore. She told me, we want to preserve our rights legally. Don't do that. I disagree. Am I correct? Yes or no?
Generally, Mayor, yes, we prefer for the city to speak with one voice, and we don't want to, compromise our legal positions.
So in regard to the country club, we took a step back. We let our attorneys, and I remember when Miriam Ramos was here, because I was in a business trip in New York and I got a phone call in regards to moving forward. What were we going to do? And I held that phone conversation on the street in New York with the city manager, Miriam Ramos, Christina, and other members of the city attorney and outside counsel in regards to what we would do moving forward to address the issues, because we found many deficiencies. We found things that were not correct, and we handled that accordingly. And we've done millions of dollars of renovations, and staff did a wonderful job addressing that issue. And people are more than happy in regards to the country club under the city's leadership. You want to say something, Mr. Manager?
Mayor, I have never said this before, but we even found the fire alarm had been tampered with and was not working, and it was jumped so it would all be green. So we found some things in there that were incredible that we certainly were not expecting, and it was. I'm not going to say everything we found, but I've never seen that before in my 40 years. And
another thank you, and another comment to address Commissioner Fernandez, when he said the frescoes are cheap. I never said that. What I said was very simple. You're not spending $15 million on frescoes, at least not under my watch. I would never spend that amount of money. Yeah, it's going to cost money to restore the frescoes that are there if they're historic, and our historic director will tell us if they're historic or not, because there's certain things that are not historic, and we've noticed that. And I'm talking about City Hall. If those frescoes are historic, they will be replaced and they will be brought to their original splendor. But we're not spending $15 million historic. And if you know about construction, there's a $15 million line item on the budget. What you do is you take a step back, you sit with the city manager, and you do what I did when I saw the raises that were proffered by Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Menendez, and Commissioner Castro. I said, what is this money? I disagree with this. And guess what? They won, they proceeded, and the budgets went forward, and the budget increase on salaries went forward. But if you see a $15 million line item, it's your responsibility as an elected official to say, what is this $15 million? What is it going for? Okay, it's going for restoration of City Hall. Break down the restoration. I'd like to understand what that is. Again, that's an issue, again, of competency and doing your job. Very similar to what we've had before when you haven't answered your emails and you said, hey, I never received this email, and it was proven to you in a meeting, hey, you did receive the email. The problem is that you haven't read your emails.
No, it had been sent to a wrong person.
No, they were sent to the right person.
It was sent to A. Fernandez.
No, it was
not
not.
my email address. The
I have
email
the
address of
copy.
the police officer.
I have the copy of the email.
What you
didn't
requested
receive it.
as
You
Alberto
didn't.
Giancarlo,
You
which is
did
your
receive it.
alias.
It's not my alias. I don't have alias.
But you make
So my
public
point-
records request, and
so
the clerk is here.
My point is, listen, concentrate. You're not, listen, remember, Ariel, you are no longer
Commissioner Fernandez.
Commissioner Fernandez. You're no longer a blogger. You're a commissioner now. Remember, you represent the people. You're not supposed to be the first one to deliver the news, no matter if it's wrong or it's right. You are now a commissioner. We have to work on behalf of the residents. For example, the country club. It was a very difficult thing. By the way, nobody threw anybody out there with police officers. Okay? Just so you know, those people, I understand, were your friends. I understand that. And you got many perks at the country club through those individuals. But hold on a minute. Those people.
That's false information.
It's
That
not
is
false information. The problem is.
And you're displaying it as a member of the dais, and you're violating the civility code.
You're not.
Your civility code,
I'm
the
not.
one that you passed.
I'm not.
This
My
is
point-
not the first time, though.
You can censure me again if you like. So my point is very simple. You did not like the way that was handled. That was handled professionally. And we found many things that the manager will tell you in regards to construction, life safety issues. And not only that, what they were doing financially that went against the residents in this community for years and years and years. We had many meetings with the leaseholders and we had discussions say, bring us your books. We reviewed the books. We reviewed all the documents. We did a walk through the building. And at the end of the day, the city took the building over. And that was in the best interest of the city. So if you're going to tell me that you don't know why there's a $15 million line item in the budget, I could say, listen, 15,000, 50,000, 20,000, certain items that are minuscule, maybe you don't see them. But a $15 million line item, which is the largest tranche of money in a construction project that we have outside of the public safety building, which was done 3 or 4 years ago, that to me, again, is, it doesn't make sense. So moving on with that issue.
Well, Mayor, actually, just for a clarification for those watching, the decision regarding the country club and having community recreation take over took place by the commission February 2022. Christina became city attorney in February of 2023. So Christina, though she was part of the team, she wasn't the actual city attorney at that time with the whole country club situation. I just wanted to clarify the timeline.
So let me add on to the commissioner's statement. Madam City Attorney, how long were we in negotiations in regards to the country club?
Sir, I'm
It was
sorry.
before you became city attorney, correct?
Correct. All of that happened before I became city attorney. I do not know how long those negotiate. At this moment, I don't recall.
So my timeline in regards to the way that was conducted is correct. There wasn't a phone call in New York with the attorney's office and the city manager to move forward in addressing issues. So listen, this job is a very difficult job. You're going to make people happy and you're going to make people unhappy. But at the end of the day, the purpose is to sit down and work cohesively, not to be the first one to send out 35,000 emails saying shocking news. I got this email and I'm putting it out there without allowing staff to finish their reports, without allowing the professionals to finish their report. So you just said, Mr. Wood is one of the most, when I introduced him, I said he's one of the most respected individuals in this community. I hold him in high regard. He's a person who I've had the pleasure of being with on multiple occasions in regards to business, where the private sector, and everyone speaks about the manager, Peter Iglesias, and in regards to Douglas Wood, in the highest regard as engineers in the private sector. So please don't say I'm disparaging this gentleman, because that's the last thing I would do. But one thing, and to close out so that you can move forward. Very simple. You heard what Mr. Wood said, and he can repeat it again. The building is shored. The building is habitable. It's not a safety issue. He said it. It's on the record when he spoke. And now you've heard it also from another structural engineer, Peter Iglesias. We have taken extraordinary precautions to make sure that the building is safe. But Mr. Manager, even if we had not shored the building, would the building be safe for being habited right now? Yes or no?
I defer to the engineer of record on that being a
Mr. Wood,
engineer.
I asked you a question.
But I do think that as you mentioned, Mr. Wood is an excellent engineer, and he's shoring it in the utmost of caution, and to be able to analyze the building further. So with respect to Mr. Wood, which I have known for decades and has always been an excellent engineer, I defer to him. I don't know what's been found. But I do think if Mr. Wood says that shoring the building is safe, I have no problems working in that building.
Thank you very much.
And let me just say that I worked in the building. I wasn't working across the street. So I don't believe I'm suicidal.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Castro.
Yeah, it is past noon. You have spoken probably 75% of this meeting on one item. I think it's time to move on and stay on topic.
I think it's a beautiful opportunity to clear the air and I think the residents want to hear what's going on in their city hall, especially on their historic gem, and what we are doing as a city, because I talk to residents all the time, and we are on topic, by the way, who tell me, Vince, when does City Hall start? Next week, 2 weeks? I hear we're moving out. I said, no. City Hall is not starting for a minimum of a year and 9 months to 2 years. So we are on topic. It's on the public record, and we've had two exceptional experts here, along with Mr. Gomez, who's also an engineer, who have given us their opinion, and staff is doing a wonderful job. And please, for the record, when I'm quoted tomorrow on the blogs, I do not want to have anybody die in the building. This is not Champlain Towers, like Commissioner Fernandez said. You know, this is an opportunity to have City Hall open during an election year, which is critically important, and allow some of our staff to continue to do business in that building.
And you realize you continue to talk.
I do, and I will
Yeah,
continue, and I will
we need
continue to
to-
talk.
Keep
And I
in
will
mind
continue-
that people are here listening, people come to listen to the whole agenda and pay some respect to them. I think it's enough. You've said the same thing probably 10 times.
Maybe I can
With
say it.
one-
Maybe I can say it.
With
11.
one time, it's more than enough. We have very educated employees and residents.
Mr. Mayor, I still have a member of the public who
Yes.
requests to speak on this item, Mr. Rip Holmes.
Mr. Holmes.
Thank you. Is the mic working? Yeah.
Yeah, just get close to it. It's
Say it again?
Get close to it.
Thank you. So, I appreciate your help on that. I'm really floored with the fact that former city manager Iglesias has been hiding these structural problems at City Hall for at least 6 years. He's hidden it from the public. So you've got the public, and now Mayor Vince Lago says, "Oh, no, nothing to see here. People can keep coming to City Hall." So he's part of this hiding of a really serious problem. But no, the public keep coming. You maybe get environmentally damaged, and we end up with people suing City Hall for having government in secret. We had this is actually reminiscent of the government in secret that led to the zoning code that nobody knew about, and was a horrendous scandal, and very seriously continues to damage the city. This was government in secret. Former city manager Iglesias knew, he's admitting today, he knew that there was a problem, and he was secretly trying to move people out of City Hall. He says he moved them to the building next door. He says he was planning to move them even here, but now they're objecting to doing that. He says that they were secretly planning to do offices on Menorca, but he never informed the public, because I attend these meetings very frequently. I would know. It was all in secret. And now what else are they keeping secret? That's the real problem. And Mayor Lago, you said that this is some kind of an election ploy by Ariel Fernandez. I think actually you've made it an election issue because you've been hiding the fact that City Hall has structural problems, and you're continuing to hide it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Ready to move on to item 2.1, time certain, 11 o'clock? Or
No,
you
we're
want to
moving,
continue talking
make
about
a
it?
motion to pull F2.
Pulling F2.
Second.
Okay.
All right.
Wait, can we state what agenda item F2 is for those who are
Two
here?
is update on possible action regarding alterations at the Biltmore Hotel.
So we're deferring the Biltmore Hotel item.
No, we're going to pull it up now. I'm making a motion to call it up
Okay,
now.
I'm sorry.
Will you do me a favor? Will you tell the commissioner what you requested from me? What was he requesting?
To take up the 11 a.m. time certain.
Okay.
We have people in the room that have been waiting for the 10 a.m. time certain that had been noticed.
Okay.
So I'll second Commissioner Fernandez's motion.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
No.
Mayor Lago.
No. As I mentioned before, as we hear this item, you will not have anyone from the Biltmore who could be here at 4:00 to hear this item. I mentioned it multiple times to our city clerk over the last few days so that we could get it prepared for this meeting. And I've asked through the clerk so we could make sure we have an accommodation for the Biltmore so they can be here front and center to answer to the questions. Let me be clear for the blogs when they write this. I oppose doing anything in the Biltmore without a permit that it was not reviewed by historic preservation. It is, in my opinion, something that it's our jewel, it's our gem. We should not touch the Biltmore without having met with the city manager and without having met with our historic preservation office. We need to be extremely careful with this building. But at the end of the day, it symbolizes who we are as a city. Thank you very much.
So I had initially called for a special commission meeting last week to address this item. The city manager and staff had said they would not have time to be prepared for it. I had a meeting with Mr. Prescott, and following that meeting, I spoke to the manager, the city attorney, and the city clerk, and I decided to cancel the special commission meeting that had already been scheduled with a condition that we have a 10 a.m. time certain for this item. The 10 a.m. time certain was granted, and it was also published on the two agendas that we published. We published on Tuesdays and on Thursdays, and it was noticed for 10 a.m. on both those days. The minute that I got the confirmation that we had a 10 a.m. time certain, I called Mr. Prescott and informed him that we had a 10 a.m. time certain to discuss this item. So the entire request to change the time certain to 4 p.m. didn't come until yesterday, the day before the meeting, at the last minute, when you, the residents, already had intended to be here for a 10 a.m. time certain to discuss this item. That is why I objected to moving the time certain to 4 p.m. And I have asked my colleagues, and I appreciate Commissioner Menendez and Castro for agreeing to move this item up so that we can have a discussion. I think the Biltmore Hotel is what residents and people throughout the world think of when they think of the city of Coral Gables. It is a gem, and thanks to Mayor Thompson, who was here earlier, and two of her colleagues in that commission back in the 1980s, the commission decided to save the Biltmore Hotel, which was going to be demolished. And a lot of work went into the restoration of the Biltmore Hotel to bring it to what it has been. A gem in our community, a place where people go for gatherings, families come out to enjoy the amenities at the Biltmore Hotel. It's a place that we as a city celebrate our 4th of July. This is our central gathering place in the city of Coral Gables. And the mayor likes to talk about the blogs, but had it not been for Gables Insider, I would not have found out that this had taken place. The manager, the city attorney, Commissioner Menendez, the police chief, and I had all been at the Biltmore Hotel probably a week and a half before for a police chief's dinner, and no work had been done. There was no mention of any work coming. And the operators are very quick to say, look, this is what we're going to do with fairways, and I want you to see the plans, and this is what's going forward. There was no conversation. For me, seeing those pictures was a shock. And that's why I use that word, because it completely defaces the lower lobby of the hotel. And as I told Mr. Prescott that day, you have destroyed our historical gem. That's the way that I see it. On Friday of that week, the manager had scheduled a walkthrough. The mayor had went as well. It was even more concerning because as we're walking through, and thankfully the manager insisted, the mayor did not want us to go to other rooms in the hotel. The manager insisted on trying to see as many rooms as possible. And thank you for that. We stumbled onto illegal painting that was taking place in one of the rooms next to the Danielson Gallery. But that wasn't enough. There was a locked doorway that we were trying to get into, and it took a while to get the key. When they got the key, they've built a speakeasy in one of the rooms upstairs, completely illegally, without the city knowing about it. We then find a staircase that has a code lock, and of course, couldn't find the code. So I asked the maintenance gentleman to find a bolt cutter, and immediately they had the code to open. Well, we go upstairs, and I have never seen Kara Kotz upset. I have never seen her upset. And she was livid. The amount of work that has been done up there, there's a fire pit, there's plumbing work, there's electrical work. There is no second egress, so it's a space that cannot legally be used, but a ton of money was spent in there. The most upsetting thing to me is the operator is always telling us, we don't have money. We need to charge for parking so that we can have enough money to do things. But there has been hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars that have gone into this building on illegal work. And, the problem that I have is we're a city that for too long, our own residents have believed we hide things. And that was the message that I got from residents last year during the campaign. The reason that I put out the statement is because of the number of calls and emails that I started receiving from residents when they saw those pictures, the following Miami Herald article, CBS 4 who went out. We have to live in the community that we represent. We have to be sure that our residents understand that we are not sweeping things under the rug, that we are taking action, that we are standing up for their interests. The Biltmore Hotel, although I've heard many places that other people own it, no, it's owned by the residents of this city and this city. This is your asset. We're here as the governing board of this city. The manager sits as our CEO, as Mr. Iglesias always said, to guide our city in the right direction. The issue here goes beyond historic. It goes into process. We have a very clear contract with the operator, which says that's very clear, any alterations must be approved by the city of Coral Gables. The lobby, the work that was being done in that painted room, the work that was done in the speakeasy, the work that was done up in the tower. And then we're being told, well, that's never been used. And as Ms. Cott said, she saw people up there the night before. So I have a concern that is shared by many residents. We are in a position right now where this is not the first time. And I fully support the manager's decision to send a letter of default, even though some are saying that I was behind the letter of default. I was informed after Mr. Prescott informed me because he was called by a member of this commission to let him know. And I fully support it. This was the third strike. The first one, they started charging for parking without being allowed to do it. The second time, fairways, beautiful work that was done. The golf club, beautiful work that was done. I mean, you walk in there and it's a 5-star resort. However, there was permitting done. There was planning that was done. And then whatever they wanted to do was actually done inside. When we came in for the inspections, tons of things had been changed without going through the process. This is about process. It's about ensuring that our asset is protected. And many residents have told me, what assurances do we have that it's not going to happen again? And that's what I told Mr. Prescott when I spoke to him again last night. I told him, I have no assurances that you're going to preserve our historic Biltmore Hotel. What's it going to take? Are we going to have a code enforcement officer permanently parked at the hotel? Because there was work being done outside. By the way, the illegal work we stumbled into, there was a red notice which said they couldn't be doing any work. But, they believe that painting is okay. It's not okay. It's not okay. It is our asset. If any of you own commercial real estate, you own commercial real estate, Mr. Mayor. If your tenant decides to do their own build out inside when your contract says they have to approve it by you, you would have an issue with that. We all would. If you rent out a house to somebody and they do tear down walls or, change the historic nature of the house, you would all have issues with that. I have issues with it has taken place at the Biltmore Hotel. And that's why I asked for this item to be placed on the agenda. I want to hear from staff on what steps have been taken. I know that there's additional checks that have to be done. We were not able to go to the 13th floor because there was somebody staying there. And I believe they're still staying there until later this week or next week. There are also concerns about other floors. I mean, even the terrace, the beautiful tile that we had in the terrace has literally been spray painted with green spray paint. We're talking about tons of money just to restore what the Biltmore was. And there was really no reason for it. It was kind of a ha-ha moment. We'll take care of it. We'll hire whatever conservative the city wants to bring it back. But we need to be able to trust our city's operators to operate our facilities and to preserve what is there. So, Mr. Manager?
Commissioner, the city was made aware that there were certain alterations made at the Biltmore Hotel. City staff investigated it and determined that prior approval based on our lease had not been provided. And these alterations that were made were done without a permit. So obviously we stopped the work. Code enforcement issued a violation, red tagged the work so they would not continue. And I spoke to the city attorney, and we both determined that it would be appropriate to issue them the letter so that we could reserve our authority over the issues that may develop down the road. And then staff has been working as diligently as they can, trying to figure out where we're at with the Biltmore. There are areas that we have not gone inside. I've asked staff to do a top to bottom review of everything that was done and make sure that all the issues are addressed as per our lease and as per our code. That's where we're at today.
And I know during the walkthrough, there were certain questions that were asked by Mr. Prescott. And I think our staff, Doug from Development Services, Anna Pernis from Historic Preservation, everybody's willing to work with the operator of the Biltmore because the concern was, well, you know, it's going to take forever to get approvals. But I think what you stated and what Doug and Anna stated is we can work with them on finding a solution to ensure that it doesn't take 2 or 3 weeks to get a permit approved for something that's urgent that needs to be done, but they still have to follow the process that every resident has to follow if they're doing work in their homes.
Without an application, we can't do anything. So they need to follow the process. We will go back and double check, make sure that everything's done appropriately, similar to what we had to do with the restaurant. But we are working on some items to have discussions with the Biltmore management so that we could move forward.
Through the mayor, I've spoken with Mr. Prescott several times last week. He takes responsibility for everything he's done. He's more than willing to work with the city to do what is the process. He did send me a video yesterday that he wanted to present during this item. If it's okay.
Mr. Mayor, I have the video ready to play.
I think we all received the email. We all received the video too.
Right, but I did.
Yes, I sent
It was a conversation I had with him, and I told him if he couldn't be here on time, that I'd be willing to move up to ensure that the video could be played so that we could hear from him if he wasn't able to make it on time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, it'll be good morning when you see this. This is Tom Prescott with the Biltmore Hotel. I apologize for not being able to attend the morning portion of the City Commission meeting and this important discussion topic. However, as I've expressed to the Commission, I do wish to be there to engage with all stakeholders, community members, and so forth in the afternoon. Please accept my apologies for not being able to be there in the morning, but I welcome the conversation in the afternoon for all that wish to have it. I also want to specifically state, though, now, so there's no misunderstanding as the conversation commences, that in no way, shape, or form was any person from the city derelict in their duties. The oversight was on my part, and that is what I want to talk about. The restoration that we're going to do in collaboration with all interested parties and stakeholders will be undertaken, but I thought it was important to, at the very least, ensure that there is no ambiguity by which the city, whether they be elected officials or career staff, did anything wrong in this regard. I'll explain that further when I have the opportunity to speak. And again, welcome further comments by anyone that wishes to have that, as I've been doing already with a number of members of the community. So thank you very much for allowing me to share with you this message, and I look forward to speaking in the afternoon.
Through the mayor.
Yes,
Mr. Manager, I did speak with you after forwarding the email to staff for code enforcement to take the necessary actions that they have to do at the Biltmore Hotel. I also asked you to put this item on the agenda so that we could, have an update and report from staff so we understand what the necessary procedures are going to be to restore the Biltmore properly. In particular, we need a conservator to govern how things are done, so it's done correctly and no more damage is done. Okay, and that should be paid for by Seaway, which is the current operator. And I have spoken to Mr. Prescott, and he is agreeable to pay for the conservator. And I think you can hear from the tone that he's agreeable to take whatever steps are necessary going forward. Huge mistake was made by him. I agree. But we need our staff who are experts in this field. None of us are experts in historic preservation to guide us on what needs to be done at the Biltmore Hotel and how it should proceed forward. So.
If I may, through the mayor, a lot of things that happen and decisions that are made and issues that come up, we can't address them in a vacuum. We've already had plenty of residents concerned, folks who actually moved away years ago who saw the news of the alterations without the proper authorizations of the Biltmore, and it created a great deal of concern for our history, for our beloved Biltmore Hotel. One of the reasons why we have this opportunity is to inform our residents as to what's happening, what's happened, and the path forward. And I do know Tom is sincere in making amends for the changes that happened and the corrections that need to be made going forward. My only concern, or my biggest concern, is the Fairways restaurant, which is phenomenal and it's beautiful and it's wonderful, and I recommend you go there. When it was going through its final approvals issues, I think Commissioner Fernandez mentioned, arose. Things were discovered that perhaps were done without the proper authorization and permits. Now we face this situation. There's a pattern, and patterns repeat themselves. So in addition to addressing the alterations and bringing things back to the way they should be, I want to make sure that through the city attorney's office and through the manager's office, we take a look at that agreement to see what can be added to the agreement to further protect us in case there is a momentary lapse in judgment down the road. I don't believe there will be, because of the community outcry and the engagement with the city government, but you just never know. So I would like our agreement to be addressed and see how we can tighten it up so that this never occurs, not only with this operator, but whatever else happens down the road. We need to protect the city and not let patterns repeat.
We can certainly look into that, Commissioner.
Mr. Mayor, if we can call a public comment since residents have been waiting for a while.
First speaker is Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. My real name, not an alias, not a made-up name. My real name and my real address. This item, first of all, I think that if we will consider discussing it, like was said, from both sides, maybe it would not be wise to do it today, because we do not have a time certain for today, because the people do not know, didn't make plans to come back today. I would suggest that wise move would be to put her on the agenda for next meeting at a time certain, whatever time you want, but advertise it so people can be here. Because it was advertised for 10. Now we're saying let's make it 4. Well, I hate to tell you, most people are not listening now to make plans to be back at 4 o'clock. That's comment number 1. Number 2, I think we keep talking about historic. Frankly, I know the building is the Biltmore is a historic building. It's a national designated historic monument, I think, or something to that effect. We're not talking about just historical changes, I hope. We're talking about, we have a lease. It says very clearly, any changes, any, not just the historic portion of the building, any changes. If you were to have a property, if you leased a house to somebody, and they change what you leased to them, you would expect them to either put it back the way it was or pay somebody to put it back. I don't think we should be entertaining just the historic portion. I think the way the building was given to this management company should be the way it is back. And then let them ask for permission to do what they think would be an asset. And maybe some of it we would agree to. But the city, the owners, the residents, the taxpayers, the elected officials have to give permission for anything that will be done, whether historic or not. That's the point here, the process. I don't think we're talking about design, at least I'm not talking about how it looks, how it could look, whether people like it or not. My whole issue is process. You have a lease, you have a contract, you have an agreement. This is what we lease you. This is how it has to be, unless we tell you that you may make changes. And I believe, from what I've read, from what I've seen, that the city hasn't given permission to make any changes. So the building, before we consider issuing any permits, we need to go back and see the building the way it's supposed to be, and then talk about permits.
Mr. Clerk,
Sonia Berto.
good afternoon.
First word I have to say, finally. Yes, it was scheduled for 10 o'clock. Now, if there's a conflict of scheduling, it's not the residents' issue. First, I have to second Mrs. Cruz. I think today, 4 o'clock is not a suitable time. A lot of residents will miss this important meeting. My name is Sonia Virto. I live at 730 Anastasia. The Biltmore Hotel is at the 1200 Anastasia. First thing I have to tell you is, wow, I cannot believe that this is happening. I cannot believe it. When I tell people who don't live here, who don't live in the United States, who have visited Florida, and I say, I live in Coral Gables, first thing they say, oh, is that where there's that big building, that big hotel? Yes. So imagine. And Mr. Prescott says, oh, I will make repairs. And Madam Vice Mayor, you say he's willing to pay for it. Well, I hope every penny comes out of his pocket, not a penny of our taxes, not a penny from the people who live in Coral Gables. And now I'd like to address to you, Mr. City Manager. The people who are supposed to do the supervising come under your jurisdiction. The building department, the code enforcement. This was done, some people say, during the night. How can they do during the night? This is not just a small garbage bag. These are huge dumpsters. I walk the back, and you can see if there's anything going on. This is under your jurisdiction that this happened. The people who work for you, you all know here, and everybody here, all the residents here, if you want to change anything in your home, I've done 3 renovations in my house. I'm trying to finish my last one for an idiotic piece of handle that's not there. We had to go back to the drawing board, and it's still in your hands at the city for one handle. My neighbor has a historic designated home. She had a vent, something like, what do you call the cloth? A vent, not an awning. She had an awning. She got fined because the inspector came by a few years ago, told her, ma'am, your awning is dirty. So between a dirty awning and destroying a historical building free building that we have in Coral Gables, I say shame on you, all of you, because you put us through hell to do a minor renovations in our homes. It has to be the proper this and the proper that and the proper color, and the ramp and the steps are too high and the steps are too low. We go through hell to suit Coral Gables. Do I like it? Yes, I do, because I decided to live here in Coral Gables. And I have to abide by the rules. But you let the biggest building that represents us to do everything they want to do, and you say you didn't know about it, Mr. City Manager? Who are your people? Where are they? But if I have an extra leaf in front of my house, or I have a pickup truck with a name on a Sunday, oh my God, code enforcement will put on the brakes. So I say this is on you, Mr. City Manager. You direct your people. Your supervisors, they don't see the dumpsters in the back. No, everybody's blind. Or they wanted to be blind, is all I can say. I am appalled. I am appalled at this situation. Totally appalled. And you, Mr. Mayor, because Mr. Prescott cannot make it at 10 a.m. like the residents, you wanted to push this to 4 o'clock. I'm sorry. The conversation today is between the residents and you who have been elected to take care of us, to take care of things that we like the Biltmore and everything else that is historical. People pay thousands and thousands of dollars to visit places that are historical, and they come back and they say, wow, we have the Biltmore and you can't even preserve it, Mr. City Manager. The one Biltmore. It's your group of people who failed us, because all they have to do is drive their truck in the back, because that's where it's happening. And now you say you didn't know about it? Mr. Prescott said, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't know. How long have they been here? I know the city was dying to find a tenant, because there were dire times for the city to find a tenant. You finally got Mr. Prescott's father and his company to come in. They have 60 years left. Well, I hope they pay through the yin yang for everything that they did to that building. Everything they did for that building. And I would like to hear more from all of you sitting here, and from you, City Manager, what you have to say for your staff that get good salaries, good retirements, good health benefits. And this is what they put us through? Shame on you. I'm sorry to say this, but shame on you. Thank you.
Barbara Reese.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Barbara Reese, and I am at 118 Zamora Avenue. Previously, I owned a beautiful old historic home at 840 Coral Way, and I sold it 3 years ago. And the people who bought my home are still trying to remodel it, because it was a beautiful old crown jewel of Coral Gables historic home. So having lived there, I know what I had to do in order to paint something or do anything, alter anything with the city. And, I was great working with Kara. She was wonderful. And, whenever we needed anything, they would always work with you. And I was aghast when I went to a garden club meeting a couple weeks ago, and I valet parked for $30, I might add. And so anyway, I walked in and I looked down, and there was this white marble mausoleum in front of me. And I went, what could that be? That can't be. It's just awful. Then I looked above, they have this little tiny chandelier that someone was still hanging while I was there. It didn't even fit the scope of the building. And then tacky mirror chips that were inside these furniture that they discovered. It looked like something out of Vegas. And my brother and my sister and my brother-in-law live in LA, and they're the ones who said, what did you do to the Biltmore? And I said, I don't know. I said, I saw it. It's awful. And then what the most disturbing thing, because I had things like this in my old home, they painted white paint over the beautiful murals. I mean, how can that be restored? And I hope it can be. And I think you can tear up all that white marble. He might not like doing it, but it can be done because I understand the old flooring has still been restored underneath. And I know it's being done at my old house. So it can happen. I think he should be made to do that, try and restore the beautiful stencil work that's in there. I mean, it's historic. The problem with the whole city of Miami is we don't really restore and keep historic buildings and respect it. And that is just such a beautiful building. And when you live there and use it all the time and have your relatives come, it's just a shame that he was allowed to get by with it. And I think when he tries to make some kind of restoration for this, he needs to consider what it used to look like. And it's fine to say you need a new piece of furniture or you need this, but not take beautiful, beautiful work and make it look like, as I said, a Vegas hotel. It's really the first impression you get out of the valet is that. And I just hope, and it's unfortunate that he's not here today to hear all these comments from her. But I do agree with Maria that, rescheduling this for 4:00, I missed my garden club meeting for this today. So, as Maria knows, and, I can't come back at 4, but I think it's only fair that he hears what we have to say. And anyway, I appreciate your time, even though we were here all this morning waiting for this. But I do think it's an important issue with this community to keep a crown jewel like that, what it was meant to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reese.
Just to let you know, the stencils were, a company holding the stencils did send me an email, and Corellia Carbonell, that they do exist. So the restoration of that, the stencil work can be done. Oh, yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. And
So in reference to what the resident said before and Ms. Reese repeated in regards to 4:00, that was a request that was made by Mr. Prescott earlier in last week in preparation for today's commission meeting. I passed that information over to the clerk to try to make sure that we have someone here to speak on the other side in regards to the issue. Why did I want that to happen? Very clearly, because like you said, Mr. Prescott performed construction without a permit. He should face the music before the residents who are here. There's nobody from the Biltmore here to hear what you're saying, except for if they listen to the commission meeting. So at the end of the day, my intent was to have a meeting where both sides could speak in regards to what the intent was and understand the outrage that the residents have in regards to what was done at the Biltmore. So I have no issues with here now. I think it's perfectly fine. I was not going to request that it be moved at all. Mr. Clerk.
Elizabeth Ratter.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate you letting me speak. I'm Dr. Elizabeth Rader. About now. I'm Dr. Elizabeth Rader. I am here not only as resident of Coral Gables, but I work on behalf of Hindman Auctions. We are a Chicago-based full-service art and auction house, and I am the VP Trust Estate Private Client Director, managing Florida. I am a big fan of the Biltmore. One, because as all of you are very passionately saying, it is a historical landmark and it is the gem of our city and what, for many reasons, why people are drawn to come here. And you could argue why there has been further investment in construction and why we see the growth of Coral Gables today. I think many, many years ago, it had fallen in disrepair. It was chained up. It was an elephant to the city. So the Prescotts, they are owed a debt of gratitude. They do run it as a business and as a successful business that we all benefit from. So I think it is important, as Mayor Vince Lago and the Vice Mayor mentioned, that they should be here to defend themselves, to be able to, they're owed the courtesy. And as all of you also have recognized, the Prescotts seem to be willing to make things right. So I think just as someone here in the business community, it is a bit of a warning to me to see that people can rush to judgment to someone that has contributed so much to the community and is constantly looking for ways to do more projects that benefit us all, such as the Moda Miami, these kinds of projects. You can't have something like that at a hotel like the Biltmore without it being modernized to a point. Now, there should be an agreement on what that looks like, but you shouldn't forget that fact as well, that the Biltmore is not a museum. We should preserve it. It's, again, the gem of our city. I have a doctorate in historical preservation. I think it is very, very important. But I think also from a business point of view, there's a way of dealing with people that are proven contributors to our community. And that I feel is very unfair. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Doctor.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Public comment is closed. What is the will of the commission? Is there any further comments, or can I make my comments?
Make your comments.
Howard, you have anything else you'd like to say?
No, make
The only question I have, Mr. Manager, is when will staff's report be ready?
For the Biltmore, it's going to be a while. We still do not have access to certain floors. Certain offices are privately rented out. So we want to take a look at that. But I should be able to report to you by next commission meeting our initial findings of what we discovered during our investigation.
Yeah, I would like an update next month.
Can we get a copy of the preliminary report when it's ready?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. I know you closed the public hearing, but Carelia Carbonelli just raised her hand on Zoom.
Okay, I did. Perfect.
Ms. Carbonelli, if you can unmute.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Hi, everyone. This is Carelia. Thanks for taking my call. I didn't realize public comments was going to be shorter than I thought. I would be remiss if I didn't call in. You have received not only on behalf of the Historic Preservation Association our letter, asking for a full remedy of what has transpired. I have also spoken with Mr. Prescott. He is absolutely taking full responsibility, but that's only one part of the equation. Now it's the remedy part, and it has to be a full remedy to our national landmark, and it is under the national landmark status, quote, a living museum, and that is what it is. And yes, it's a working hotel, but that was the premise of building that building. It was a hotel, and it was built in 1926. It's an era that is frozen in time, as we say, as far as the designation is concerned. And that's how it got a national landmark designation, not because it was modernized, not because it was different than it was original. It was designated because of the fact that in 1986, a full restoration, authentic restoration, Esther Herndon, in collaboration with obviously city and all the historic renderings and documents, to have it go, and be the authentic hotel that Merrick planned. So when I hear about modernizing and it's not, anything other than a hotel, and that Seaway has to make it so that, it's profitable, all that they understood when they signed the lease in 1992. As a matter of fact, Mr. Prescott himself made sure that when he signed the lease, he promised his stewardship to the hotel. So, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. This is not about modernizing. This is not about it not being historic, or one part is historic and one part isn't. That hotel and that landmark is all historic. It is a historic monument, and we have to take care of it as that. And then my final thought is that national landmark, it's our only national landmark in this city, should have regular site visits from the historic preservation, whether it's on a monthly or every 2 months or however the calendar works. But for this to happen under sort of everybody's noses, really doesn't, it really doesn't, there's no vote of confidence there. So moving forward, when you all decide on what to add to the lease and what, things are going to have to be implemented, I believe that should be part of it. So again, please understand that this is a very important monument to the city. It is a working hotel, but that's what it was designated to be, and we have to abide by that. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And
Yeah. We have already put on the record, and it's very public right now, what has transpired within the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I don't think that Mr. Prescott had any malicious intent. As one of the speakers was saying, it is a business, not excusable at all. The process wasn't followed. However, he is more than willing to work with this commission, with the city. We need to move forward, get this resolved. In the process is supposed to be solved. And I know that Tom is willing to do that. Let's look forward to making sure that our asset is preserved adequately according to our code. And that would be the responsibility of our employees. We don't have any expertise here in the dais, and just let's look forward. Let's look forward. It's already happened, and let's make the best of it.
And I just want to add real quick, the closest thing to the Biltmore Hotel that I can think of is the Breakers Hotel in Palm Beach. And unless I'm mistaken, the Breakers Hotel is still the Breakers Hotel. And I was just researching right now. They got approval by their Historic Preservation Commission to restore the Mediterranean style courtyard. They went through the process. And that's the key here. We need to make sure not only that the process is followed and respected, but we need to assure going forward that we never encounter this again. I think there'll be a solution that'll everybody be happy, but we need safeguards. And that's what I'm proposing. And I know we're still in discussion, but I'd like to make a motion to bring this back in December, time certain, at the beginning of the commission meeting, because I know a lot of folks have other events and other activities. So perhaps we can do, allow me another 10 a.m. in our December meeting for an update. So that way everybody's on the same page.
I'll second that.
I'll second it if we don't jam up the agenda again. I had a time certain. It was put on for 11:30. I took it off. It was like the only thing on the agenda. It was a very light agenda. And then we've jammed a few others in between. I also had deferred the Opalaka item from the last meeting to this meeting. It's time certain for this meeting at 1:30. We have the mayor of Opalaka coming, so please be mindful of other people's time as well.
I just have a question for the city attorney. Regarding the letter of default, there is a 45-day window. What exactly must take place within that 45-day window? Because the next commission meeting is just outside that 45-day window.
So it's a cure period. I would anticipate that the Biltmore would likely ask for an extension of that cure period. And the manager and I can discuss, and seeing where we are at that point, the next steps.
Okay. I just want to make sure that during this time, there is no approval for the work that has already been done to remain the way it is. That's my goal from this meeting, to ensure that we work through the process, but that there is I know that they're trying to submit permit applications for the work that has already been completed. I just want to make sure that we don't approve the work that has been done and that we find a path forward. And I agree, Mr. Prescott has told me he is interested in finding a path forward as much as everybody else. But I want to be sure what is there now is not approved. So that's on the manager and your team.
So if I may, I haven't said anything. So first off, that's an impossibility because they have to come up with plans. They have to submit for permits. So what he's stating is it would never even happen anyways. So moving on from that, let's talk about certain comments that were made. And I want to clear the record. It's important to clear the record. Commissioner Fernandez made some comments a few minutes ago that are falsely defamatory and incorrect. Okay. Number one, when I showed up to the walkthrough that Commissioner Fernandez had called, I showed up about 4 or 5 minutes late. And as I went to ask staff, we were walking into the Danielson room. And what I said was, I thought the issue was in the lobby. Oh, and the comments were, we're going to review the entire building. I said, okay, not a problem. Would you like to know how many words I said during the rest of the 1 hour walkthrough? 0. I didn't say a word. I walked out when it was done because the reason why I made that statement was because in 1 hour, we had a fire graduation in this city that I wanted to make sure. I thought we were just going to address the lobby, but they wanted to review other areas of the Biltmore to see if other work had been done. I have no issues if they want to turn the Biltmore upside down and they want to look at every single corner. Go at it. Let's protect the asset. But the reason why I made that statement was very simple, was because we had a 1 hour deadline to make it to a presentation where I was going to be speaking as the mayor on behalf of new fire department employees that were being let into the city. I find it very interesting how everybody's in shock and awe about what's going on at the Biltmore when multiple of my colleagues, I've yet to go to the speakeasy that the Commissioner Fernandez speaks about. But multiple colleagues on this commission have not only been there, but they've had drinks at the speakeasy and they weren't bothered by it when they went there. So at the end of the day, to me, I wonder why it's a big issue now. You know, they should have brought it up. Let me give you an example. You know how we all found out about this? And it's good for the record, to clear the record. We got an email on October 26, 2024. The email was Rhonda Anderson, Jose Herabert from Perkins and Will, A. Pernis, Juan Riesco, Andres Vellucci, Don Slezik, and myself were copied on an email. That email immediately, because it's copied here, was the vice mayor and myself both sent that to the DCM and said, have staff address this immediately, code enforcement, review it. This is a public record. Okay. I let staff do the job to protect the asset. I trust my staff. They do a wonderful job. I don't need to send out an email, notifying everything, because even to this moment, staff hasn't even been able to finish the report of what actually happened. I will make my judgments once the report is done. Let's remember, this nice resident here in front of us made a very good comment in regards to the manager. The manager's been here 9 months. We love to blame managers and other people for doing this. This happened under the manager's watch. The manager, I've checked public record, the manager has met with the owner of the lease of the Biltmore 2 times in 9 months. The previous manager would meet every 2 weeks to every month with the Biltmore leaseholder to make sure that was addressed. But that's the truth. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. You can rebuttal when I'm done. I waited 45 minutes. You can do it. Also, how did this spread like wildfire? Because it was leaked. It was leaked to the blogs. A massive email was sent out to the residents. And then I received a phone call from Channel 4 and Channel 6. And I asked them, how did you find out about this? And I said, your following commissioner on the dais told us about it. To me, I think that is not what you do to a partner, especially when their partner is in a very, very tough situation that doesn't shine a good light on the city. Because what Mr. Prescott did not shine a good light on our relationship and our city. That is not how you resolve something. That is how you throw gasoline onto a problem. Because now you have a bigger issue than what we started with. So to me, we have to internalize this now. It's out in the public. We had 5 people come today to this meeting. They talked about it. We've sent out multiple emails. Both Commissioner Menendez has sent one and Commissioner Fernandez has sent 2, with shock and awe about what's happening here in the Biltmore. Now it's time to resolve the issue, to bring it back to its original splendor and invest the money that's needed to make sure we protect this asset. In regards to the default letter, I would have never sent that default letter. I think it's unnecessary and it's way too heavy-handed. I would have called Mr. Prescott in with our incredible staff and I would have addressed the issue. I think, and I told that to our city attorney, that shows a lack of professional experience in regards to the business world and how you treat contracts. To me, that is not the way that you work on a relationship that is already damaged as a result of what this gentleman did in the Biltmore. We could have. I understand.
Saying about his contract.
But I understand.
The contract that he has with
100%. He violated it. You're 100% correct. 110%. But two wrongs.
Mayor Lago, you're talking about one thing, but he did not abide by his contract with the city. He has no permit.
If I may, I'm not finding excuses. I'm not finding excuses. I'm trying to do, no, I'm not. I'm trying. The issues that you have to understand, when you send a default letter to somebody who has multi-million-dollar loans on a property, it could trigger a multitude of effects that could damage the viability of the asset. And again, I agree. He should have thought of that before he did that. But at the end of the day, excuse me, I understand that. But you have to conduct yourself in a way that, again, you resolve the issue, not exacerbate it. So moving on. This is an issue that we as a city have to address. This is a complex issue. The two ladies who are there, who are part of our historic preservation board, department, excuse me, they have a very tough task at hand. They have to review an entire building. They have to review these documents. But the first thing I did, which I highly recommend that my colleagues do, is I went and got two professional architects that I know in this community to provide me with a local designation report, the state designation report, the National Historic Landmark report, and the National Registry of Historic. I spent the weekend reviewing these documents to ensure that I knew where this asset stood and what we had to do to protect it. So moving on. It's all out in the open now. Let's get this resolved. Let's bring in Mr. Prescott, provide him with the necessary time to address this issue. He's going to require an extension because there's no way we can cure this issue in 45 days. And let's move forward to make sure that everything is addressed. Case in point, when we were doing the walkthrough, one of the staff noticed that the tiles were a different color. They have been stained or painted. That's just one of the many examples of things that need to be addressed to bring this building back to its original splendor. So let's not make this into a political issue. Let's make this into an issue where we can protect the asset. Thank you very much.
By the way, Mr. Mayor, I didn't require an architect to get the designation reports. Simple Google search gets them for you. And I went through all of those. In fact, I shared them with staff in case they didn't have them. And it very clearly stipulates that the interior of the hotel has historical aspects, including the lobby, furniture that was there. It's in the national designation.
Let me respond to you. Since I'm not an architect and you're not an architect and not a business owner, you have to understand that I sat down with an architect because he is the most respected architect in this community when it comes to historic preservation. And I wanted to review the documents with him and get it directly from the source to have the most respected voice in regards to the issue. Anybody can download it online, but the point is to sit down with somebody who, again, is very well versed on the issue and understands and can lead me in a direction because I'm not a historic preservation expert. And my staff here is more than busy and I don't want to take up their time to address the issue. So I met with a professional in the community who could sit down and have that conversation with me. So, and by the way, and I'd like to thank that person who met with me. They spent a lot of time and they put together this package and it was very nice.
But I think that's a failure of understanding what the issue is. There's a historic component. But there's a process that was violated.
100%.
How many code enforcement complaints do you send on residents on a regular basis without finding out the facts of how they got in that situation? You send at least 15 to 30 a day. But when it comes to your friend at the Biltmore Hotel, you're trying to sweep it under the rug. You're trying to make sure that it's not discussed publicly. You're trying to move it to 4 o'clock. You're trying to bend over backwards to not say that, because you said it, Channel 4 interview, I don't know that anything was done wrong. That's what you said to Channel 4. And in fact, you took it a step further. You said this is all political. What has taken place at the Biltmore is all political. There's nothing political about the Seaway Group desecrating the lower lobby of the Biltmore Hotel and doing a bunch of other work.
So let me respond to you.
Without having any permits, which is the process that every resident of the city has to
follow. Let me respond to you because this is what I do for a living. This is what I do for a living.
Outdoor complaints?
I work every single day in the construction industry. When I send to the manager on his tech, I send the list of the items every single day. Every time when it deals with a resident, I always say the same thing. Please educate the resident. Do not find them. Please educate the resident. And those are from residents in this neighborhood that are sending me lists and are sending me other things. Majority of the items that come before me that are addressed are issues that are signs, curbs that are broken, sidewalks that have not been addressed. And I understand you want to make me look bad in public, but please, you're dealing with a person who deals with permits and construction every day. Do not step into these waters, because I promise you, you don't know what you're talking about. The bottom line is that I have no relationship to Mr. Prescott. What I said in the interview is what a responsible person would say. I don't have all the facts. I need to wait for staff to provide me the information. I don't know what has been done. I haven't seen it in person. We're having a walkthrough, and I want to have. Excuse me.
You had just walked out of there with me.
Excuse me. I had missed the walkthrough. I showed up 5 minutes late. Like I said, I was in the Danielson room when I got there. I was not privy to what happened there. But at the end of the day, it's what you've done for years as a blogger. What you've done for years, you continue to muddy the waters. You continue to muddy the waters in an effort to confuse people. And you throw outlandish statements out there that every single time they're always debunked. They're always debunked. I haven't gone to the speakeasy to have drinks, but 2 members of my commission have. So if it was such a big deal and we're having such a heart attack right now, then why did they bring it to the attention of the manager? Why didn't they? How come? I haven't been there. I haven't had drinks. I haven't had a great time at a facility that didn't pull any permits. Again, so this is exactly what Commissioner Fernandez does all the time. He conflates the issue in an effort to confuse people. I've said it. If Mr. Prescott and Seaway broke the rules, which it seems like they didn't pull permits. I'm still waiting for staff to give me all the reports. I see all these emails flying back and forth. They should pay the consequences. They should bring that property back to its original splendor at their cost. That's it. It's very simple. But please don't lie and don't conflate things and tell me about permits and construction. This is what I've been doing for my entire life. I won't talk to you about blogs. That's your life. So
the one that you used to send information to, you were our best source on Gables Insider.
I know.
When you wanted to attack a staff member, you would send the information.
Again, I would never do that. That's the most insane thing ever. Mr. Clerk, where are we? We good?
For the commission.
We had a motion a second, I think,
When?
to call the item up next.
Time certain
Now,
item at 10 a.m. on
The vice mayor brought up a good point. I want to make sure her item is addressed as well. So whatever time certains are scheduled for next meeting, and I'm going to commit to not putting anything on the agenda unless it's an emergency, to ensure that we can address the items that are being deferred. I think your item on Mediterranean bonus is a very important item for this community. It's something that you put in a lot of work, as have other members of the community, and I think it should be given the amount of time necessary. So if we're scheduling it, let's just make sure that we stick to whatever time certain we're giving it, so that we don't find ourselves in this situation again.
So what I'm going to suggest is this, is Mayor Thompson was here to speak and the morning is best for her. Let's knock that out first, and we can take up the Biltmore in the afternoon. In the meantime, manager will get us a draft of the report with whatever is accomplished thus far. So we have a clearer idea of, what's the next step. I think we've all been talking about a conservator. We want it done properly. We don't want any more damage. We can go for that. So I'm going to ask for you to set that session in the afternoon, and let's see if we can tackle the Mediterranean design. It's just a design. There's no increase, decrease in bonus. Didn't touch that at all. It is going to get harder to get a building with bonuses because of what was done. But I'd like to take care of it in the morning, because I know that there are it's a very important issue for Mayor Thompson. It's her legacy, and I'd like to preserve it.
Okay.
So the motion that I have is to set it for a 10 a.m. time certain. At what time would the commission like to play?
So I'm offering a friendly amendment to that.
I'll amend to have the Biltmore immediately follow the Mediterranean. If Mediterranean bonus is going to be the first item in December, I'll amend to make the Biltmore the item that follows that item.
Okay. So I would ask our staff to guide you on how long the med design discussion needs to take. It took 7 meetings in Florida Planning and Zoning Board.
Can maybe we can do, a 1 o'clock time certain? That way it gives folks who,
For the Biltmore, you mean, or
for the Biltmore, we can do the 10 a.m. for med bonus. That'll give us 3 hours to discuss it,
And I'm fine with 1 p.m.
and maybe at 1 p.m. Obviously, if there's an overrun, we're
So-
close to 1 o'clock.
So I'm going to make this suggestion, since we've steamrolled past lunch so many times.
What's
Give us some time for lunch, take a break, sit down, maybe at 2 o'clock or at 3 o'clock. It'll give more opportunity for people to go to their meetings in the morning. The garden club member couldn't go to the meeting this morning. I couldn't, obviously, because of this. It originally was set for Wednesday. So I'm going to suggest an afternoon, 2 o'clock on.
My only
more
my
than
only
enough
concern
time.
with lunch is we never hit the target, no matter what we do. So if you want, we can set lunch at a certain time because we've had lunch at 3 p.m., at 2 p.m. It's all over the place. So your item would start what, at 10?
We can start at 10. And
Let's have lunch
I'm
at
just
12.
noting that on the printed agenda here,
Okay.
the item we just discussed was not printed for 10.
We can work this out, like the Beatles sang once. Your item starts at 10. Let's set lunch at whatever time the vice mayor would like lunch. When we come back, we deal with the Biltmore. I think that at least we create a structure.
So 1:30 or so for the Biltmore Hotel.
What time would the vice mayor like lunch?
Right now.
Other than we passed.
Let's do
The beauty
12:30.
at the ball. Everybody over here wants to make you
So
happy.
12:30 lunch and then
12:30.
1:30
They don't like
He's
me
a
angry.
reasonable one.
working together.
Exactly.
So
Everybody works together. The meetings you haven't been here.
1:30 p.m. for the Biltmore Hotel for the December meeting. All in favor?
I'll say
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Item time certain, item agenda F3.
Mr. Mayor, just to let you know, agenda item 2.1,
Yes.
which had an 11 a.m. time certain.
Okay.
The board member had to leave and he requested to be moved to the December agenda.
All right, thank you.
The present, okay. Item F3 is a presentation by University of Miami Professor Dr. Kenneth. Is he in the room right now?
He may have
No.
to step away.
He- no?
Yeah. He
I'm
may have
not
left.
sure if he left, if we can communicate with him. I don't know if maybe we want to take lunch and come back. It's,
Item F1 has been deferred, correct?
No, sir.
No, F1
No, it's
still.
not.
No, F1 is still.
2-1.
Do you want to address that now?
It's set for 1:30, so we should wait until at least 1:30.
Okay, I just don't want to make sure, how long do you want to wait for lunch? I want to make sure that people who are hungry, they're happy. I'm happy. I'm good. Just fine. I can keep going.
I can eat.
But
I can eat in 10 minutes.
I want to appease my friends over here that make them happy,
Well, some of us have sugar level issues that
Exactly.
Yeah, I get hangry. So
Is 20 minutes good? 30 minutes good? What would you like? I'm here to
I'm good
appease
for,
you. What would you like?
We can do a quick lunch.
good. Huh?
We can do a quick lunch.
Yeah.
we also have Mayor Thompson coming from the city of Opelika. So
All right,
let's
20
be
minutes.
mindful
Let's try to be back here
and
at 1:30.
respectful.
See you at 1:40.
Recording stopped.
Alguien le dio una patada al reloj.
Always have something. I know.
Yo tenía un reloj funcionando, pero
You got to figure it out. I'm a no-go.
hear from you and your team as to the work that you've done and what this museum will do for South Florida and preserving Black history for our state.
Mr. Mayor, welcome to the City Beautiful.
You're
We are blessed to have you here, and I'm looking forward to learning a little bit more for what you have in regards to these big plans for the museum.
That's okay.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. And as Vice Mayor said, I am the mayor of the city of Opa-locka, Mayor John H. Taylor Jr. And I have with me Mr. James Nixon, a representative from 10 North Group. We are providing you with the PowerPoint presentation that we have been providing to every city that we do this presentation with. So what Opa-locka did about a year or two ago was submitted an application to the state of Florida. And we have been chosen as one of the 3 finalists to bring the Black History Museum into the city of Opa-locka. But we partnered with 10 North Group, who's also helping us to shepherd that process. And the ask to every municipality in Miami-Dade County, South Florida, and Broward is to help us get the word out that we want to bring this into South Florida. So I have Mr. James Nixon here, who will go through the presentation with you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I do understand that we do have a limited time, so I will ultimately provide some overviews on what the Florida Museum of Black History and what the Florida Museum of Black History initiative is and what it means to not only the city of Opa-locka, but to Miami-Dade County and the South Florida region at large. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to present. We most recently presented to the Miami-Dade County League of Cities, by which the Vice Mayor and Mayor Taylor just referenced. Miami-Dade County is specifically identified as one of the finalists in the selection of the Florida Museum of Black History. This was a task force that was initiated by the governor to explore communities within Florida for ideal site selection. Starting out with a number of 13 communities, we were narrowed down to 3, one of which is St. John's in Northeast Florida, as well as Edenville, which is in Central Florida, and we Miami-Dade County, specifically Opa-locka, were the only one in South Florida. Also, we are the only site that's the most appropriately suited, not only from an economic, but also a feasibility study perspective, in the sense that we are already just a plus in a commercial and well-populated and tourist location. So it's not only an economic impact component, but we already have the infrastructure and all that leads to that. So the task force began in December 2023, and it's met over the course of the year, including a number of surveys that were initiated to the state at large. The task force then, in June of this year, prepared a final report to go to the governor's office. The recommendation is that a feasibility and economic study be done, which where Opa-locka, like I mentioned, will be the best sited and suited site for that. So ultimately, the area also hosts year-round arts and cultures programming, and is really becoming a cultural hub for the area, especially in the northern part of the county, but at the state at large. To frame or situate what the presentation is, that the museum will be approximately 100,000 square feet with, we've incorporated for the economic feasibility programming space for commercial, retail, and cultural spaces, which is over 100,000 square feet to complement that as well. And as well with its position in the City Terrace area of Opa-locka, where it's ultimately being redeveloped, which is in a transit oriented district right on the Tri-Rail station as well. So ultimately, across all spectra, the location site for Opa-locka is really the best sited for the State Florida Museum of Black History. So with that, we've had a host of support through this journey with specific resolutions by and support from the county as well as the school board. And now, as Mayor Taylor mentioned, we are asking for letters of letters of support and or resolutions from the municipalities throughout Miami-Dade County to support that. Thank you.
Well, I do appreciate you taking the journey down here to present before us. I was very impressed by the presentation that we had over at St. Mary's. I think it dovetails in beautifully with what the city of Coral Gables is doing to try to make cultural arts and the issues like this and history part of what makes South Florida an amazing place to come visit. And you're our neighbors, and that is why I've brought this resolution for our city to also support this one. So I'm going to go ahead and move it. If any of you all have any comments or would.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Mayor, may I read it into the record just for?
Of course.
So F1 is a resolution of the City Commission urging the Florida Legislature to designate the city of Opa-locka, Florida as a site for the new Florida Museum of Black History.
So as just some brief comments, I spent many times in my youth in the city of Opa-locka, having lived across the way there in Hialeah. Had a lot of friends who lived in Opa-locka. In fact, our tax collector, our just elected tax collector used to live in Opa-locka and served on one of your boards for many years. So I love your city hall and what you've done there. I think this will be perfect synergy to what you've done at City Hall with the historic preservation there. I think you're a city that has great potential to continue to improve, and this would definitely help revitalize the area and bring some attention to one of our hidden gems in South Florida.
Again, thank you for making the time for being here. I appreciate the Vice Mayor for taking the lead on this. Again, it's a great opportunity to showcase some of the incredible things that are not only happening as a result of the museum, but also of Opa-locka. There's a great opportunity in that community. And I welcome, this opportunity to put our stamp of approval and, offer you any way that we can help you. It's not only just offering our support through a resolution. If we can offer any of our expertise, we also have a museum here that really focuses in on Coral Gables, our history and what we're proud of. And I think that I also want to, I don't want to step on the Vice Mayor's toes, but maybe you can sit down with some of the residents in the Gables, which are very involved when it comes to matters of our real Bahamian culture, on how the city was founded through George Merrick. There was a large group of individuals who played a major role in our success today 99 years ago. When George Merrick was building the city, there was individuals in this community who again, I think could potentially be memorialized in a museum of this magnitude. We're in the process right now of honoring their legacy through a beautiful sculpture that we've been working on for the last 4 years. Staff's been really taking a leadership position on that, and I'd love to share that with you if you can. Ask the Vice Mayor; she'll get you all the information. Even our clerk could potentially offer it to you. We're pretty far along in that process, but there's a lot of synergies that I'd like to potentially highlight in this museum in regards to Coral Gables.
Well,
we'd just love to be a part of it in any way that we can.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, St. Mary's is, right in that neighborhood, and that's where this presentation was done. And the community, our community strongly supported it. Mr. Prime is aware, and I'm sure that we'll be including the information about the city of Coral Gables, Black history in there as well, because it is a wonderful story when you get to know it. So I'll be glad to share that with you as well. It's pretty well documented. So looking forward to the day that it opens. So first we got to win the bid there.
It's a very, very proud community, the Golden Gate area. And if you're not familiar with it, I know you probably are, but I think it'd be great to find some synergies together. Probably even find some sponsorships of people who are in the community who would love to engage in one form or another. Right? Okay. We have a motion, a second.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank you again for coming.
Moving on to item I1, time certain for 2 p.m.
Mayor, it is a time certain of 2:00, so we should wait till
Okay.
at least 2:00 to call it. To make sure everyone's
Short a
here
few
who
minutes.
intended to be here.
Okay.
Mayor, item F3, the doctor left. He was very upset that we went over the time. He thought it was very disrespectful. And he's also asking to see if we can reimburse his parking at, Anyway.
I'll take care of his parking myself personally. So he can, give me the bill and I'll pay for it myself. Thank you very much.
That's exactly what I offered him. I'm just putting out there his sentiment.
You're very generous. Thank you. Moving on to item F4. I guess we'll take this item before we move on to the 2:00. Item F4, discussion regarding credit card processing fees.
We have staff in the room.
Okay, this.
Finance Director?
Items of,
Yes.
discussion there.
How are you?
Hi, Diana. How are you?
But it's easier here. They don't have to run up the stairs.
Exactly. I won't be out of breath.
Exactly.
Good afternoon, Diana Gomez, Finance Director. This item is a discussion item, was as a result of a discussion item a couple of commission meetings ago regarding recouping the or not paying the credit card fees for when people pay for their bills online with a credit card. So I had written a memo at the end of October, and for the most part, it went through and explained how much we currently are paying and absorbing as part of the transaction fees, and then the different payment systems that we currently use. The syndic uses about 7 different systems, and each one of them has their own merchant processors. And so in order for us to consider, if the city were to consider to start charging the fees to the customers who decide to pay with a credit card, there's, for the most part, 2 ways to go about doing that. The city could determine a rate based on an average rate based on the transactions that we have, as well as, the types of bills that we put out, and pick a rate and then make sure, then tack that rate or that surcharge onto the person who's making a payment via credit card. In that case, we have to pick one rate. So therefore, there will always be some amount that we will still be absorbing because we won't get it right every single time. And the other option, which I think is probably the preferred option, is that we allow our payment processors to analyze our records and determine what rate they are. We can mutually agree on a rate based on the activity, the type of charges, the number of transactions, so forth. And then they assume any underage or overage having to do with that. And so if we were to do a charge of $1,000, we get 100% of our fee. And so that we would work with the different payment processors and have them provide us the rate that they would be charging. And for each payment system, it would be different, but it's a one rate that they would tack on, and then we would get the 100% of the fee. One thing to consider is whether or not we want to allow for a free to the customer option of paying with a debit, like a bank routing and banking number. So e-checks is what it's called. And so we could choose to continue to absorb that. Typically, that is always a flat dollar amount per transaction. So it's not a variable. It's not based on the amount. It's just a flat rate that is charged. And so typically that's somewhere between $1, $2, depending on the different merchant processors. And we could still absorb that. So that way there isn't a free option for the customers to still pay online. We don't have to absorb it. We could just make that as part of the transactions for paying electronically. So there are different options. And so if the will of the commission is to move forward in trying to work towards these, having the credit card processing fees and or the e-check processing fees tacked onto to the customer, then we would work towards doing that. We would have to work with our processors. It'll take a few months for us to get there. We would have to work with them, negotiate the rates, make sure that there's
the agreements are legally sufficient, things like that. And then we can move forward to that. So it would be a couple of months, and then we would obviously want to advertise and let our customers know that beginning on this date or at some point that we will start passing that along if they want to. And then obviously when you're paying the credit card, you would see it at the time of making the choice. So if that is the direction of the commission, we can definitely move in that direction. And that would be the recommended choice, to allow the payment processors to do all of it. So that way we don't continue to absorb any of the credit card fees.
I would like to provide some direction with the consensus, obviously, of the commission to do an analysis of our accounts and let the vendor figure out the rate. However, leave the e-checks for the city to absorb. I know that's a very minimal charge. For me, I'm very comfortable when the resident or the contractor has the option to not pay a credit card fee. That to me is very important. And granting them the e-check option is a way that we can obtain that.
Sure.
The other thing is that simultaneously, I would also like, and I know that I've spoken to the parking director, to work on a resident rate for parking. That way we can continue to have our residents engage in our local downtown. How does the rest of the commission feel about that?
I think that's something that I had talked about with Kevin Kinney when he was here. I know there was issues with potentially the use of pay by phone, which the city uses, and there may be new technology that was being put into the Menorca garage that might work differently and give us the option of doing that. But I agree. I think, if we're looking to attract our residents to downtown, I think one of the biggest question marks always is, the parking. If we offer a discounted rate for our residents, I think we're providing an opportunity for residents to engage and support our local businesses, which are a part of our community. I agree with your, if you're making a motion on the fees, I'd be happy to second. I agree. I think we should pass on the credit card fees. I was inclined to also pass through the e-check fee, but I think you're right. I think if you have a free option, if it's a nominal fee.
So I don't know exactly, because we don't know how many people will use the e-check, but like I did an average based on transaction counts from this past year. So I'm assuming a $2 transaction fee,
Right.
for lack of, and I'm saying that if 33% of people, the same volume, would use e-check, it would be about just under $100,000. If 75% of the people would start using e-check, it'd be like $225,000. So somewhere in that range, because it's per transaction at this point. So
refresh my memory on the number that we have right now that the city's paying.
Sure.
On
It's on
fees
credit
that we're
card
not passing
fees.
through.
Yes, for this past year, the credit card fees all in was about $2.17 million.
That's a big chunk of change.
Absolutely.
So through the mayor, just a few comments. Whether you're using an e-check or real check, which we don't charge for, it does take staff time to do regular checks, but we're not charging for those. So I don't think we should charge for the e-checks. And it would encourage the money to come, directly from the bank. It's a person's choice whether they want to use a credit card or not. And we should not be absorbing all those fees when people need to pay for it on a credit card. So I'm in favor of there. As far as resident parking, I do think we need to encourage residents to use the parking garages as opposed to the street parking. It is a lower rate. So, we need to look at that and hear from our parking director as to real, financial impact on that, and take that up as a separate issue at a separate time.
Yeah, before we decide the prices, make sure you're closely working with her so that we can balance well our budget when it comes to the parking.
Sure. And as far as the parking, I'm not sure if that would only work with like the pay by phone app, because I don't know if at a meter you can't do discounted rates. So I'm not.
She's done this in Miami Beach, and we're very, very blessed to have her here as our parking director and to be able to mimic some of the great things the beach has done.
Thank you very much, Monica Beltran, Parking Director, Parking and Mobility Services Director. So yes, there are a few things to be discussed about this, but can we do a resident rate? We can. But there may be the caveat that you can only do it through an app because our meters don't have the capacity. Some of them don't have the capacity to do that. So you need a software change. And it would include, it would require residents to sign up for the discount. And then that creates a different pot in the app. And when you enter your tag, it'll direct you there and will apply the correct rate. However, I do think that an analysis of the impact should be done. I also think I agree that possibly to drive more people into the garages, because on-street parking is still the most desirable, followed by lots. So to drive some people into our garages, and we would have to expand the app into all garages. So there has to be a little technology adjustments, but is it doable? I believe it is.
And we have the best IT department, so
We do.
I have complete faith we will make this happen.
I think in our parking department, we're ready for new and better technology, and we're moving towards that. So this would just be another step. Can it be done? And again, whatever is determined, it should serve to drive people where we most need parkers or where we most have availability, and also a rate that doesn't hurt us.
Absolutely.
By the way, I have a quick comment, observation. I know when residents go to register, let's say at the youth center, they want to get the resident rate, they have to show utility bill, things like that. I just want to make sure, I mean, down the road, if we're able to implement this, that there is that kind of protection in the system to make sure that they actually are residents. You know, it's
That's how you create the resident list or the pot of tags. Is you need to register your tag and you need to prove that you're a resident, very much like when you register for a residential permit.
Yeah.
So you'd have to prove that, and then you create a separate list, and when you enter your tag, the correct rate is applied.
Thank you.
Follow-up question on that. Is there any way to link directly to the vehicle registration system, which is linked to an address? So automatically, if once you register, you can do it through the registration system, and if the person moves out, they're automatically purged from the list. So it just doesn't.
So we do have a system that we could access, but typically we don't unless certain people only have access for privacy, etc. So it's really more your desire to do that and to provide the information in order to get a benefit.
I think just again, using other ways that we register people as residents.
Right.
We want to, every year you have to renew and just reconfirm that you're still a resident with, just like we do in everything else in the city. You got to bring back the documents to prove.
And sometimes you can do it online, etc. But like I said, we need to take our technology a little further. We're a little behind in some things, as you know, but we're working on that.
I think the other option was also to include the other app to pay by phone, the one I think.
Right. So we're working on that. I'm looking to see if we can have more than one app so that if you have Park Mobile and you went to Miami Beach, you don't have to download the pay by phone and vice versa. So if you have at least two, and by the way, I've had some conversations with them and they would pay for the signage and everything. And actually, there are many ways that we could activate that.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Going back to the credit card fees, because we went off in the parking, we're talking about a flat $2 rate.
Well, so
Is that what
the e-check amount will be a flat rate. I don't know yet what it's going to be. It's something that we have to negotiate with each of the individual payment processors. So it may be for one system, it's $2. For the other system, it may be $1.85. For the other one, it may be $2.15. I don't know until we start those conversations with those companies to know exactly what the rate's going to be, but it will be a flat per transaction for the e-check. And then the rate would be a percentage that will be added based on the amount that you're doing it. But again, the vendor or the payment processor will absorb any overages or anything that, or under, like if the rate is not quite enough, they bear the risk of it and we don't absorb any of it.
Do you feel you have direction or there's a motion?
I think there was a motion. Yeah, I think there should
There's a
be.
motion and a second.
So just to be clear, the motion was to direct staff to explore this option with the individual vendors and come up with some kind of implementation plan.
Do an analysis of our accounts and let the vendor figure out the rate. However, leave the e-check to the city to absorb and simultaneously work on a resident rate so that
For parking.
we balance, yes, for parking, so that we're able to balance what's coming in and what's coming out in an appropriate manner.
Before voting, I have members of the public who requested to speak on this.
Sir.
First speaker, Mrs. Maria Cruz. Jackson Rip Holmes.
Thank you very much. As you all may know, I have I'm a mom and pop retail landlord on Miracle Mile, 256. Come get your massage envy. And so if people can't park, they are not going to come spend their money either in my place or along Miracle Mile, or for that matter, all of the other retail locations. I couldn't actually fully comprehend what, but it sounds to me like we're pushing off expenses to people who would be shopping. Now, I don't know if that's true, but if it is, I oppose it because it's going to come back on the city anyways. If people say, "Oh, it costs too much parking, it's too much of a hassle," this or that, they'll just go somewhere else, and then the city will lose the land property values, which will lower the taxes that the city's able to collect ultimately from shoppers. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
We have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to item I1.
Mayor, item I1 is the hearing pursuant to the alternative dispute resolution mechanism set forth in the class action settlement agreement regarding the determination by the retirement board that class members in Murray versus City of Coral Gables, case number 13-20731, Florida 11th Circuit Court, GAP members and opt-out members should receive a cost of living increase to retirement benefits. The alternative dispute resolution mechanism was established pursuant to the class action settlement agreement and was ultimately codified in the city code pursuant to ordinances 2018-11, 2018-25, and 2018-35. The mayor has issued a procedural order to govern the conduct of this hearing that has been shared with the interested parties and is included in the record for this agenda item. The procedural order provides as follows. Any person wishing to speak must be sworn in by the city clerk. The finance director or his or her designee will have 3 minutes to present her professional recommendation based on the memorandum provided to the city commission. Any individual wishing to address the city commission will be afforded 3 minutes each. After the conclusion of the presentations, the city commission may ask questions of any party or individual. Pursuant to the terms of the settlement agreement, the city commission, in its sole discretion, may, by a 4/5 vote, reject the retirement board's determination or reduce the amount of the proposed COLA, considering the following factors. A, whether the present value of the proposed COLA exceeds the net actuarial experience of the retirement system accumulated from all sources of gains and losses since July 1, 1994. B, the amount of the unfunded actuarial accrued liability and whether it has been declining or increasing and the amount of such decline or increase. C, the amount of the unfunded actuarial accrued liability and the amount by which it will increase if the proposed COLA is granted. D, the number of years since the last COLA was granted. E, the percentage increase of the last COLA that was granted. F, the single year actuarial experience of the retirement system for each of the 7 years preceding the proposed COLA and the net actuarial experience over the preceding 7 years. And G, the increase or decrease of the consumer price index issued by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. If the commission takes no action today, or there is not a 4/5 vote to reject or reduce the retirement board's determination, the retirement board's determination to grant a COLA of 8% will stand. If the commission votes to eliminate or reduce the COLA by a 4/5 vote, the city commission's decision will not be overturned unless arbitrary and capricious. Any decision of the commission to reject the retirement board's determination or reduce the amount of proposed COLA based on factor A alone, and regardless of the other factors specified, will not be considered arbitrary or capricious. Mayor, with your permission, I would ask the city clerk to please swear in everyone who will be speaking today.
Thank you. Those who expect to testify in today's proceedings, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will offer today is the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
So next, the finance director will present her recommendation.
Good afternoon, Diana Gomez, Finance Director. As the Finance Director of the City of Coral Gables, it is my professional recommendation that the City Commission reject the board's proposed 2025 COLA for the class members, GAP, and opt-out members because it would increase the unfunded liability to over $182.8 million, increase our contribution requirements by $3.5 million, and decrease our funded ratio by approximately 4%. Additionally, payment of this COLA would wipe out 47% of the progress we've made to date with the total extra payments, which has gone towards reducing our unfunded debt. My recommendation considers the factors listed in the ordinance that are the factors to be considered by the City Commission making this determination. Specifically, A, the present value of the proposed COLA will exceed the net actuarial experience of the retirement system. The current cumulative experience loss as of 10/1/2023 is $188.9 million as of the 2023 actuarial valuation report. B, the unfunded actual liability is $157 million as of the valuation date dated 10/1/2023. The unfunded liability has increased from the previous year by $1.1 million. Providing for the 2025 COLA of 8% to class members, opt-out members, and GAP members would increase the current unfunded actuarial accrued liability by $25.8 million and will increase the current annual required contribution by $3.5 million. D, the last COLA paid on May 7th was on May 7th, 2018 per the terms of the settlement agreement. E, the COLA lawsuit settlement provided for a 2.975% COLA for 2013 and a 0.25% COLA for 2014 payable on May 7th, 2018. This payment increased the unfunded liability by $14.5 million. The single actuarial experience of the retirement system for each of the 7 preceding years are as follows. In 2023, it was an $8.235 million loss. In 2022, a $5.7 million loss. In 2021, a $19.2 million gain. In 2020, a $6.1 million gain. In 2019, $469,000 gain. In 2018, a $2.3 million gain. In 2017, an $8.5 million gain. The net actuarial experience over the preceding 7 years is a gain of $22.8 million. And G, the increase in the consumer pricing index since January 2014 is 34.1%. The above factors support rejection of the 2025 COLA as the costs associated with granting the COLA would adversely impact the pension system. It is my professional recommendation that the City Commission does not grant a COLA of any amount until the system is fully funded. A COLA granted before then would cause the additional increase to the unfunded liability, thus an increase to the underfunded status, which would adversely impact the pension system.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
Like to call them to the public to speak. First speaker is Dan Thornhill.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My comments might go beyond 3 minutes, but there are several people here that have signed up that are going to yield their time to me. So with all due respect, I would like to go, this is something that can't be said in 3 minutes. I come today with a myriad of emotions. I'm angry. God knows I'm angry. I'm hurt, but yet I'm optimistic. So I wanted to finish that myriad of emotions with optimism. We have all these numbers. You have the numbers. Diana has all the numbers. I'm not going to bore you with all the numbers, but there is one series of numbers that is relevant. And it's the one that the actuary gave you, that if you pay this COLA today, it only extends out paying the system off by almost not even 2 years. So you could be mortgage free in essence in 2 years, past your goal of being 100% paid off in your pension system, which is a great goal, but it's not a realistic goal. You don't have to be 100% funded in your pension. It's a great goal and it's a great thing. I would love to be mortgage free, but I still have to pay my obligations along the way. This obligation that we have
is to the employees that serve the city and agreed to do what the city asked them to do. And in return, the city was going to give them certain things. And one of them was a COLA. And that COLA was agreed to. And then after people did what they did, they moved the goalposts. And I can speak on behalf of the firefighters, even though all the employees are amazing employees, from the general employees to the fire to the police. And the city manager has a law enforcement background. He can appreciate what my words are. For firefighters, it's a unique line of work. Okay. It's not something that any one of you can appreciate because you've never done it. We have done it. I did it for 31 years. The people in this audience have done it for decades and decades and decades. We have retirees out there that are in their 80s that literally can't drive. We just had a firefighter die this past week. God rest his soul. We've had over 20 firefighters. You want to use numbers? Here's some numbers we can use. We've had 20 firefighters. Let's talk about numbers. That's a number you don't hear about. 20 firefighters have died that didn't enjoy a COLA that they earned by putting their life on the line. The city said, come leave your family and protect our families during a hurricane, and we'll give you this. We did that. The city said, work a 24-hour shift and expose your body to hazardous materials and infectious blood and work tremendous scenes that you can't even fathom what we would do at 2:00 in the morning when a car is wrapped around a tree and you have 2 and 3 family members in there literally dying. You can bleed to death in 2 minutes. And our firefighters are out there making decisions that if somebody's going to live or die, and then go home and be with their families and act like it didn't happen. And the stress and pressure put on their backs and on their knees. Okay. And we did that, but we did that predicated because we chose to work for the city of Coral Gables, but because of the deal that we had. And again, someone's going to yield their time to me, Mr. Clerk. Okay. So I'm going to continue talking. If you want someone to address that for parliamentary reasons, but thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the system doesn't have to be funded 100%. We all don't retire at one time. If this was a private corporation and it was closing next February, yes, we'd have to be funded 100%. Right now, we're funded at maybe 75%. That's a relevant number. That's high. That's a great number. We retire in staggered portions. This group that we're talking about is a finite group. Sadly, they're going to be dead sooner than later. It's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller. The system is going to make money off of this as soon as they die. If you want to compromise, let's compromise next year because more and more will be dead. As dramatic as that sounds, that's the reality. So that goes back to my comments. Am I angry? You're damn right I'm angry. Am I hurt? You have no idea the hurt that I feel and that these people feel. I've gone to those funerals. We have another one that we have to go at the beginning of this week for Charlie McGarry. I get those phone calls from the widows. We go to their houses because they can't repair things because they can't afford people to come to their homes. It's been a decade. 5 COLAs that were awarded by the retirement board, 5 have been overturned by this commission. Not you personally, some of them by this commission, but previous commissions as well. The COLA that was awarded as a result of this lawsuit was cut in half at the time. Think about it. If it was your family, if it was your parents, that somebody said, okay, you know what? We're going to start, we cut benefits for a decade. A decade. That's more than a decade. And they said, you know what? You did everything you said you were going to do, but we're just going to pull the plug and we're going to stop everything for a decade. Would you be okay with that if it was your family? And then put the flavor of the fact that it's firefighters, police officers, doing what we do, what we did. You can't do that. In 2011, the city went through a really bad time. The whole country did. And the first group of employees that came to the city said, hey, what can we do to help? City Manager Salerno was here. And we opened up our contract. We said, what can we do to help? And the city said, you know what? We need to give back. And we opened up our contract and we gave 5% of our salary right off the bat. Firefighters, the first one at the table. We said, we want to help. And we gave 5% of our salary without even thinking twice because we wanted to help the city. We wanted to help. What do you need? We helped. And we did that. And Mayor, I'm going to call you Vince. I want to make this personal because this is personal. Vince, it's ironic that you were just mentioning about the Biltmore. And I made a note while you were talking about it. It symbolizes who we are as a city, right? And the city, back in the early 90s, the Biltmore defaulted on an agreement with the city. And the city sued the Biltmore and they got their money back. The city went after it because it was right. They went after the Biltmore because it was the right thing to do to get their money back because it was right. We have to do the right thing, guys. We can't keep saying this is wrong. This is wrong. I've been to so many funerals where people come up to me at the service of a funeral where they say, Dan, when is the city going to do something about this COLA? And you know what my answer is? I don't know. I don't want to give them your phone number, but they sure as hell have mine. And I keep saying, I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. But today is the answer. Today is the time. Even if you give, well, when you give the 8%, it comes out to 0.8% over 10 years, a decade. Do the right thing today, guys. It's time. The 4/5 majority is to overrule the retirement board. Respect them. More importantly, respect them. It's time. It only takes 2 of you. It should take all 5 of you. But it takes 2 of you to say, I'm not supporting the 4/5 majority, and we're going to do this thing today, and we're going to put it to bed. It's time to protect those who protected you. It's time. Why do we even have to have this conversation? It's absurd. You guys are respected people. You're moral people. You have integrity. You've always been good friends of the firefighters. It's time to do. I'm never going to beg. As a firefighter, I'll never beg for this COLA. I'll never beg. A firefighter shouldn't have to beg. A police officer shouldn't have to beg. And a general employee shouldn't have to beg. But I will stand here to the day I die and be here and fight for this COLA and fight for these people out here and fight for the older retirees that we have. They're making $40,000 a year, $38,000 a year. We make collections. We go by their houses and we help them. There's widows out there. We have firefighters that are on disability. You can't keep doing this. When are you going to say, well, let's compromise this year and we'll do it next year? Or we're going to take a vote. We're not going to get anything done today. Do it today. Make a motion. Make a motion, Melissa. Make a motion, Ariel. Make a motion, Kirk. It's time. Don't say, well, let's just do 2% this time. Let's do 5% this time. Let's just do a 13th paycheck. Let's do it this time and we'll compromise next year because more of us will be dead. We just lost another firefighter on Wednesday. Make it end today. You have all the numbers. I don't need to bore you with more data. She's doing her job by saying, yeah, I recommend you don't do it. She's a finance director. She's not going to say, yeah, I recommend you spend money. It's not that much money. It only extends it out 2 years. You'll be 100% paid in your goal of being free of your debt of the pension obligation. Please, please, please let me walk out of here with optimism and knowing that what I did for the city was worth it and that you give a damn, excuse my language, you give a damn about what we did as firefighters, police officers, and general employees too, not to discount them at all. But what we did was a little bit more unique than any kind of work you can imagine out there. And I won't go into gory details, but I could tell you story after story after story. They will stay with us until the day we die. Please do the right thing. Let's get this done today. No compromise. Compromise next year. More of us will be dead. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Harry Pickering.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Honorable Commissioners, Mr. Rojas, Director Gomez, Chief Hudak. My name is Harry S. Pickering, retired police major in Coral Gables Police Department, 1976 through 2007. Just a quick snapshot about what's been happening in the last 12 months for workers across the nation. Then I'll get into my brief talking points. Reuter News, November 5th, 2024. Boeing ratified a 4-year contract with 26,000 West Coast factory workers, granting 38% in wage increases over the life of the contract. UAW.org, October 30th, 2023. The United Auto Workers, representing some 400,000 union factory workers from the big three automakers, GM, Ford, and Chrysler Stellantis, settled a 4.5-year contract granting an immediate 11% pay increase and additional pay increases totaling another 25% over the life of the contract. U.S. Department of Labor blog, August 26, 2024. The Teamsters and Anheuser-Busch settled a 5-year employee contract with workers in 12 breweries across the nation. All union workers received an immediate $4 an hour pay raise and an additional 23% in wage increases over the life of the contract. Coral Gables, Teamsters, general employees settled their employment contract 2024. The general employees received an immediate 4% across the board wage increase, plus a $1,000 one-time non-pensionable lump sum bonus effective October 1st, 2024, followed by another 4% across the board wage increase in October 2025 and a 3.5% across the board wage increase in May 2026. Coral Gables International Association of Firefighters contract. A 6-year agreement that was ratified on September 13th, 2023, incrementally each year grants a total across the board wage increases of 16%, retroactive from 2021 through 2026. Coral Gables Police contract ratified June 11th, 2024. A 2-year deal covering the period from October 2023 to October 2025 grants a 9.8% salary increase the first year and 2 salary increases of 3.5% and 4.5% the second year, plus a lump sum bonus payment of $3,000 each year. And upon ratification, officers can earn up to 300 hours of overtime, which will be counted as pensionable income towards their retirement. That's what's been happening with workers, helping them to catch up with the cost of living and inflation. One of the talking points that the Fraternal Order Police negotiations team held during contract negotiations was the fact that since 2015, the cumulative inflation rate had totaled 35%. Well, the city granted what, as a retired Coral Gables police officer, I consider a nice substantial wage and benefits contract. Retirees have zero. Well, guess what? The retirees who have not received the COLA since 2017, and that was a 3.225% COLA that was not granted by the good wishes of the city commission. No offense. It was a negotiated settlement of a lawsuit that the retirees and the three unions had filed against the city in circuit court. Prior to that, we had not received the COLA for more than 17 years in 2007, and that was only a 2.3% increase. I've had 2 COLA increases since I've been retired 18 years ago. As a result, for me personally, I have seen more than a third of my purchasing power depleted, gone forever, tens of thousands of dollars lost. Not to mention that when my wife died 2.5 years ago from cancer, I then realized the loss of $17,000 in income from her Social Security payments being cut off. All retirees are hurting, and many, many retirees are hurting very badly. Today, just referring to the sworn police retirees, not talking about fire and general employees. On sworn police retirees, we have 1 retiree and 6 surviving beneficiaries living below the official U.S. Department of Health and Human Services poverty level guidelines. And that's 7 police retirees living on less than $15,060 a year based on an individual household. If based on a 2-person household, we have another 9 retirees living below the poverty level. If based on a 3-person household, we have another 10 retirees living below the poverty line. And if based on a 4-person household, we have another 5 retirees living below the poverty line. And that's only sworn police retirees and surviving beneficiaries. Like I said, that does not include the fire department retirees nor the general employees. So please see in your hearts to grant us a COLA this year. Thank you for your time and thank you for your public service.
Thank you, sir.
Michael Chicolo.
Thank you all. I'm just going to speak from my experience, and I'm more speaking from the fire side of it, which I know you might know this, maybe you forgot, but we're not part of the Social Security system. We opted out, I guess, in the 50s. And so we're really hurting. So I'm going to go back to the inception of this catch-up clause that we're trying to enact and with your help today, hopefully we'll get there. But the catch-up clause is put in the ordinance for the years that you didn't get a COLA. And Diana, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe if you hadn't had a COLA in 4 consecutive years, you would be granted a COLA based on the numbers of the CPI not to exceed any 1 year 2.75. So, you know, the most you can get any 1 year is 2.75. So it's a catch up. So right now it's at 8. It's been at 8 and it's at 8. The CPI over the last 10 years is 34%. We get half of that CPI, which is 17. We're asking for 8 right now. That's what the system says we're entitled to. It's a catch-up clause, but that 9% out of the 17, it's gone forever. We can't catch that again. It's history. So this catch-up clause is so very important to us because the assumption rates have changed. The rate of return is still 10 or more. That's hard to hit 10. Think about it. In any 1 year, she read them, what we got certain years, 10's a tough number. With the assumption rates, when this COLA and the ordinance was written, the assumption rate was 9. It's like 7 and what, a quarter now? I'm not even sure exactly what it is. So it's going to be hard to get. The economy is on fire right now. It's not going to be on fire forever. It's 10% is going to be a hard number to get. So if you grant us anything right now other than 8, let's say you give us a 5 or a 6, we're still out 3 more. The slate gets clean, and now we've lost 3 more percent. I personally retired in 2010. With the COLA lawsuit, I lost 3.5%. So 3.5% plus 17 is 20. It's actually 20.25%. I'd like to get 8. Can I get my 8, please? 12.5% is gone forever. I can't get it back, or anybody else can get it back. So, you know, it's a big number, but really, is it a big number? Over the life of this whole retirement system that took effect in 1988-89, the COLA has been granted. It's like 0.8%. Not a lot. And if you gave us that 8% COLA, there we go. We got a 0.8% again for the last 10 years. So it's very important that we get the 8%. We just can't keep doing this every year. And it's not fair to us. It's not fair to you to hear this, but the reality is the city's doing well. It's only going to push this out 2 more years, and it's the right thing to do. So I implore you to please think real hard before you cast that vote. We need 2 people to say yes, and we get our 8% COLA, and it's well deserved, and it's a long time coming. So thank you.
Christopher Challenger.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager. Christopher Challenger, 265 Sevilla, President of the Coral Gables Fraternal Order of Police, Lodge 7. I stand before you today to advocate for our tirelessly served and protected our community. It has been over a decade since these selfless individuals received a cost of living adjustment. In that time, the relentless march of inflation has eroded their hard-earned pensions over 34%. While I acknowledge the existence of unfunded liabilities within the pension system, it is imperative to recognize that the moral and practical implications of delaying or denying a COLA, our retirees, many of whom live on fixed incomes, are struggling to keep pace with the rising costs of essential goods and services. The delay in granting a COLA has forced them to make difficult choices and sacrifice their quality of life and financial security. The absence of a COLA sends a disheartening message to our active officers as well. It undermines their faith in the system and their long-term financial well-being. While an 8% COLA may seem substantial, consider yourself in their position. 34% inflation in the last 10 years. And even if you get an 8%, you're still behind. It's important to remember that the significant financial hardships of our retirees are enduring. If this figure is deemed excessive, I would suggest alternative options as maybe a slightly reduced percentage. Even a reduced percentage would still provide a meaningful relief. I come to work every day and I try to do my best. The retirees, they've done it. They've done their best. They were hoping the city would take care of them when they retire. And it's not just firefighters, police officers, it's city workers too. I get calls from general employees that have retired. I get emails and I can sense their frustration. They want to know, what is the city going to do to help them? Because of the agreement that when they signed up, and I can speak for this personally, when you sign up for an agency, you look at their benefits, and what they have is what you think you're going to get. And then it's bad when it gets to the end of your career and now you're scrambling to pay for fuel, food. I just wish you guys would reach deep inside, put yourself in our position, the retirees' position, and just do the right thing. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Charles Davis.
Mayor, commissioners, city manager, thanks for having me. Most of you don't know me. My name is Charles Davis. I retired from the fire department. But my family history starts with the city. My mom was a city employee in the 50s. She retired because she got pregnant with me. She met my dad in the 60s. My dad worked for the city. My dad died of cancer as a firefighter. Most of the firefighters in this room have had some sort of cancer, one way or the other. I've had a kidney removed from cancer. I've had two different types of cancer after that. Okay. Like Dan Thornhill said, if you push this can down the road a little bit, it'll be easier on the financial situation because we're dying. Okay. Firefighters die. 20 of them have died since this has been going on. I just ask that you do the right thing. I've been retired for 20 years and I've gotten about 5% raise over that 20-year period. The gallon of milk isn't anywhere near 5% more than it was 20 years ago. So I just asked, I'm going to yield my time to Danny, and I just ask that y'all do the right thing. It's about time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joseph McNichol.
Good afternoon, Joseph McNichol. I served the City of Coral Gables Police Department for 30 years, from 1982 to 2012, and at retirement, I was serving as your acting chief of police. Thank you for the opportunity to address you on this matter. And I and all of us are appearing today not only for ourselves, but more importantly for the hundreds of other City of Coral Gables employees who are unable to appear, to ask for your consideration to approve a cost of living allowance to retirement system beneficiaries in some amount or format. We're all well aware of the actuarial status of the city's retirement system. Do not dispute the system's unfunded actuarial accrued liability. Your sustained commitment to steadily reduce the amount of the unfunded liability is acknowledged and genuinely appreciated. Two significant factors, reiterating what the predecessors have mentioned for you to consider. First is the increase in the consumer price index, which is estimated at 34% since 2014. That significant increase countered by the fact that only one COLA in the amount of 3.225% has been awarded in the last 15 years. 15 years. I don't know exactly how this increase in the CPI over the last 10 years compares to other similar historical periods, but the compounding impacts of a significant increase such as this is the major reason why we're here, even with the full understanding of the ongoing fiscal challenges of reducing the unfunded liability. A second significant consideration is the city's ability to retain full-time employees, especially your public safety employees. Is not only retirees paying close attention to this hearing, but active employees are paying very close attention also. In the now 99.5-year history of the city of Coral Gables, it's been our collective good fortune at all levels to serve an organization that enjoys a very well-deserved reputation for excellence in municipal governance. A reputation for excellence that hundreds of retired employees in the system have made decades-long contributions to, sustained during our period of service. So in the full spirit of this alternative dispute resolution process, the city's retired employees respectfully request you grant a cost of living allowance in recognition of the significant individual and collective contributions we've all made to the prosperity and success of the city of Coral Gables. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Tim Daniels.
At my age, I need notes. First of all, thank you for allowing me to speak, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, new city manager. Not that new, but nice to see you, and city staff. First introduction, Tim Daniels, I was a retired deputy fire chief. I was also a member of the retirement board for 10 years and was also chairman of the retirement board for a period of time. And of course, I urge support for the full 8%. It's good to want to fund the actual funding, pardon my flubbing that. But it's extremely important also to recognize what everyone else has pointed out here. We haven't gotten a COLA in 10 years. And you've already heard it multiple times. I don't have to repeat it. All right. And I'm going to liken it to you having a mortgage. You have a 30-year mortgage and you set a goal. You want to pay off your mortgage in 20 years. That's a good goal. And you should do that. But then you find out that your roof needs to be repaired. You don't put off repairing the roof. You fix it and you readjust that appointment of resources and you pay off your mortgage in 22 years or 23 years. All right. Our roofs are leaking. Okay. In some cases, literally, our roofs are leaking and we can't fix them. All right. You've heard numbers, but these numbers are people. These are people who are hurting, who worked for you loyally, worked for the citizens of Coral Gables, risked their lives, worked long hours, endured abuse for the city. And all they're asking in return is that you do the right thing. We need 2 or 3 people, hopefully all 5, to support this 8% COLA. It's going to require political courage and just some basic decency. And I'm sorry to be so blunt, but that's the way I see it. So thank you very much for your time. And please make that decision in our favor. Thank you.
Craig Weber. Steve Bush. Thank you. Tom Zelenek.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know most of you, most of you know me. I'm Tom Zelenek. I was the president of Local 1210, the firefighters, before I left. I also served on the retirement board. I also served as the 175 chairman. So I've been around for a while and I've gotten to talk to you and share my feelings on this. You've heard it all, so I'm going to get real simple here. We need 2 votes. I need two brave people sitting up there. Last year, we had a couple brave people that tried to get a compromise done, and somehow that compromise was turned on its head after we left the room. Don't let that happen this year. 2 votes, it's over. We all walk away. Have a great day.
Mrs. Maria Cruz?
Maria Cruz, Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I'm sitting here, and of course, you know I don't have a horse in the race, other than my appreciation for the work our police, our fire, our general employees do for us, the residents. And I think I'm sorry, some people are going to get offended. I think it's very hypocritical and ironic that every year we have high-paid employees in this city that get executive benefits because we don't want them to leave, because we want them to stay. And because of that, we have to give them a little more. But yet, the people that retired, the people that devoted their lives to us, they're gone. We don't have to worry about them anymore. If you talk to people like me that get Social Security and Florida retirement system, we get COLA almost every year. You don't have to wait 10 years to get COLA. And it is shameful that a city like ours, that a city that brags about the fact that people love to work here because we are very good to our employees, have people that because they retired, they cannot survive on what their pension is. I think it's shameful. I think it's about time that you all face what you're doing, because someday you may be in the same position, and I hope people will remember what you did for others. Not everybody will be in the same position, because some of you are better off than what these people that devoted their lives to us are. And I think it's time, it's past overdue. I mean, I'm really, really cringing at the idea that for 10 years, they haven't gotten anything. I think it's shameful. I think some of you, when you go home and you put your head on the pillow, should be asking for pardon for abusing these people. Thank you.
Joe Hamilton? Rick Cook?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, Council, Mr. City Manager, who I really don't know you. I worked 34 years for the city of Coral Gables. I was the fire chief for 12 years. Every one of these gentlemen here, I know. Every police officer, I know. Charlie Davis's dad, he and I had my first save in 1976, before most of you even thought about this. I'm here to talk about the firefighters, some who are not living now, but those who are living in squalor. I talked to different people, different firefighters all over this United States, and they're just wondering, what are we doing? How come we can't get anything? How come we can't get what we bargained for, what we worked for? There's a lot of people here who do things, as Dan said, that you'll never see, you'll never know about. Dan's being coy. Dan was in New York City climbing around 9/11. Our team was up there, the county, Florida Task Force 1, Florida Task Force 2. These are routine things for us, but they're not routine. Hurricane Andrew. I don't know how many of you were here during Hurricane Andrew,
But every one of these guys was serving out there, climbing on trees, getting into houses, opening the roadways, making sure we could get to the hospitals. You know, you couldn't get to the hospitals. The roads were all blocked. These people have worked tirelessly, and they deserved what was bargained for. I'm not really looking at myself, although with this percentage of what, 30 something percent that's been killing us. I'm looking for the people who can't do anything for themselves. I can still do things for myself, but I'm getting close. And I just ask that you would look in your heart and do what you should do for these people. They're great people. They will never let you down. You fall down now, they're going to jump on you, fix you, get you to the hospital. Or the police officers will come and make sure they get rid of the bad guys. All these things, you take that for granted. It's not for granted. Every call may be your last, and we lived through it. So thank you.
Dean James. Alan Russo. John Perotti. David Perez.
David Perez, representing the Coral Gables Professional Fighters, Local 1210. Mr. Manager, good afternoon. I stand before you in the hopes of this commission granting the COLA for the retirees. We've talked about different numbers here today, and I want to share with you all a little bit of history. I think this might have happened before some of you were on the commission. In 2014 and 2017, they were benefit reductions to the employees that it's in your package. It was presented to the pension board during that meeting. There was an $80 million savings to the unfunded liability based on benefit reduction to the employees. That's important. That's important that you all realize that, because that was on the backs of the employees. You know, someone mentioned earlier cancer, and I'm going to share with you the International Agency for Research on Cancer. Cancer is the leading cause of death in firefighters today. That is not a union thing. That is not a state thing. That is the International Agency on Research on Cancer. They have determined that cancer is the leading cause of death in firefighters. All of us, every single one of us here, firefighters past and present, we all know what we signed up for. We're ready to pay the ultimate price if necessary, but not one of us signed up for cancer. We did not know that. And today it's in our gear. It's not necessarily what we're exposed to, but there is a chemical in our liner, PFAS. It's a forever chemical. You cannot get rid of it. You can't burn it. You can't wash it away. You can't bury it in the ground. It does not go away. It's in our gear. We're exposed to it every single time we put that gear on. And as I told you, all of us knew what we were signing up for, but cancer was not part of it. That research led to 3 in every 5 firefighters will be diagnosed with cancer at some point or another. Now, I'm not going to put personal stories about the gentleman standing behind me, but there are individuals who are sitting in this audience that had to deal with cancer, that had a bout of cancer in some way, shape, or form. This COLA is important for many reasons. It's important to them, to their families. Now, I'm going to share with you also, one of the previous speakers also talked about a retention problem. That gentleman was right. Current employees are watching what's happening here today. If this commission, if this city does not take into consideration the hard work, a life of dedication to the city that was given by these employees, and a COLA is not granted, they see what's happening. Your retirement problem is going to lead to a retention problem, because these employees here are going to say, what am I doing here? Why do I stay when there are other cities providing better benefits? Your retention problem is going to lead to a recruitment problem, which is why some of our departments here are facing almost 40 vacancies, because, again, there are benefits that are better elsewhere. For instance, local fire departments, we are now competing with 24/72, a minimized work week in the fire service. That is something that this city, that this agency will have to deal with. We are being surrounded what used to be 24/48, work 24 hours, off for 2 days. Now departments are going to 24/72, 3 days off as a benefit to their employees because they see the toll the job takes on the individual with PTSD and other issues in the fire service. So again, I stand before you asking you to please grant this COLA for the retirees who have dedicated a lifetime of service to this city. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to go to Zoom next. First speaker is Frank Pasquarella. When I ask the gentleman to please raise his right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Manager, and committee there. Appreciate the opportunity to talk. My name is Frank Pasquarella. I spent 19 years with the City of Coral Gables as a firefighter, then a paramedic, and eventually a lieutenant. It's 19 years because I gave all until I couldn't give anymore, until my injuries were such that I couldn't perform the job up to the standard. And that forced me to go out on a disability. And disability is different from normal retirement. You don't get to take advantage or have the privilege of some of the other benefits. So that's very impactful. I also would like to reiterate, and I echo everything that my coworkers, and I've worked with all of them that are there, all of their comments and all of their frustration and their anger. I'm right there with them. The fact that we didn't pay into Social Security is another little thing, because the fact that I'm coming up short, I can't even lean on the Social Security to try to get some kind of benefit, some kind of buffer, some kind of COLA, if you would, replacement, because I'm not getting it from the City of Coral Gables. I'm angry as well. You know, when I applied at 4 or 5 different fire departments. I actually got called by 3 others besides the City of Coral Gables, but I chose the City of Coral Gables because of their status, their pride, and supposedly how they looked at their employees. I can remember becoming a Class 1 fire department because that's what, the city wanted. They prided themselves on having the best fire department, the best police department. We've all given everything that we can give, always, and then some. So to constantly, I bet this has been 18 years for me. I remember getting 1 COLA. I hear people talking about 2 or 3. I have to check because I may have not gotten something that I deserve. I don't know. But it is really concerning. And, you have to focus on people sometimes. It seems that the money sometimes is blinding. Everybody is consumed, or some people are so consumed with the money. They have this goal that they have to achieve, but they lose focus on what's really important. And that's humanity. That's people. We're the people that got you where you are, that represented so well that businesses and people wanted to move to the City of Coral Gables. I've got a folder in my file cabinet full of accommodations, bragging about my service and my crew and how excellent we were. And then yet I can't get the help that I thought that I signed up for, that I would get from the City Beautiful. So please, I'm asking you, as a disabled person that gave my all, like they said, 2 votes, do the right thing. Be remembered for something so positive. What you do will echo in eternity. Thank you.
Next speaker is David Renshaw. Mr. Renshaw, if you could flip your camera around and raise your right hand.
I don't know why it's doing it that way, but
That's the way we feel.
this is my right hand. I can sign in and sign back on if you'd like. I can go upside down too.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll provide today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, sir?
Yes, I do. And in all seriousness, thank you. I apologize for the flip on the video here. David Renshaw, Teamsters Local 769. Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, just wanted to take a moment and also compliment what the firefighters have done, what they continue to do. And we as the Teamsters, the other bargaining unit out of the three there, wanted to come and respectively have it noted on record that we are in support, and we do hope that you give this due considerations for the ones that have served. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. What is the will of the commission?
Okay. This is a vote that I got massacred, multiple, made fun of, mocked because I did last time by the gentleman sitting next to me, the mayor. We need to look at the big picture and see how our decisions offset the rest of the city. We need to talk about retention. We need to talk about recruitment, and we need to send a message to our current employees and look at the vacancies we currently have with police. Over 20 firefighters have passed away in these past 10 years, and that for me is unforgivable. The retirees have invested years of loyal service to the city. They risked their lives to keep us safe, and I think now is the time for us to repay that and keep them safe as well. A lot of retirees are hurting, as a lot of the retirees here stated. It would make a 2-year delay to fully fund the pension, 2 years. And we will be making such an impact in so many lives right now. If we approve this 8% COLA, we'll send a great message to all the people that are here, but to the rest of our employees, that this is the city you want to work for. Let's think about the city as a whole, and let's pay respect to the retirees that keep us safe, which kept us safe for so many years. I think everybody knows where my vote will stand, and you can go ahead and keep on making fun of me and massacring me with all your comments. My vote would stay the same.
The mayor.
Yep.
Last year, when I spoke about this item and we had a suggestion for after the initial vote, a flat check amount, I said that we needed to include this in the budgetary process. Because looking at this in a vacuum, while we have negotiations on labor contracts and other items, is a disservice to the individuals that have sat here and spoken here today. Because we're talking about budgeting for something that we haven't budgeted for. And based upon that, I'm going to ask and make a motion that we include this as a line item in our budget so we can have proper planning in the future for these types of items and have a reserve.
Second. I think that's a conversation that we had last year, and you and I were on the same boat about, we go through the budget process, and this doesn't come to us, unfortunately, because of the timetable until after we've gone through the budget process. So I agree with you. I would like to see this as a line item on the budget so that we can be prepared for it. But so they can also understand they're being taken care of when the budget is approved. And it's a streamlined process when we get to this point in November or last year in December. But you're right. I mean, we've gone through the budget process and this always comes after the fact.
Right. In each contract negotiation, these numbers have not been taken into impact. So when we're doing current labor negotiations for folks, they do need to realize there's a cost to the retirees when we've already spent all the money. So we need a plan in advance. So I'm going to start with that as the opening remarks that I have.
This is something that I mentioned before the budget and we still didn't do anything about. This is something that last year we said we were going to do. And guess what? We haven't done it. I think now's the time.
So we have a motion And a seconded, Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Could you restate the motion?
The motion would be to begin planning for the retirees' raises or COLAs during the budget process.
So if I could just clarify that, I think it would be to include in the budget process funding for the potential COLA for the class members, the opt-out members, and the GAP members.
It's a reserve. Okay, so we're not looking for funds to take from something that's already been budgeted.
But that does not end the conversation.
No, I didn't say it ended a
No,
conversation.
I'm asking for clarification.
Right.
Okay.
So just to make sure that staff is clear on the direction, right? So we did talk about this in the budget process, and the discussion has always been that we don't know what the outcome of the pension calculation is going to be at the end of the year. This is something that is not information that's not available to us during the budget process. And so if this is the motion to go ahead and give direction to include it in next year's budget process, is it something that you want us to budget based on an assumption of a percentage COLA or at a flat rate, right? So the impact that we're talking about now is over $3 million. So if we were going to contemplate an amount similar to last year's results, we would have anticipated a $3 million line item in the budget? Or are you looking to just set aside a certain dollar amount that would be included in the budget for a one-time payment? It's a little bit, so the difficulty in this is the planning process, right? So if we were going to plan for a flat amount, that would make the assumption that you were not going to approve the percent COLA. If we were going to plan for a percent COLA, that would then assume, that would be the, I guess, worst case scenario financially, best case scenario for the retirees, right? I don't want to discount. I never want my comments up here to discount the work that you've done. I will one day be a retiree as well. And so while I appreciate that, so just my comments or my discussion is not to take away from that, just to make sure that I understand what the direction is or what it is that you want staff to do with this motion. Are we to contemplate a flat rate in the budget, or are we to contemplate a $3 million percent COLA?
So I'm going to provide some clarity.
Okay.
Okay. We never know how much it's going to cost for us to have a hurricane. The size of the hurricane, whether we're going to have two or one massive hurricane, but we have a reserve. Okay.
Right. So with all due respect, we do not budget for that reserve. That reserve comes with any surplus that we have left at the end of each year. That $50 million reserve that we have is not a budgeted dollar number. That is anything that's left over at the end of the year goes into a separate reserve. I don't budget for that. If I budget, my budget actually would account for a $0 reserve at the end of each year. We just happen to have revenue over expenditure each year and have funding that we can put aside.
Okay. So our policy is to have a 25% reserve in order to avoid spending those dollars so that we have them available to clean up after a hurricane and we can get city operations back on board as quickly as possible. Okay. What happens when you spend the money because you didn't have a reserve is now you just have to scramble and borrow in order to take care of obligations that you didn't save for. We need to save for these things. Okay, so going forward in the budgetary process, when we're receiving the advice of our financial director, I want to be able to take into account potential COLA amounts, just like you do when there's potential litigation amounts that corporations do reserves for, or you have potential reserve amounts if you're a condo association, you have roof repairs to do, structural repairs to do, there's a reserve that's there so that you can use it. Doesn't mean you're going to spend it. You can use it when it's available there. Now, how much that reserve should be is something that can be a separate discussion, but we need to have a line item. Just like I asked for a line item to be put in for ADA remediation on the capital improvement budgets, because for some reason, all these years, we never ever had it. We need to have it in there so that we take care of the things that we need to take care of.
Certainly. So if I'm hearing the direction that you're giving, and if that's the vote, during the budget process, we will talk about a set aside of a certain dollar, which may or may not cover whatever decision is made the following November or December, but we would have a pot to be able to draw from. Just
Correct.
okay.
So, Madam Vice Mayor, if I may, just to add something for you to give some thought until we have the next discussion on the budget. We have different options when you talk about a COLA. You have a 13th check. You can grant the COLA. Remember that COLA is reoccurring every year in perpetuity. It continues to expand. So if you grant the COLA and you're going to put money aside, remember that money has to be put aside to take care of that COLA. Is it a 13th check or is it granting the COLA as it is, which will increase our unfunded liability? Are you talking about putting money aside just for a 13th check, or are you talking about just putting money aside in case we have to grant a COLA or we're inclined to grant a COLA? You don't have to answer me now. You can just think about it if you like.
No, I can think about it, but at the bare minimum, we need to be planning for a 13th check or a lump sum check. You know, these numbers are troubling because of, you know, the unfunded liability and the amount it increases. It impacts the current employees. It impacts future employees. But I think at the bare minimum, we have to start budgeting, because if we don't budget for it, these discussions become more painful every single year.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro.
I disagree. I feel like voting for this is already giving up on the first option, which is granting the 8%. So my vote to no.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
I don't get to vote.
You had already voted.
No, you started with Menendez.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
you were first.
When?
Before.
Before the question.
Yes.
I interrupted. So moving on to the issue at hand, continuing the conversation. What is the will of the commission?
I'm a yes vote.
If I had all the money in the world, I would absolutely grant the full COLA, because these employees absolutely deserve it. I prefer to do a lump sum this year because it will, provide us enough predictability in the budget to be able to move forward. And hopefully we budget a little more wisely next year to account for these things. So I'm a no vote. Now,
Mr. Mayor, if I can just clarify, if there is no motion by the commission, then the COLA that was determined by the retirement board stands, right? If the commission doesn't take any action, the commission would have to take action to either eliminate the COLA or reduce the COLA based on, of course, the factors that are set forth in the settlement agreement.
I have a procedural question for Madam Director. We reach 100% funded. What happens to the COLA at that point? Is that still something that comes to commission for approval?
So the way that the ordinance is written, and I'm going to ask the city attorney to keep me honest, is that the COLA cannot be granted unless there are cumulative gains in the plan. When we're 100% funded, that does not necessarily mean there's cumulative gains available to pay for the COLA. So the analysis would have to be done at the time, and we would it would be determined by the actuary at that point in time what the cumulative gains are.
Right. So the net actuarial experience would have to be positive, and then it would be granted. It would have to be granted.
Right, but it doesn't just because you're 100% funded doesn't necessarily mean that the net actuarial experience will be positive.
So to clarify, taking no action would approve the recommendation of the board?
It stands. The determination of the retirement board would stand at the 8% COLA. To be clear, for the class members of the Murphy class action, the GAP members and the opt-out members.
Okay. I just want to make it clear one more time. It is a delay of only 2 years for the pension to be fully funded. I know the numbers seem a lot. I know it's scary. I know we feel we don't have the money. Guys, it's 2 years. And the difference we're going to be making is huge. Just keep that in mind.
But I think this has been the second time that I've had the toughest vote being up here. I've spoken to many of you. I've spoken to many others who weren't able to make it today, and I understand the financial impact. And I think last year we were close to a compromise. We came fairly close to at least issuing something. I do not want to walk away from here again with a zero. I think that even if we're able to do an additional check, we need to put money in your pockets. We need to ensure that you're able to pay your bills. 8%, we're looking at $25,800. I'm sorry, $25,800,000 with an annual increase to the contribution of almost $3.5 million. That's something that for next year, we're automatically $3.5 million less than where we are today going into next year's budget, not even factoring in what next year might be. Just with all the question marks we have right now, City Hall being the biggest one, we don't even know what the cost of that's going to be. It's a situation that all of us have been placed in. None of us were here when the decisions were made to put the unfunded liability in the situation that it's in. And we're having to make the tough decisions here now. I just can't get to the 8%. It's going to cost us someplace else. And the question is, where can we cut? I have no problem working on a solution where we're all comfortable on an additional check. I don't want it to be a 13th check because I think those who are making the least and who have retired the longest and are suffering the most are struggling. I would prefer that it be a lump sum amount. That's just where I stand.
Yeah, with what I have previously proposed with the credit card savings, we're going to be saving around a little less than 2 million. That 2 million can contribute to that $3 million we'll be paying extra to the pension to go ahead and give this COLA. We could find somewhere else, that 900, 1 million to provide annually. So I think if we really, really want to, we can find a solution.
I'm of the opinion that, they deserve a COLA. It's been long overdue. And I think one of the gentlemen that spoke is we get caught up in the goal and the purpose of reaching certain financial targets. But in getting into that mindset, we do sort of disconnect ourselves from the reality, which is the lives of these folks. They've been through a lot, and we're not here if it wasn't for them. Last year, I tried, and others, I think we were trying to find a compromise. My biggest regret last year was walking away with nothing. And I definitely do not want that to happen. But I believe I would like to see a COLA granted. I'm hearing from at least one or two of my colleagues, the 8% may not be the number that everyone's comfortable with, but I'd like to see a good amount because I think we need to make a statement. Sometimes you just have to do what's right. And in my heart, it feels the right thing to do. Maybe there are different things that are good to do, but it's one thing that stands out. So I'm here to work with my colleagues to find a path forward, but let's not leave here without a solution. But we all want to be fair to them. So let's work together on that.
This, just to clarify, this average of $3 million I think is 3.247, I think something like that. It's going to be for a period of 10 years, correct?
So should the 8% COLA be granted, it would be $3.45 million per year. The way that the actuary calculated it, is that the extra payment would absorb that $3.5 million. So it would be less towards the extra payment. At that workshop that he had, that's the way that he explained it. So, but it is $3.5 million for 10 years.
So it would lower the extra payment to the pension, which would put us back around 2 years, right?
Around 2 years. And that's assuming that every other assumption is met. It's not a guaranteed 6 year or 8 year. It's if every single assumption is met, meaning we have gains each year, or all of our assumptions are met, then it would be 6 years without this, or about 8 years with it. But if you have a loss year, or if you don't meet your assumptions, it will then automatically push you back. By how much, you don't know, because it doesn't. Whereas if you have extraordinary gains, it may push you forward. So it works both ways. That's the lack of a crystal ball that we have.
Thank you. Commissioner Menendez, I share your same sentiment. I mean, I'm not going to have the support for an 8%, which kind of begging for it. I don't think it's happening. I would love to work on a percentage amount. You know, I think it's fair. It's not what I want, but I don't want to leave here giving you guys nothing. And I think that's where we're heading. I will be ambitious and say like 7.5, but I don't think they're going to go for that either. Let's work out a number. Let's talk about that.
All right, through the mayor, a couple points that we need to remember here. The finance director just spoke about the lack of predictability. The numbers that were available on the gain or loss in September of 2023 was an $8.235 million loss, single year performance. Same thing for September of 2022, we had another multi-million-dollar loss, 5.752, which is the reason why I am in support of having a single amount, because I don't have a crystal ball that big. I don't think any one of us have a crystal ball that big to know how the performance is going to be on investments going forward. It's a scary way to try to predict the future. We're not going to be seeing gains year after year, just like we haven't had the past 2 years. So I can't spend money we don't have, which is why I asked for a line item budget to reserve the money in the future so that we have the ability to have more assurance on the numbers that we're talking about. So with that, I'll move to deny the COLA increase requested of the pension board.
Do a second. I'll second the motion. Mr. Clerk, can we have a vote?
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
No.
Commissioner Fernandez,
The motion is to?
The motion was to deny the 8% COLA increase. It's painful.
It is.
Do it. You can't do it. Compromise next year. You can't do this, people. Please don't do it. The population is a finite group. They're gonna die. Do it next year. The numbers will be lower. Please don't do this.
Let us work on a solution. Let us work on a solution.
Commissioner, what's going to happen?
Ariel,
You come up with
split
4%.
it. Do a 4 and a 4.
The minute you give us,
Ariel,
those two are only going to give $1,000. The only, if you.
I don't control this
excuse
commission.
me Just a sec.
Please.
I need to say this
Yes, you can.
respectfully.
What happens?
Respectfully, can I speak just for a moment?
Mr. Mayor, we do need a good record, and so we need speakers to be recognized by you.
I understand, but the problem is that since everybody does it, it's the
I'm asking your permission.
Of course, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
No, you have all the floor. You can take as long as you like.
Okay,
I haven't said a word. I've kept my
I
mouth
understand that,
I don't wanna-
and I'm just
I'm
gonna.
very careful. I'm very careful with the firefighters.
Okay.
Very careful with the
All
firefighters.
right.
I know where I stand.
All right. If this is compromised in any way other than 8, we lose it forever. It's another 2%. You know, if you say, well, we're going to give you a 6%, you're talking about a fixed dollar amount. Do you all even know what a 13th check really is? Municipalities give 13 checks because that's their COLA. Every single year, if you retired at $8,500 a month, you get an $8,500 check. You're talking about giving us one right now. You might as well give us a Publix card to go buy groceries with for the year, because that's all it's good for, 1 year. If you want a starting point to fund a COLA, do the simplest one you can do. Take the math, 0.8% over the whole lifetime of this pension system, and that's a good starting point. But the minute you reduce this COLA right now, if you don't give us 8 and you give us a 2, we lost another 6. And it starts at 0. That 8% COLA doesn't come back next year. It builds from a 2.75, the highest you can get per year. It takes 3 years of great returns to hit 10, or I'm sorry, to hit 8%. So you're slowly suffocating us. We cannot. I need 2 of you. I need 3 of you to say yes. I know what 2 are going to say. Please reconsider your votes and your thoughts. It's 2 years down the road. This COLA is a performance-based COLA. It's based on rate of return, okay? We did nothing wrong. We didn't control the retirement system for 30 years. The city had a 5-4 vote. We had 4 votes. They had 5 with commission appointees. We didn't put ourselves in this position. It's not our fault. It's time. 17%. Okay, you want to get, we're asking for 8. You're up 9. The retirement system gets to keep 9. I mean, how much more can we give? You know, you count the 3.2% that you took from not you, but the city we settled on the lawsuit. That's 12% that the retirement system gets to go. This isn't going to come up next year. You give us 8 right now. Whatever, if the funds go over 10, which I would hope they do for the retirement healthiness of the fund next year. But if the CPI is 4, we're going to stand up here for a 2% raise that you'll probably vote down because you gave us 8 this year, and we would understand that. And then we'd start the catch-up clause again. But the catch-up clause, once you give us a penny, it goes away. And we can't have that. We've had this catch-up clause 3 times now. It's never been 8 in the whole history. We need to get this thing whole. And you need to stand up and show some courage, please.
Sir,
do not.
May I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Do you mind if we start the meeting again? Just want to make sure we can start it again now. If you're okay, can I start it now? We're in the middle of a vote.
Before you do, can I have Chief Hudak?
Yes, you can. But remember, you gave me permission.
I know, but I just want to know when can I start the meeting again?
After Chief Hudak,
let me finish.
Whenever
Chief Hudak has something to say.
Whenever you say you want to.
Let me finish.
See, whatever you say.
Just one thing, if I may, please. And again, I appreciate your.
Go ahead.
I appreciate it. Please, I apologize. This is critically important, and I'm speaking with absolute passion, and this is critically important. If it's a solution, perhaps we could do it and split it in half. Maybe we could do a 5 and a 3, a 4 and a 4. We don't surrender the 8%, but we spread it out. And if you're worried about City Hall, we have reserves that you could use to help fund the repairs at City Hall. But we can't go back to our people and say, well, we'll do it next year. Or here, like Mike said, here's a public gift card. We can't do that. This is critically important. This is lives. I'm not trying to be dramatic here at a microphone. This is the truth. Like Chief Cook said, this is real. Ariel, you have to be the one that's going to do it. You have to. You have to do this. Split it. Melissa, you're so brave and so honest. I can't begin to tell you how much it's appreciated by the people. But every single one of you should be doing the same thing. Kirk, change your vote. Do it. Split it. Do a 4 and a 4 if you have to, a 5 and a 3, whatever it's going to take. But let it happen now. You can't do this fixed 13th paycheck or whatever you're coming up with. Please let it compound. And again, Vince, I appreciate your patience and allowing me to speak, but this is what I'm talking about. I get these phone calls from these widows. We go to their houses.
You don't understand. These people, some of them are living in squalor. And if I sound like I'm raising my voice, I apologize. But these are firefighters and their families. Joe McNichols was talking about the police officers. We put our lives on the line. We worked on people, the things that we went through. I could tell you story after story of horrible things that we worked on and did. We did it by choice, but that choice was predicated on what the city said. If you do this, this, and this, we'll give you this. Well, guess what? We did that. We did that. And we beat up our bodies and we took our family, we took our job home to our families and we had to turn different switches on because it was a horrible job that we had to deal with sometimes. But the city said, do that and we'll give you this. And now you have a chance to correct and do that. But please, Ariel, please, Kirk, please look me in the eye and please do that. Split it. Vince, you're a businessman. Do a 4 and a 4. Please.
I want to respect the process.
I respect it too.
I want to respect the process.
Amend it. Vote it down. 2 people vote it down. 2.
So
Chief
Hudak has a recommendation.
If I may, let me run the meeting 1 second, please, Commissioner. Let me run the meeting. We've been very lenient as always on time. Let everybody speak. This gentleman's been waiting. Let him speak. And then
Thank
our
you.
chief.
Larry Brooks, past president of the union for Local 1210. I'm a disabled firefighter for 30 years. We don't get pay raises. I don't understand why we have to come to you as a disabled firefighter to ask for a pay raise. It should automatically be a COLA for us. So why are we considered under the same situations as everybody else and consider us? And why don't you, and I hate putting the other unions under the bus, but why don't you consider the 8% raise for the firefighters, since we don't pay into Social Security and the Coral Gables never gave us the benefit of it. My brother, just a quick thing, my brother's a Dade County firefighter. And I was talking to some of his friends that pay into Social Security, so these people know what Social Security is like. I says, well, how much you make out of Social Security? Ooh, don't even talk about that. He said, that's our play money. He says, that's our voting money, and it's our money for this. He says, we live off our paycheck. So we live off our paycheck, but we don't have money to do anything else. And the people on disability shouldn't be included into the COLA. It should be an automatic COLA for the disabled retirees. They put their life and soul into the Coral Gables, just like the disability retirees, the general employees, the police and firefighters is the toughest job in the world. Number 1 hazardous job in the world. And the city employees keep the city beautiful. So why do you punish the disabled employees? Help the disabled employees at least, or help the firefighters, give them the 8% raise and let everybody else be on hold. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chief, you have a comment.
Commissioners, Mayor, thank you. I do need to just chime in on one thing as the chief, and we've had this conversation through negotiations. Having represented the Florida police chiefs, we also did have a conversation about what FRS was doing, and I testified in front of the state on that. I've been told I'm pretty good at reading tea leaves at times, so let me put this out for you all, and as your chief, not necessarily as somebody who's in the drop. See if we can split the baby. I know how much all of you individually were agonized that this didn't get done the last time we were up here. And as the senior employee of the city right now for as many years as I've been here, I understand that a percentage now and a lump sum that can be budgeted for next year today can be done. And I say that for 2 reasons. One, it gives me the ability to continue to embolden our benefits that we're offering the new employees that we're looking for. The second thing I say as the old man in this city, I remember when it was 100% funded. I know there's reasons on both sides as to why it was not and why that unfunded liability rose. I was on the negotiation side when we were offered benefits instead of money because we didn't have the money at the time back in the 80s and the 90s. It's a lot of pain. And as we've now done with the general employees, we have finally brought them on par with police and fire and their contributions to the retirement system. The employees of this city have been taking a big gamble every year. The retirees don't have a voice on it. But you and I both know when we are sitting at the table and we're negotiating with our current employees and we're trying to bring them up to where we need to be, I think it's time that we can find some kind of a balance where we can do both. And I understand exactly where we're coming from money-wise. If it's a smaller percentage now, a 4%, and we budget for a lump sum next year, that is something all of us, and I say all of us as department heads, will start looking at as we go forward to next year, because we don't know what it is. And I say this as your chief, that I need to have something that I can put on that flyer to continue to recruit. I've got 9 in the academy now. I need to get more. And the ones that we are going after will go into a 401k. That doesn't help us, which is why I think as we're trying to find something to split the baby here, I understand what we're talking about. And I have been asked this a few times. So I just wanted to clarify that for you all in your discussion.
Chief, did you mean 4% COLA, Chief?
I mean, if it's feasible, I would say a 4% COLA. And then to go what the vice mayor said, next year, you can do it right now where we start to budget right now for a lump sum next year. And so the employees and the retirees know exactly what's coming and what's going. Now, I'm probably going to get killed by the finance director and the budget director, but that might be something looking forward of what we can do.
Okay.
So that would,
Go ahead.
If I may, we have okay, that's what I want to try to do. Can we finish the vote that we have on hand?
I would like to hear from the finance director. I'm sorry, from the budget director.
so that would be 1.7 extra into the contribution to the pension.
I'm only trying to help you get the vote to go, I promise. So just to kind of bring in some of the many comments that were made in the last few minutes, right? And from some of the information that the chief, his suggestion, right? So the vote that you're taking now is whether to give the 8% COLA, which would be the $3.57 million increase to our pension payment. As the finance director said, the plan to pay that 3.5 would be reducing the extra payment, right? So in that scenario, it doesn't necessarily increase the budget. It reduces the extra payment. We would recommend that if that was done, or if any portion of this was done, that during the budget process, we would come back and talk to you about how to increase the extra payment if funding was there, because our goal is to take less time to repay, right? To not really get to that 8 more years. But that may or may not be possible. If you were to consider something lesser than the 8% and still be at 1%, I'm just going to kind of go down the line real quick. 7% would be a $3 million a year. 6% would be a almost $6 million a year. 5% would be a $2.16 million a year. And 4%, as maybe the chief was suggesting, would be a $1.728 million per year. Again, which would just reduce the extra payment that we put into the pension plan each year. And then you have this in your memo, so I won't go down all of them. If the consideration was for any type of a lump sum, on the back page, you have the cost of what a lump sum or extra check would be. So just so that we're kind of clear on the information and the decision that we're making.
And remind me again, the extra payment is $9 million?
The extra payment is about $9 million, a little bit more than 9.5, more or less.
So we have
Commissioner Fernandez.
So, Madam City Attorney, the vote we're taking is on the 8%. In order to have a different option on the table, that still requires a 4/5 vote to pass?
Correct. So if you all recall, last year, you made an initial motion to eliminate the COLA, and that was adopted by 4/5 vote. Then there were subsequent motions for a reduced COLA. So it would require also a 4/5 vote. A reduced COLA also requires a 4/5 vote. And to be clear, today's vote is regarding the COLA that was determined to be granted by the retirement board for the members of the class action in the Murphy case, the opt-out members and the GAP members. It's not all retirees, it's those members. So you all could do this a number of ways. There is a pending motion to eliminate the COLA. That doesn't mean you cannot have a subsequent motion if that's what you're getting at.
Okay, so then I'll vote yes now.
Mayor Lago.
No.
Sir,
Yes.
this is to eliminate the COLA.
Yes. You got me
He
confused.
has to vote against me regardless of what it is, but congratulations, he just voted no.
No, I voted yes. So the COLA fails. What is the will of the commission moving forward?
I'm very open to the suggestion of the chief. If we can get to 4%, we're not walking away from here, if we can help it, without taking the necessary steps in the right direction.
I'll second that.
Can we do a 5?
I'm not
We
going to,
stay
I'm not going to reach up.
I'm open to 5.
I think that the recommendation comes from somebody that we all trust, in the chief. I think the retention and the recruiting component, really gives me some clarity on this. And I think it's a decision that we need to make, not just for the retirees in the room, but for everybody who's considering working in the city of Coral Gables. So I'm comfortable at 4%.
I just want to make sure I want to clarify, Commissioner.
It's
Menendez.
coming from your salary.
I understand. And you know what? If it gets it done, I'll work for free. I kind of am now.
We're going to hold you to
But part of this, I just want to make, my recommendation to you all is if it's a 4% now, then figure on what lump sum you want to do. And I say this for the retirees, a percentage is a percentage of what they're making. The lump sum is going to affect some of the Teamsters that we are not really thinking about, because that lump sum is going to go farther for some than others. That's why when I say a fair across the board to my older retirees that have been on from the police department, it's something now and it's something later that may benefit them more. So it was
two-pronged.
because if it's just a 4%, I'm going to have to go out this.
No, it's a hybrid.
Okay, so
Chief, could you give a recommendation of 5%, please? Please?
honestly, if again, reading the tea leaves, Commissioner, with all due respect, I don't know if I could say that.
why don't we make a motion as appropriate so we can.
So
I'll
I
make
do
a
want to
motion.
clarify a couple of things. Once again, this determination is for the members of the class action, not all retirees. The members of the class action, those opt-out members and the gap members. In addition, your direction for staff that was already approved to budget for the potential COLA for next year, you cannot make that determination today. That determination would have to happen through the process next year. You wanted to give staff that direction to budget for a potential COLA, that's fine, but without making a determination as to your decision on any COLA that may or may not be determined by the retirement board next year, and any decision that the commission would make as part of this alternative dispute resolution process if it's triggered next year.
So Paula, if I may, just can you define what a 4% COLA this year does in regards to money, reoccurring cost year over year, and where you plan on getting that money?
A 4% COLA would be $1.728 million year over year. It would have the same for 10 years. It would have the same effect for 10 years. That would be, so the method of us to fund that would just be to fund less of the extra payment, which is what extends that repayment to our 100% funded.
And how much will that put additional unfunded liability on what we have right now,
About $12.9 million.
which would reduce where we are funded currently, correct?
So it would increase the unfunded liability by $12.9 million. Yes.
You know what that number would be, the percentage? I just want to put on the record what we're voting on today.
Sure. So you're saying, so a 4% increase. Right. So an 8% increase was going to reduce the funded status by 4%. So it's half. So I would assume more or less 2%. Okay. Let me just double check that. Yes, would decrease our funded ratio by approximately 4% if it was an 8%. So if we're doing a 4%, I'm going to assume roughly, without doing the actual numbers, it'd be somewhere around reduce the funded ratio that is currently at 76% to about 74, roughly. Yes. But that's without, yes.
And it'll take us how long? 1 year to catch up?
So
At
at the 8%, the actual, at the 8%, the actuary determined it was going to be 2 years, but that's assuming that everything, all the assumptions are met. So assuming that everything is met, then yes, it would probably be about a year to become fully funded if you do half of what the 8% was. Yes.
Didn't earlier you mentioned that we could, as a commission, approve increasing the payment? Right now, if this goes forward, obviously the dollars move in a different direction, but we legislatively later can move funds from another place to compensate.
In the budget process, as we're going through the budget, yes, we could. And that if you're going to do an increase, a percentage increase, then if that's going to be done, then my recommendation would be to try to increase the extra payment in the budgeting process next year, right? In order to make up some of that, what's going to be taken or absorbed for the payment. Yes.
Yeah, but also, I mean, again, just to clarify a little bit what Commissioner Menendez said, we legislatively can move money around. I understand that, but you still have a $1.75 million debt that you didn't have this year. That's coming from an unfunded payment that you have to make for the next 10 years. So you're still going to have to take $1.75 million from somewhere in the budget.
No.
Yeah, you are.
So
yes, you are.
Respectfully, no, because it's not going to be. So we send $9.5 million extra.
You're bringing it down.
No, well, so we're sending 9.5. Well, so then because the regular payment is 21.5 million for round numbers, and then we send another $9.5 million. Typically, the result of that extra payment helps to reduce the normal payment, the regular payment. And so therefore that comes down. And as that comes down, the extra payment naturally goes up. So it goes like that. So next year, let's just argue it's going to be 9.5. The extra payment, the total payment that we would send to the pension, let's just argue it's $30 million. That number will stay the same. However, only 7.5 or $8 million would go towards the extra payment, and the regular payment will go to 22.5 or 23.
You're paying it one way or another. At the end of the day, you're just moving the
But there's
cards.
no budgetary effect.
It's a will of the commission. It's perfectly fine. But it's going to affect you because you're going to pay it. It's going to take you longer to pay down the debt.
Yes.
So
yes.
you can skin it any way you want. At the end of the day, it's a cost. It's a cost.
Agreed.
And when I started here, we made a decision to take the unfunded from 51% to protect our retirees. I know that they don't give me credit for it, and they think we should just spend the money. But at the end of the day, they're grateful that their pension, instead of being at 51, like it was 12 years ago, now it's at 76%. So it's a good thing to pay down the debt.
Yes. And let me be clear. My recommendation is to not make any payment.
I know. Okay. Thank you.
And also to be clear, from the estimate that we got at the pension board from last year to this year, we've improved by 2 years on the estimate of when we'd be paying it off. Because originally it was 2038, now it's down to 2036.
So yes, the years, the gains that we had did in fact reduce the number of years to be fully funded. But again, that assumes a lot. It assumes that everything will be done. We'll make every single assumption. Yeah. One thing that is not considered in that assumption that the actuary made, and I believe that we spoke a little bit about it at the pension workshop, was that even the COLAs that were granted this past contract are not factored in to that 6-year mark. So the COLAs that were given recently to police, fire, or police and Teamsters will cause by themselves, maybe not the cumulative, by themselves would be an actuarial loss. Maybe there's an actuarial gain that will offset that. That hasn't been determined yet because that's calculated at the end of the year, or actually mid-year. We'll get that calculation around May. So maybe that loss that I know in my professional capacity, I know there will be a loss based on those salary increases. I know that there will be for that piece of it. There may be other gains that offset it, so we break even, and that's great. But there may not, and that's the part of the crystal ball that I don't have. I don't know what's going to happen, but I do know that the COLAs are going to cause a loss by themselves.
So what is the will of the commission?
And Mayor, just have a real quick question for Diana. Diana, since it's a finite group, as the city attorney has made very clear, it's a finite group. And unfortunately, we are all mortal and, people come and go. As that group shrinks in size because of just natural progression of life, then the city's obligation going forward is lessened, I would only imagine, right? Just by
Yes,
sheer
no.
subtraction.
Yes and no. The actuary makes certain assumptions, and it sounds morbid, but the actuary assumes certain amount of deaths each year. So that is another one of the assumptions. So if the number of people pass that was assumed was greater or less than we a gain or a loss, depending. But the actuary factors in certain amounts of deaths based on the mortality tables and things like that. So
But that would be for all.
for the system.
But not for the finite group that's going to be receiving.
So the finite
because
group-
the COLA is for a specific group. I think it was made very clear. What we're discussing is not for all employees. It's for a specific group that their numbers aren't going to increase year over year. They'll actually lessen, just like everything else in life.
So there's about 780 people in this finite group, and there's about 970 total retirees. So the majority of the individuals are in this group. So the majority of them, those again, the actuary factors in certain things. They factor in certain types of turnover, mortality, certain types of raises, certain assumptions that the investments are going to make. All of those are assumptions. And those assumptions, you either have a gain or loss based on the results of those assumptions. And so while yes, perhaps if many more retirees pass than what was expected, then yes, there would be a theoretical gain in the plan.
But unlike the general employees, all the employees of the city from all departments, the number of employees we have fluctuates. We lose people, we try to add people. So there's always a certain number headcount. But in this group, that headcount will never increase because it's already determined.
The class
So
is
that
already
headcount for that group
Correct.
can only decrease. It will never increase.
That is correct.
We don't have the ability to make up, oh, we lost 10, let's add 10.
Correct.
So that's
Class
my
is the
point.
class. Yes, that is true.
Okay, what is the will of the commission?
We have a motion, Mr. Mayor.
Repeat the motion, please.
Motion would be to provide a 4% COLA increase.
It would be to grant a reduced COLA in the amount of 4% to the members of the class, the opt-out members and the GAP members, and the reduction will be based on the factors in the settlement agreement.
Do we have a second?
Comfortable with that?
I said a motion.
Okay.
Sorry.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
As difficult as it is to budget for these things, I understand the costs that people must experience every single year. I can support 4% this year, and we'll discuss anything else in future years. So that's a yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
No. Thank you very much. So moving on to item E4.
Passes.
Thank you. Yeah, E4.
Mayor, E4 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the Police Department's 2023 to 2024 red light camera survey responses and written summary after a public hearing and presentation at the November 12, 2024 City Commission meeting in accordance with Florida Statute Section 316.0083, subsection 4.
Commissioners, I'm not sure in your packet, you were actually provided a memorandum that we do now by statute for you all for the red light cameras. This does not include the speed cameras. Thought they were coming to take me away. As you can see, the remittance to the state is $542,903. Paid to Red Speed, which is the provider, out of pocket $466,084, and money retained by the city is $117,154.55. during this past year from July 1st, 2023 to June 30th. As in the memo, we wrote, the system wrote 9,144 notices for violation. 55 were contested, of which 48 were upheld. 7 were dismissed. 253 issued a uniform traffic citation, with 6,596 notices of violation that were paid. This is an annual report that we give you from the red light cameras.
What is the will of the commission?
So I'll move it, but I have one question. When are we going to hear about the speeding?
The RFP has been conducted, or I said has been completed. We have now assumed a panel as per the statute. So we will have a panel through procurement process of both interior and exterior individuals who will make a recommendation for a provider. And then we'll be back in front of this body with a recommendation to which company to go forward with. My goal was to get it in December. I will probably be in the middle of the next semester, in the spring semester, depending on what time the implementation is. There are other things that we're taking into effect. There are things like shot spotters. There's different availabilities. So what we have done already is we had an open provider day here at the station where everybody came in and kind of pitched what they have. We then made our RFP. Our RFP is going out, or RFQs, excuse me. We will now have the panel, we'll have the presentations, and hopefully I'll have something to you by January at the latest. I was hoping to get it in between, but it just didn't come together.
I'll move it.
Already did.
I'll second them.
Mr. Mayor, this is a public hearing item.
I have no members of the public requesting to speak on this item, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to E1.
E1 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the City of Coral Gables Code, Chapter 10, Animals, Section 10-4, removal of animal feces to provide a code enforcement mechanism for illegal dumping of animal waste bags and trash pits. There are some changes between from first reading, and the Assistant City Attorney Gus Ceballos will present those changes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Assistant City Attorney Gus Ceballos. So there were a few changes. I think they were circulated to you earlier today. I'll go over them briefly. So there was additional language that has added that would prevent a property owner that has put the city-approved signage on their trash pit or in their swale area, and they themselves have not put one of these waste bags in their trash pits. They would not get cited. Additionally, we added the language that no bagged or unbagged animal fecal matter, pet waste, or used cat litter shall be placed in swales or trash pits. And we also incorporated cat litter into the code section. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Hey, but Mayor, I added this additional language because I didn't think we should penalize the folks that have the trash pit. We need to penalize those who are dumping into the trash pit itself. So this is an effort to balance the impact. The real goal here is to educate and get this matter into proper disposal methods. And because the language is vague as to what a sealed container was, I could envision people saying, well, I bagged the dog waste and I threw it in a trash pit, so therefore it's in a sealed container. So that's why I clarified that language, that the bags don't go into the trash pit. And plus they are biodegradable, which people don't necessarily understand, and they break when they're picked up. And I could go on to other gory details about it, but I will not do that. Unless any of you have any other comments or we have public comment on this matter, I'll move it.
I'll second it.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to item E2.
E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the City of Coral Gables Code, Chapter 10, Animals, to modify bird sanctuary protections by excluding pigeons, chickens, ducks, roosters, and other domestic fowl.
So as stated, it is a very straight to the point. All it does is currently our code designates the city a bird sanctuary. This will create a carve out specifically for pigeons, chickens, ducks, roosters, or other domestic fowl. All of those are being listed because it's consistent with other parts of the code that have that those exact animals listed. If the commission would like to modify that, please let me know.
There was also more language added to this ordinance, and it's the humanity of trapping these animals. And I just want to go ahead and make a point. I don't know if you could read that to the record, the added language that was added to this ordinance about humane, compassionate.
In the whereas provisions?
Yes.
Thus, can you read those relevant ones?
So in addition, there's a whereas clause that was added to the ordinance. It says, in the spirit of humane treatment and in the interest of public health and welfare, the commission finds it appropriate to exclude certain domestic fowl from the city's bird sanctuary protections to allow for the compassionate and regulated trapping or relocation of these animals, ensuring that any actions taken are conducted responsibly and with care.
Okay. I also want to put into the record that the city is not trapping. Nobody's calling the city to remove any of these animals. This is a homeowner. If the pigeon or the hen or rooster is in their property, they will have the availability or the access to actually move the hen or the rooster or the duck at this point. Now, my question is, what happens if they are in public right of way? Do they still have access to move or transport the chicken or the rooster?
So generally, I mean, that's an interesting question, Commissioner. I don't know that we've ever had to deal with it, but I don't know that we have these fowl on public property. Certainly, they can do things on their private property, and that's really what. And the city could take action as a result of this ordinance. The city could take action as well on the public property. It just excludes them from the bird sanctuary. It doesn't say that anybody has to take action either. It's just an exclusion.
Yeah.
This would not grant authority to any homeowner to have a trapper come out and put traps in the right of way. So
certainly
not be allowed.
Certainly.
So anything that's if a chicken somehow is smart enough to stay on the road, I think he'd be perfectly safe, at least from the trappers.
Okay.
All right. So through the mayor, Mr. Clerk, I gave you emailed you a couple items that we need to put up for discussion on this item, because we're talking about some fowl that are addressed by the Florida Wildlife Commission.
And Vice Mayor, while that's being pulled up, the language in the provision as proposed does say that this doesn't in any way affect any other applicable regulations. Of course, this is just an exclusion from the city's bird sanctuary. All other regulations, state or federal, would of course apply.
My concern is this. Number one, you are not authorized under the Florida Wildlife Commission to release any mallard ducks, or Muscovy ducks, because of environmental concerns. This provision is completely silent on that, and people shouldn't have to hire a lawyer to understand what is and isn't allowed under the law in not only our city, but in our state. If these are invasive birds and all we're doing is moving them from one side of the line to the other side of the line, we're not accomplishing anything on a practical standpoint, whether they're chickens, ducks, or otherwise. But you're not allowed under law to release Muscovy ducks, or what's the other type of duck? Mallard ducks in the wild. So we've lost the
Putting up the other one.
Yeah, putting up the other one. So we need to consider these other provisions. Not only we're dealing with state law, we're also dealing with federal law that restricts what we can do with these birds. While I applaud catching them, releasing them is prohibited by law, and we shouldn't allow that to happen. Is there a place to have them taken to a farm? We need to think out this process, and the same thing should be done with the chickens, because just releasing them on the other side of 8th Street is not going to solve the problem. They'll be back. If anybody's ever watched the, pigeons and so forth, they're homing, they come right back to where they left. You're only just wasting the time. They need to be taken to a farm and dealt with humanely, and dealt with properly. That's my concern here.
So as currently proposed, we're not proposing any sort of process for them to undertake. And at the end of the day, we are not modifying any law. All we're simply doing is our law was more restrictive than state law, where basically you cannot harm or capture any bird that maybe under the Florida law you'd be allowed to do so. All this does is simply remove the city's restriction on it. We are not granting any authority to any individual to do anything more than state law currently allows for.
So the individual or the company, whatever, they still have to abide by state law.
100%.
Okay.
And what alerts them to the fact that they should be looking at that?
If you like, we can try to incorporate some of that language before second reading.
Yeah, we can flag. So my apologies. I think I mentioned that we already had that in there, but we can certainly add a specific clause or language to say that, subject to all other applicable, state and federal laws and regulations.
There's a state statute you can cite, and there's a federal order you can cite. I believe there's even a federal law section you can cite, whether it be a regulation or otherwise, or the actual Wildlife Commission itself, in order for people to know that, hello, there's something you have to look at beyond our city code. Yes, you can trap them, but what do you do with them after the fact? You don't dump them in the Everglades. That's why we have so many problems in the Everglades right now. The reason why releasing them in the wild is prohibited is because we have a problem. Let's not continue that problem and make it greater.
So if you're going to include specific statutes, I would suggest, this statute, but not limited to, because I don't want people to think that those are the only statutes that govern. Just it's put them on notice. But again, I think you've all explained the city's not going to be involved in catching these and releasing whatever the plan is, but the obligation to abide by all laws is on the individual or the company, right?
The addition of this language would be strictly informational, but we'll go ahead and incorporate that language, and we'll make sure to put some sort of a catch-all clause to make sure that, if they change the numbers, we're not caught off guard.
So Gus, if a homeowner wants to call a trapper to catch chickens in his yard, will he be required to pull a permit for that?
No.
And I would urge that we just don't release them on the other side of the road. We're going to have problems with our neighbors, and the birds will be right back. So we're not solving the problem. Like we've done with the peacocks, there is a place they can be delivered, and the farmers, I'm sure, can enjoy the additional eggs and that they can profit from. We need to take care of that as well. Is that language you're comfortable with addressing now?
To create an actual process?
An actual process, yes.
I'm not sure if we may be exempt under certain state statutes and certain laws as to what process we can and create, but we'll make sure that we'll look into it and we'll dive into it and see if that's something we can incorporate.
So it's kind of like an anti-dumping provision. We shouldn't be dumping in other cities.
Okay.
We can always put the chickens on Metro Rail and just send them off, see where they land. Just an idea.
It's a good one. All right.
Works for me.
Moving on. Can we get a vote here?
I'll move it.
Yep.
What, second? Second. Oh, thank you. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Rip Holmes would like to speak on that.
Perfect.
I find it very upsetting that this commission would be willing to basically sanction and allow and vote today to allow the murder of roosters and chickens. I'm putting myself under penalties for perjury as to what happened a few years ago. This is what happened. I live on Sidonia near the Publix, near Douglas Road. I like chickens. And so we had about 6 roosters and hens on my block. People were getting upset. The best argument I hear is that roosters wake people up and it disturbs their sleep. They're trying to go to work, but they need a good night's sleep. All right. But here's what happened. Of those 6 hens and roosters, 5 were put to death, 4 by the city of Coral Gables. And I'm under penalties for perjury. The city of Coral Gables killed 4 of the 6 roosters and chickens. And this is what Commissioner Castro is taking us back to by removing these birds from the protected list. I talked with the trapper at the time. I met with him, and he said, I said, what are you going to do with them when you trap them? And he said, I'm going to kill them. And I said, well, what if I get a chicken farm in the Homestead area, and would you relocate it there? And me talking with city officials, code enforcement, I was able to rescue one of the chickens, one of the hens, and we did it with Jesse's chicken farm. I cannot imagine that you all are going to vote to murder chickens and roosters, because that's the effect. If people start complaining, then the city calls a trapper, and the city paid trapper kills them. That's what happens. That's what we will revert to if you approve this today. What I'm suggesting is that that you add language saying that if the city employs a trapper, that the city be required to attempt to relocate rather than exterminate these chickens and hens, these hens and roosters. That 3 phone calls be made, and I'm starting with the one that took the hen I saved, Jesse's chicken farm. But there's lots of chicken farms in the Homestead area, so we add language saying the city has to document 3 phone calls to chicken farms requesting that they accept a relocation. Thank you.
How do you feel about that, city attorney?
So it's really an operational question. I think what I'm hearing from the commission is that there's no plan currently for the city to undertake any efforts with respect to these birds that we're excluding from the.
City gets enough complaints, it hires a trapper who then kills them.
So if the commissioner wants to perhaps address it now, even though there's no plan to do so, there's different ways that it could be addressed. Perhaps you can direct the city manager to issue an implementation order that, to the extent that, at some point the city were to undertake any efforts with respect to these domestic fowl, that it be done in a certain way or according to a certain process. There's different things the commission can do if that's what the commission wishes to direct.
Can we explore that idea and also come back with a fiscal impact on what it would cost the city to do that? I'm not comfortable leaving city liable for trapping these animals, but let's go ahead and do analysis, brainstorm, and see what the impact would be.
We don't have animal control in the city, so there would be a whole new game if we were to go into that kind of business. So my suggestion would be that the city stay out of the hiring of trappers and homeowners want to do it. I think that's.
Perhaps we can include, Commissioner, we can discuss between now and second reading different things that we can do. We can also just put in a whereas clause that addresses that the city does not intend to be involved in any relocation or any other efforts with respect to these birds.
Okay. Through the mayor. My suggestion was that you require the private trappers to, when you're talking about chickens, make an effort to get them to a farm. And this is private removal of those. As far as the invasive species, the ones that are prohibited to relocate and put on the other side of the road or anywhere that you put it, we have to comply with the law. Okay? There's a farm that wants them, they can have them. But, we do have to provide direction, and that's why I'm not comfortable leaving this wide open with not providing direction for residents and expecting them to go and do a search that wasn't done before this was drafted by our team here to determine that it was illegal to re-release the ducks.
All I'm asking is that the city say that if the city involves itself in hiring a trapper, that the city is required to try to relocate rather than kill any hens or roosters that are trapped by a city paid trapper. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So
let's have one conversation. What is the What is the will of the commission? What would you like to do?
Okay. Can we go ahead and make a clause or a whereas clause where the city will not trap any hens or chickens?
So we can incorporate that as the whereas clause, but I think it'd be better served if we did some sort of an implementing order. Because at the end of the day, it would be odd to put inside the code something that only applies to the city.
Mhm.
But I think we can definitely work with the city manager's office and have them put some sort of administrative order or an implementing order that we would not initiate this sort of trapping unless the will of the commission changes in the future.
Or could we put language that basically says the city will not do the trapping or hire anybody to do it? That basically creates a wall between us and what they do. Just
We
clear.
can do it.
We're
It's just-
not.
It wouldn't be in the
We
code.
will. Yeah, we will not.
Wait. Just
I'm
have
talking.
one point of conversation. This seems to be a very contentious issue. So why don't we table this issue, Madam Sponsor, and we can come back to the next commission meeting and we can finalize this with legal to make sure that you sit down with Mr. Holmes and the commission and we have a conversation in regards to the sponsor that they feel comfortable so they meet all this criteria instead of negotiating it up here on the dais. That sounds good?
Actually, no. This is something that could be worked out between first reading and second reading. We won't approve second reading if it's not right. And we don't have to lose so much time. We don't have that many commission meetings left out of the year. So we can work that out as the mayor is saying between both readings.
We can do that.
Then why don't you make a motion?
She did. There's
I did.
There's
There's a
have a
motion
motion,
and a
Mr.
second on the table.
a second?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
We've so much going back and forth that, I lose track.
He's chasing chickens.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Good at
Vice Mayor Anderson,
No, at this time. I'll see what language we can put in for second reading.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. All right. Moving on to another item. Moving on to I2. Madam City Attorney.
Yes, Mayor and Commissioners, as I've briefed each of you, there are some water intrusion issues in this building. The city staff has been working with the designer and the contractor to try to achieve a resolution of those issues. There has been some progress made toward that end. There's also discussion of a potential agreement so that would avoid having to file a lawsuit. But in abundance of caution, I'm asking for authorization to take all legal action, including the filing of a lawsuit if it becomes necessary regarding the design and construction of the police and fire headquarters.
I'll move it. Do you need it to be moved?
Yes, please.
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, we have a member of the public who requested to speak on this item. Mrs. Maria Cruz, she's going to be on Zoom.
Good afternoon again. Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I'm a little confused. We're talking about the new police and fire building, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have heard several times, including today, the mention of the wonderful job that was done building the police and fire building. The wonderful job that the previous administration did. And now, lo and behold, I hear that there are problems with the building. The building is fairly new. I am confused. What happened here?
City Attorney, would you like to explain to what happened here?
So on the technical issues, of course, I would always have to defer to staff, but I'm aware that there's certain water intrusion issues. Again, some of them are being addressed, and we're working with the contractor on those. There are some additional issues that we're still in conversations with them about. And so the purpose of this item is so that we can take legal action if necessary, including filing a lawsuit.
Thank you. All right. I'll entertain a motion.
We have a motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez, Mayor Lago.
Yes. All right. Moving on to item H1.
H1 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Chief Procurement Officer to award the tree maintenance services citywide contract Group 1 tree maintenance services to SFM Landscape Services, Inc., primary, and Sherlock Tree Company, secondary, and Group 2 pre-qualification for new tree planting to SFM Landscape Services, Inc., and Sherlock Tree Company, the most responsive and responsible bidders pursuant to Section 2-763 of the Procurement Code entitled Contract Award and Invitation for Bids 2024-015.
Good afternoon, Celeste Walker Harmon, Chief Procurement Officer. This is a recommendation to move forward with the most responsible bidder for the citywide tree trimming services. We had 5 bidders, and we're awarding to the most responsive bidder, which is SFM at this time. So this is our recommendation that we're choosing to move forward with.
Any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First speaker is Jose Felix Diaz.
Jose Felix Diaz, 2 Alhambra Plaza, Coral Gables, Florida, 33134 on behalf of SFM, which is the lowest responsible bidder. I think we might be the only ones here, but if we're not, I know that there's been some discussion about one of the bidders who is an incumbent that did not qualify for the bid. And, as a lawyer that has been working in procurement law for 20 years, I just want to let you know that, the reason that you do these processes, the reason you vet people, the reason there's a process in the first place is to make sure that qualified bidders come out and that the process is respected. There's ample case law, and I don't want to bore you with it, on, why that has been the case in Florida for the past 3 decades. We believe that those precedents are firm and that they should apply here. We know that, we love all our current vendors in our cities, but the current vendor did not qualify. And when they were asked to cure, they did not. And therefore, we are the lowest and best and responsible bidder. SFM is a current vendor for the city. They do great work for the city, and they look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
Elizabeth Peterson.
Shields. We good?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Any comments from the commission?
My concern has been regarding the cost, the difference in cost of the contract. The current operator's bid came in $460,000 less, which is about a 33% difference. That has been my objection. I discussed it with staff regarding this contract. I don't know that we've had any issues with the current vendor, but I understand your point that if they were not responsive, and maybe for the record, would you be able to tell us about the process that was followed to get here, and what was the lack of responsiveness so that residents can understand the decision we're making today?
Okay, and a competitive solicitation was issued. And at that time, with the scope of services, we mandated there's be certain minimum qualifications that each bidder had to qualify for. After the process of receiving the solicitations, after our review, we determined that at the time, the lowest priced bidder, which is superior, the incumbent bidder, failed to provide certain information with regard to meeting the minimum qualifications. At that time, we reached out to them for them to provide the information, for them to secure that information. They failed to do that in the process, so we had to move forward with the information that was provided to us. So at that time, they were determined non-responsive as far as meeting the minimum qualifications that we have. So in the procurement process, we have what we call responsive and responsible bidders. So you have to meet both thresholds in order for us to move you forward. And at the time, Superior failed to meet that first threshold, is the responsiveness determination. So then we moved on to the next lowest priced bidder, which happened to be SFM. So that's how we got to this point.
Now, you also said there was a 5th bidder, but I see that it says no bid. So was there no bid?
Well, they're considered still a bidder. They just submitted information or paperwork that said no bid. So they're technically we're fine.
Right. So so it was really not a bid.
No, but it's still considered a bid because they offered a bid response. Yes. So we ask people, even when they don't bid, that they still submit a no bid, and we still count that as a response, because sometimes they give us reasons or some information to tell us at the time why they chose not to participate. So
what were the requirements to change from last year's or the last time we went out to bid to this time?
I can't tell you that specifically to go through the gamut of them, but they were pretty much similar. But at the time, the user department chose to beef up some of the qualifications to make sure that some gaps were covered from the current contract and the one that we intend to award and implement for the new contract period. So there were some changes. I can't tell you specifically what those changes are, but in the area of there having a deficiency, it was the requirement of the 2 forepersons, the people who are going to be mainly responsible for caring for the project, being our lead, and making sure that all of the services are implemented correctly.
Okay. That answers my questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Walker, one of the qualifications, if memory serves me correctly, was that there was a certified arborist that was also qualified to work near power lines. And that was one of the distinctive factors.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that does cost more money, right?
Yes.
And we do have a lot of power lines with trees next to them.
The 4 persons requirements were for them to be an arborist, for them to have ANSI certifications or training, and also have 5 years of experience.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and move it.
Second.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Before I vote, I just want to say one thing. SFM is probably one of the most exceptional companies in South Florida. They do incredible work across the board, janitorial, landscaping, tree trimming, on multiple different municipalities across the state. Being in the construction industry, I've witnessed them, and I consider the family an incredible Coral Gables family, but I have to vote no. Thank you. All right, moving on to item H2.
H2 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the approval of a lease agreement between the City of Coral Gables, a municipal corporation of the state of Florida, and Agave Plaza Retail LLC, a Florida limited liability company, for a retail suite located within the Plaza Coral Gables retail element at 3005 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, Suite 145, Coral Gables, Florida 33134, to relocate the city's police bike patrol unit office for a term of 10 years with 1 5-year option to renew.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Zeta Sardinas, Asset Manager. So we have been working on this contract for a bit. The staff is requesting approval of the lease agreement, as the city attorney said, with Agave Plaza Retail. This is for a 913 square foot retail suite within the plaza element at 3005 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, Suite 145. The landlord is going to be conducting at its sole cost and expense, construct, furnish, and equip all minimum base building shell and core, which will include the storefront, the locks, the hardware, wiring, partition walls, the slab on grade is polished finished concrete, plumbing fixtures, plumbing preparations, fire sprinkler system, HVAC unit, fire alarm, electric and data outlets, and the infrastructure conduits for the teledata. The term is for 10 years with a 5-year renewal. The base rent is $10 per year, and it includes operating expense costs that will be we will pay the percentage share of the operating expenses paid. So that means we will be paying CAM. We had estimated that was going to be between $18 and $20 a square foot. And we will be paying that throughout the life of the lease. It has a 5% cap on it. There's no security deposit required, and the lease and rent commencement will be upon the date when the landlord delivers the premises to the city following substantial completion of their work on the space. We recommend approval.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
What is the will of the commission?
I'll move
Just
it.
have a couple questions. It's 913 square feet.
It's a small space, yes. For the bank.
It's a small space, and it was, as I recall, and Mayor, you were here longer than I am, have been, that this was part of the negotiations for the plaza itself.
Yep.
Am I correct?
No, that was not actually negotiated. It comes up often that was part of it. It was not actually part of the development agreement. I don't know. It's not the first time I hear that.
We did something very similar in
Merrick Manor.
Think of Merrick Manor.
Merrick Manor with Henry Torres.
The settlement
We
agreement.
negotiated that agreement, but I thought we had talked with the plaza about potentially having some sort of police substation due to the high traffic in that area.
So again, this has come up on other occasions, but it's not part of the development agreement. The development agreement did include a contribution that was to be used either for art or public safety, and it was used for public safety, but not for construction of this kind of this unit or any kind of substation.
The Chief Hudak.
Commissioners, just for clarification, this was discussed early on when there was like several different owners of this. The idea was always to have part of a substation there. The reality of it is, since we moved to this building, currently our police presence, just ambiguous police presence in that area, has kind of dropped off since there's cars not coming to and from the station. Subsequent, when it was discovered that it was not in the original deal, we spoke with the owners of the plaza, and they agreed to kind of honor us with this storefront space over there. It does give us a little bit more. It's strictly just an office for the bike patrol unit where they can work on things. They will be working out of there along with the blue light. They'll still have a blue light. And the only other request that they add is they're going to have designated police only parking spaces, as you've seen in some other retail areas, where we and ask that we have, when our police cars are parked, they're there for a presence as well.
Okay, so, all right. And so we don't have a dollar amount as to what this space is actually worth?
What it's actually worth, I don't believe we ever, because it's not built out.
Ma'am, their rates are quite high for retail space. They're charging us $10 a year.
Right.
And we're paying CAM. And the reason why we're paying CAM is because it's part of their entire HOA and they couldn't waive that. So we do have to pay it. There is a 5% cap on it per year, that they can't be an increase of that much, but it's basically our proportionate share for those 913 square feet.
Right. I see this as a mutual benefit to both their property as well as the police. They'll have more police presence as well because they have someone there as well. It is a small space, and in light of some of the discussions we've had today, knowing what the actual value of some of the space is, I thought was important. So I think we have a motion.
Yeah, I had a motion. Well, I don't think we have a second.
Second.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, did I miss any items on the agenda?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Yes. Two things. Through the brilliant efforts of our IT department today, in follow up to the requests that I had done to the manager and IT, we did finally get posted on Google Waze and Apple Maps construction notice on Granada. So it is possible to get this done, and we can celebrate that it has been done. So when people get in their car in the morning and put their apps on, they'll know about the construction notice. Second thing is we have a tour of the Coral Gables Garden Club. It's of historic homes with their gardens. It's happening this weekend, Saturday, November 16th from 10 a.m. to approximately noon. You can buy your tickets at the Coral Gables Garden Club website or from any Garden Club member. We had one here present during our meeting today. And if you still can't find someone, I am a member as well.
Mr. Castro.
Yeah. Mr. Prescott is here, and I don't think he's aware of that there was time certain.
Mr. Prescott, will you join us?
Yes.
Thank
sorry,
you.
I didn't see you.
Right, but that there was a motion earlier today for a time certain on a following date.
Yeah,
Is he aware
I think
of
at the end of the day, he could at least say hello, and we'll see him in a few weeks.
Well, actually, Madam City Attorney, since our motion, when residents were here, was to table the discussion until next commission meeting at a time certain. Are we allowed to continue discussing it now?
How about this? How about we don't discuss it? How about you just say you look forward to coming in 2 weeks when we have the meeting? You're here. Just to not ruffle any feathers. How about that?
Certainly, I'm both here, as I said I would be here, but I have been told about the subsequent meeting. I will be there at that time certain. I'm just confirming it's the 12th of December.
Is it the 10th? December 10th at 1:30.
Which is Tuesday.
Tuesday, the 10th.
At 1:30.
At 1:30. Thank you.
1:30. 1:30.
Understood. I will change my plans for that, and I will be here with the team that's here represented as well. But I wanted to be here. Again, I apologize. I understand you did show the video that I had sent forward outlining the reason as to why not. I'm actually joined today by Matthias Kammerer, my managing director, Dee Malone, who was the designer associated with the build, and Paul Fig with Berger Singerman legal representation. My head of engineering, Tony Brown, had a family emergency that he could not join us for. Nevertheless, my point is we want to be here, as we said. I've had the opportunity in the last hour to look at the video from this morning to make sure that I heard the citizens' comments that came forward and the exchange that followed. But again, I wanted to not show up, so to say. I want to assure Mr. Holmes, if he's still here, that the only chickens that are at the Biltmore that are dead are the ones that came from the farmers that provided to us for our outlets. So I'm here to talk a little bit about what transpired, which I can again repeat. I'm happy to do so next month. I also know that you all are going to get more information at the manager's direction to compile a list with subsequent walkthroughs, which is fine. We are here to fully cooperate. And then we can have the open discussion as necessary, other discussions to go through all of the things that have been raised. I would reiterate what I said in the video to make sure that the commission hears it directly, as well as the community as a whole, which is the responsibility falls on me. I take full responsibility for such action, and it was not done with any malicious intent. I view myself as a steward. My family has been the stewards of the landmark, as you know, working in partnership with the city since 1992. We take that very seriously, and personal opinions, on design choices and other things of that nature, I understand get very heated and emotional, but our intent is to serve two purposes. One is to, of course, maintain the landmark, both its historic nature, but also as an operating luxury hotel. And the way to do that, they can work in tandem, and we intend to talk further about that in the open, which I know Commissioner talked about. And I welcome that. We welcome that, and we will find the path forward to make sure that all stakeholders in this are heard, their voices are taken into account, and we will find that successful outcome. That's what I wanted to say to the commission.
We look forward to seeing you on the 10th at 1:30. All right.
Very good.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate you coming.
Always.
Thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner Castro?
And that would be all. Thank you.
Commissioner Menendez?
Thank you. Right now, just that on Thursday at 6:30 p.m. is the ribbon cutting for Birdie Bistro, formerly known as Burger Bob's. So that's Thursday at 6:30. I just wanted to remind folks.
Commissioner?
As this is the last meeting that we have prior to Thanksgiving, I want to thank God for all of our residents, for our staff here in the city of Coral Gables, for all of our stakeholders. This is a community that works together, a community that is better because of each and every one of us. And I want to thank all of you for being a part of my life and for all you do for our community. And I look forward to being back here on December 10th.
Thank you. First off, I'd like to thank the clerk's office for their hard work, the IT department, everyone that Cable TV. Thank you for reminding me. Everybody who played a role in making today a possibility. I know you worked very, very hard. Public Works, everybody in the building here at Public Safety. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite everybody. I had staff send from the Community Foundation, send an invitation to the directors and also to the commission a few moments ago. Fourth annual Vinos of the Venetian is this Friday. We've raised $400,000. I'm the chair of that event. We raised $400,000 for student scholarships out of high school. This year, we're going to have an amazing opportunity for people to buy some great wine, enjoy company here in the holiday season. The tickets are not that expensive. They're a great time. We always sell out, and you can enjoy the auction. So hopefully this year we take it over $600,000 that we raise for scholarships for children. I hope the commission comes. It's a great opportunity to engage with the community and give back. Another thing I'd like to say is I had written down here is I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. Everybody who makes what we do here in the city of Coral Gables look easy. It's all as a result of the employees. We have exceptional employees and partners who make everything possible. So I hope that everybody has a wonderful Thanksgiving, and Looking forward to seeing all of you on December 10th. Thank you and God bless. Meeting adjourned.
Recording stopped.